Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, we thank you so much for choosing us to start your day or whenever you're watching and listening. That's the beauty of this show, is that it's available whenever you want to check us out. But if you are up and rolling, we thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Busy show today. Steve Ducey has got a new cookbook out as part of his series with his wife that they're doing, that they have had. You know, New York Times best-selling author, by the way, Steve and Kathy Ducey. The Simply Happy Cookbook is what they've got out. Nothing complicated, everything delicious, 100-plus recipes to take the stress out of cooking. We look forward to catching up with Steve Ducey today, later in the show. He'll Zoom us right after Fox and Friends. We'll see if we can't time that down, but looking forward to catching up with him. He's excited, loves the Rick and Bubba audience, but this cookbook is the part of the Happy Cookbook series, and so we will check in with Steve Ducey a little bit later in the show today. The Wheel of Meat could spin. That's there for you. A lot happening today, but first let's bring in the other two good ones that create the kickoff hour here, the Good Time Gang. Look at him over there, Greg Burgess, and to my right, Michael Hams. What's up, guys? How are you?
What up? What up?
I got a question right at the gate, and I don't want to ask because I'm afraid it's going to ruin something for me, but I got to know because I think about these things. There's certain movies that we all stop at when it's on, no matter what we're doing. And last night I ran across one of those, Draft Day. I always watch that movie when it's on. Moneyball's another one for me. A Few Good Men's another one for me. Everybody has their movies that they stop at, but Draft Day was on, and it was the scene where he's talking to his, I guess, girlfriend, Kevin Costner, about Joe Montana, or he's talking about he does the Joe Montana reference where he talks about John Candy.
Yeah,
is that a real story,
yes,
or did they just throw that in there?
Story.
Okay,
You've never heard that?
I have not.
Yeah, I've seen.
So
Joe,
where it's the 89, is it the 89 Super Bowl? It's one of his linemen's all freaked out because they're down by 3,
and he drives them down for the win.
And so to calm the nerves of one of his players, he said, "Hey, look at there, it's John Candy."
Yeah, they're getting his last drive. He looks up in the stands and points out, "Well, there's John Candy."
And I thought last night, is this one of those things that's real, or did we make it up for Hollywood?
I've seen it on like a NFL
so it did happen.
Type thing.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
It makes me feel better about it.
Because I remember when I watched the movie, I thought, well, I've already heard this story.
Okay, all right, good.
Now, did
Greg?
the guy in the huddle make it up? I don't know. But it has. I have heard that. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I heard it before that movie.
For only thing I think about, because I was enjoying that moment, and I've seen it a bunch of times, but then I thought, I wonder if they made this up just for the movie.
Which would have been okay because the movie was made up.
Right.
It was.
You know,
well, that was the whole.
When you have these true stories that we make stuff up in, which we do.
Sure.
At an alarming
Sure
rate.
we do.
But
So we threw a true story in a makeup movie.
there it is.
How about that?
Exactly.
All right. Well, I feel better now. Couldn't think about nothing but that this morning.
Nothing
I'll tell
but
you
it.
another one. Days of Thunder when
Well, he
Coach
loves it.
Trickle's
He
out
loves it.
there and he don't understand how to set the car up and all that. And
Harry Hogg.
And Harry Hogg tells him that he wants him to run up and hit the pace car on the next lap because you've hit everything else. That's based off a true story.
Oh, really?
Too. Yeah.
That's a great line too.
Yeah.
Look, shifting in his chair. They had a good one.
Yeah, it's based off a true story.
All right. Well, I'm done. I'll see y'all. That's all I have.
That's all you had today?
That's all I wanted.
All right.
That's all I wanted to get to the bottom of. How are y'all?
I'm good. Good. Everybody's fired up, ready to go.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
I've
seen everybody. Nobody's fired up.
No, I'm ready to go.
I'm pretty excited.
I'm ready to go. Got to be. Tonight, NFL Prime Video, Amazon Prime will have this game. It'll be the Chargers at the Chiefs. And that's about a 7:15, 7:20 kickoff, I think, Central. Yeah. But this will be that weird deal where it's on Amazon Prime. That starts today. The Thursday night.
And it's just Thursday. The ones I refuse to watch anyway.
Right, yeah. They'll have
any college games tonight?
No, not that I could see. It looked like Friday night, your favorite night.
I finally got where I accepted college football on Thursday when they started having good games. And now that moving to Friday?
That's and the ones
ridiculous.
if they do have any, to Speedy's point.
You remember they actually got where they were actually good games.
Mm-hmm.
Now Friday. Now you don't give it anything because Friday's high school only.
Yeah, I'm not watching college.
But you'll miss Florida State and Louisville,
well,
which I don't know what kind of team
been
Louisville has.
Thursday.
But.
Didn't Louisville just
that
beat
should have been on Thursday.
UCF this past weekend? I think they did.
They did. They lost to Syracuse opening week pretty bad, and then they beat Central Florida this week. So
I saw a little bit of that game, just a little bit. Gus Malzahn coaching UCF. Yeah, I saw that game. And is it? Oh, come on. What's the guy's name? Played at Ole Miss.
Plumlee.
Yeah, he's the quarterback there.
John Rice Plumlee. Something like that.
Yeah. Boy can run. Good night.
Gosh,
Give him grass, he's fast.
Forgot he was still playing.
Yeah,
he's been there a minute.
Yeah, he's with Gus right now.
Oh, Gus.
Game kind of went back and forth a little bit. So it's all about maybe 10 minutes of it. Looked like a pretty good game. Louisville ended up winning that game. So we'll see. We'll see if how Florida State does. But that'll be Friday night when Greg's not watching.
I see.
And they'll be. So tonight they're at the Chiefs in NFL, back to NFL. So we'll have the chanting, the Seminole chant that we always like.
Oh, Arrowhead.
Do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can call it the Seminole chant since it's the Chiefs, but that's what it is.
You know, I was able been to Arrowhead and hey, wow. You know, there's a couple of
good atmosphere.
There's a couple of NFL stadiums that have a college atmosphere.
Yeah,
that's one of them. It's a lot of fun.
Isn't that stadium kind of old though? Wouldn't it be time to replace it?
Yeah, but it's just
maybe they've renovated it. No.
I don't know because it's been a minute since I was there, but yeah, boy, you talking about just pulling up and just being in that that college type atmosphere, but you're at a professional game. Fans are just
and they're glad they're finally good.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and that may be the one reason I turn it over there tonight, just to hear
to
see it and hear it.
Because the Chargers,
I like that. Both you know how I'm about atmosphere.
Both teams 1-0. So we'll see how that happens, plays out today. But the story is that it's that we've been hard to dial in when the Prime Video starts. It's tonight if you're listening live, and it's
I've got
15th.
Prime. I'm in.
Prime. Some of you have Prime just for the free shipping. Well, you might have that luxury tonight.
We get too many things shipped to our house.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As you gear up for the fall, you need the right people on your team to help your small business fire on all cylinders. LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier and to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Did you know that every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Folks in Dalton, Georgia, our friends at WizKid Clean Pods make smarter cleaning products where you bring the water and their cleaning pods bring the clean. A lot of you are already loving their glass cleaners, their bathroom cleaners, floor cleaners, and the very popular pet cleanup Urine Blast. These cleaners defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime, which reduces cleaning frequency and saves you time. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. cleanpods.com/Bubba.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID, flus, and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or RickandBubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Excuse me, 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. And this one here kind of jumped out at me, and there's a number of stories today. I love when reporters ask Saban the wrong question, and which is really the right question for us because we get a Saban rant. So we got a little bit of that today. We got a number of things the main show will cover that have to do with the story in hand and some video. But this one here is just, I don't know what I love about this, but just DeSantis. These southern border or just Republican Southern governors that are busing migrants to these sanctuary city states. DeSantis takes a page out of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's book and sends 2 plane loads carrying more than 50 Venezuelan migrants to upscale Martha's Vineyard.
Oh my goodness!
While
he really made a point.
Yeah, people like they're they said here that some of the liberals and their quotes from this happening are pretty comical too. But the flights carried more than 50 illegal immigrants to the Millionaires' Playground, where the Obamas, Oprah Winfrey, Larry David, and others own property.
They're glad to see him come rolling off that bus.
One migrant told a local media outlet that he was promised a job if he got on the flight in Texas. And then on the other hand, I see here where the mayor of New York City has Eric, he has come out and said that the Big Apple is near breaking point after more than 11,000 migrants have been bused to their sanctuary city.
Well, I mean, if you're a sanctuary city,
well,
that's where people want to be.
They don't care that they're crossing the border in Texas.
You're not going to enforce any laws. That's where they need to be. Then let's get them there.
I just saw those two stories, and hey, wow.
DeSantis went for Martha's Vineyard. Went to where, I mean, he didn't.
That's excellent.
That's pretty good.
It's so good.
I'm gonna send him up there with all the hottie toddies.
Yeah. Also, there was speaking of Texas, there was a Texas high school football game. Have you heard about this brawl?
No.
It ends with everyone getting ejected.
At the end, both teams off.
Apparently, a high school football brawl in Texas got so bad that every player was ejected, forcing the game to end early. It's kind of crazy here. We got us a match between Dallas Roosevelt and Fort Worth Eastern Hills. It's unclear how the brawl started, but tempers flared when Eastern Hills led 35-12 with 6:44 to go in the game. Several separate fights occurred, and shortly after, spectators hopped the fence to join the fight, despite the public address announcer pleading everyone to please stop. It got so bad. And, of course, the public address announcers asking everybody to please calm down.
Yeah. It's like that lady at the Cornhole Championship.
Yeah. And we got trainers tending to people that are hurt. But anyway, it got so bad that the game ended early.
Everybody's out. We're throwing everybody out of the game.
Eastern Hills was awarded the win. Good night. You know the brawl is bad when it's so bad. Everybody is ejected.
We can't even continue.
Which means that we can't identify really who was all in it. So you're all
see some
gone.
Video of that.
There's some out there.
You're all gone.
That's something to see.
Good night. What a fight. It's a way they claim.
Would you have come out of the stands to get into it, Speedy? Go.
Well, I don't know about that. Well, if I see.
If you want to think no, but,
I want to think
you don't
no,
know the circumstances.
But if I see another grown man like beating on a player or my boy,
I saw a brawl.
Because, I mean, there's other people, jumping the fence.
Yeah.
Years ago, when Dad first started coaching at Jack State, they were playing Livingston, and the crowd got to fighting the visiting team.
Yeah.
And so the players were throwing stuff and punching the crowd, and the crowd was punching back on them. And it was like, and then the people in the stands got to going, and a woman got hit. And her son was on the team. He's trying to climb the wall to go help her and blows his knee out.
You're kidding.
Yes. I mean, it was that's when they had to start moving the students to put the home team over there.
Right.
But it was a brawl. I've never seen anything like it. This is in like 85. It was a good one.
Serious?
Yeah. Complete brawl. The stands fighting the team fighting back, people in the stands fighting. Player trying to get to his mom, blows his knee out, climbing the wall.
My gracious.
Yeah, it was quite the sight.
Yeah, yes, that's a good
last game of the year. That was pretty much going to do it.
I was actually doing a play-by-play and was calling a game of a pretty big fight that broke out. And as an announcer, you don't really know what to.
Yeah, do you describe it like you're a boxing guy?
You're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? It's kind of tough to really bring everybody in on what's happening. I can't really remember what all I said, but I know that it was bad. It was a baseball game, and both dugouts were empty.
Clearing.
Both dugouts were empty. Both. There's people in headlocks.
You got out there and mixed it up.
No, I was on the broadcast, but that one jumped out. Texas high school brawl ended the game.
Well, that's
everybody ejected.
Yeah, wow.
You're right.
Everybody's out.
Yeah, and at first I thought,
when they get the card out and read off who all's been thrown out.
Well, and at first I thought, well, in this sensitive world we live in, it wasn't that bad. But no, when you got people fighting and like parents jumping the fence to join in, it's a pretty big fight.
That's
pretty big brawl.
With somebody arrested. It's going to end with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
At one point, I see more parents on the field than I do.
So the parents are basically they throw all the players out, but actually the parents are fighting as much as they were.
Yeah.
They can't throw them out. So.
No. Oh, and speaking of fighting,
number 31's dad has been ejected.
Yeah. There's a story that we've got video of today that we'll play, but It's kind of a crazy story because, we think, Chick-fil-A can't get any better. There's a Chick-fil-A employee that's working the line. You know how they'll go out and continue to work the line?
Yeah.
And there was an apparent carjacking of some kind. We have a lady. We have her carrying a baby. We have a guy snatching her keys.
I'm going to carjack a lady carrying a baby.
And all this kind of stuff. A Chick-fil-A employee sees what's going on and runs out into the parking lot, tackles the man, MMA style, gets him on the ground, where basically the guy starts screaming "Uncle" and lays there.
And when it's over, he says, "It's my pleasure."
And the Chick-fil-A employee holds him down, and until authorities can get there, and other Chick-fil-A employees and bystanders, they're jumping out of cars, running over there, trying to figure out what's going on. But you should. I knew that. I know that Adler will be very proud of the Chick-fil-A employee because he's got him on the ground.
Anybody that uses his jiu-jitsu moves, Adler's all.
But seeing him with the little, the high-res little suspenders that they have, that they put on. Seeing that running after a guy and then tackling him and taking him to the ground,
and getting
pretty
him
cool.
in full mount.
Yeah. But and then of course you got one Karen coming over. She's holding a baby, screaming at the guy. Too. It's good stuff. But we got a lot of that today.
I got one story. I'd like to touch on that. A lot of times it falls into the category of this seemed like a good idea on paper, but it didn't quite work out.
Right.
Yeah, happened in Taiwan, but it's pretty good.
Really?
Got some pictures I wish you could see.
Okay.
Greg, yesterday it was the chess player.
Yeah.
And today it's this.
Yeah, we didn't do the chess player on here.
No, we didn't.
All right, well, we can bring that up.
Can you clean that up enough?
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, clean it up enough, not for you, but for everybody else. Because that's two different cleans.
It is.
Look, it's an article in the news.
Right. I understand. There's a lot of articles out there.
We go, when you go, who planned? A lot of people had to sign off on this to plan it. Hey, we're having this celebration. I got a great idea.
Okay, well, that's next. Y'all don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we started using Upside to get cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business. Pay as usual and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million every week. That's probably why they have a 4.8-star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
We are back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Okay, so as we went to break, Greg said, because we're kind of, one thing we do here during this hour is that we'll skim we won't break stories down too much. We'll just kind of skim the surface and let you know there's, hey, here's some stories out there, and then the main show kind of gets a little bit more into it. And we've, brought some of those to you today, just kind of hopping around. And as we went to break, Greg says, well, I have one. And and he's told us, just to be totally transparent with all of you, he's told us off air a little bit about this, and Helmsy and I are a little nervous about this story.
No, it's just, it falls under the category on who thought this was a good idea.
Right, in the planning stages.
And this happened in Taiwan.
Okay.
So a Taiwanese nursing home. Now, they've had to apologize.
They have.
Because they hired a stripper to entertain disabled veterans. Now, these guys are all in wheelchairs. I see the picture right here.
I'm so nervous.
Here's where it starts out. A group of veterans in wheelchairs got more than mooncakes for this mid-autumn festival at the nursing home in Taiwan.
Look how happy he is over there, grinning.
A lingerie-clad stripper to
Okay.
help celebrate the Chinese holiday. There's some kind of holiday out there. The veterans they've sent out an apology.
Oh, really?
For hiring the dancer to perform for the seniors. Viral footage. Here we go. Filmed by an attendee shows one of the vets getting a little handsy as the stripper twerks over his wheelchair.
Greg.
I'm just saying, somebody had to go, hey, guys, we got this holiday coming up. I really want to do something special. And look, and other people had to go, that's a good idea. There's no way one person can make this call.
Right.
Anyway, they say the stripper, she got overzealous. She I guess she just really thought she was doing something. And by the way, I've seen the pictures. She's in lingerie, but she is wearing a mask. She's got a mask on. That's a fact.
Well, I think she probably just loves her job.
They said she became overzealous and just wanted the vets to feel her enthusiasm and energy. It looks like that one was feeling more than that. Anyway, they said that next time they will be more cautious when they hire performers for the vets in the future. So there we go. They thought they had a little celebration going. Okay. Now these pictures here, guys, like I say, they're all in wheelchairs.
Can you? Well,
I mean, they're very elderly. A lot of them have dementia. It says, they're disabled veterans.
And where's this again?
In Taiwan.
Okay.
But they've apologized and said that they'll maybe vet out the entertainment a little better,
right?
Moving forward. Mm-hmm. Don't know who thought this was a good idea,
right?
But that person probably won't get to pick the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody who was in there with them.
Can I ask you a question?
Do you think they said sodas is just somebody going to dance, and they left out the part they're wearing lingerie?
Right. And had this happened before?
And one of their famous moves is twerk.
Had they hired people like this before,
I don't think
and then
so.
This one just went bad because of who they hired, or was this the first time?
I'm not sure about that. I just know this one, she got a little overzealous.
Yeah.
She wanted the vets to feel her enthusiasm and energy.
Well, she appreciated their service and their commitment.
She did, and she thought she would twerk to it.
Yeah.
So, hey,
lingerie and a mask.
Thanks for your
saying?
service. Here's a twerk.
Mm-hmm.
Basically what you got here.
Yeah. So everybody got
one guy though.
He got handsy.
He did. He thought, well, I mean, I don't know. Nobody gave her any dollars or anything like that. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting.
You did.
I mean,
that was a story he wanted to bring.
How do people? No, but again, it isn't about the lingerie-clad stripper with a mask.
It's about the decision.
It's about
who signed off on it.
Who thought in the board meeting? Hey guys, I got a great idea.
Yeah.
And
she is an exotic dancer.
Right.
I never thought when I came in this morning that I'd be excited to see this story. But I am, because it replaced the chess grandmaster and the bead story
I
that
like
you
that
had
one.
yesterday.
Wow, and you're bringing it up right now?
No, we're still talking about the twerking.
What's wrong with? I mean, that was
Twerking
also.
over
I'm not
wheelchairs,
reading these out of like the National Enquirer. These are all from legitimate news sources.
But I got to tell you, if you come in with your two stories, I have to pick one. This is the one I picked, and I'm excited about it because I don't want to discuss the other one.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
I thought it was pretty. You got to admit that other one was pretty ingenious. Though.
Yeah, Greg.
If you're going to cheat at a chess
gross.
match and you're taking on the national champion.
Yeah.
Well, look, guys. Here's the deal. This guy is being accused of cheating because he was being notified of the move he should make because someone was looking up, I guess, a computer program.
There's a computer program that if you say you tell it where the pieces are, it'll tell you what your next best move was.
Right.
But the way they were signaling the cheating in.
Right. It was.
And this hadn't been proven.
Prostate massager.
Right.
Yeah.
Just say that.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
It gave a sensation or some type of notification of what to do.
Let's hope so.
And they do a little Morse code, I guess.
But here's my question is,
okay,
do you wait?
move the king.
On 6 to the.
I don't know the chess rules, but once you put your hands on it, do you have? Can you take it off and then make another decision? Because how does he? How does this person? How does the player know if he's going towards? One of the pieces to move, does he feel something like, no, don't do that? Or
evidently it was televised somehow, closed circuit or whatever, and the person that was helping him cheat was watching it.
Yeah.
And they would look at the board, and when it became his time, they would run that computer and say where the pieces
I know that,
are.
but how did he know?
And then they would go, brr, 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 and they do a signal to him, and he'd make the move.
How would they do it?
Because they were vibrating in his butt.
Different massaging. Okay, Greg.
Was it like an SOS kind of thing? Where
Probably.
You need to.
Exactly.
He let's just call it. I mean, he's being accused. He had these beads up his butt.
Here we go.
There's hundreds.
And they were wireless.
I know you couldn't get through it.
And they were signaling him. That's a true story.
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of chess moves. Okay,
right.
And so
saw the movie.
All of them, just like we do in football and baseball, we give signs from third base.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they have different
names
for different, and so he had these different moves. And I guess I don't know how
he beat the champion.
He did. Of course, he had to They think they've caught him.
But I don't know if they've here.
They hadn't officially.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think nobody.
Yeah.
I think someone must have told it.
They couldn't.
They got to
believe
prove whether he did it or
the
not.
guy that got beat. They couldn't believe that this guy. Beat
Oh yeah, the guy that got beat was the champion.
And so then they
Didn't he
started
quit?
looking into it.
He was getting handed to him. He just backed out.
Yeah.
Yesterday, this is weird. This is crazy.
I bet they were all going, "What's that noise?"
I've seen The Queen's Gambit on Netflix, and that's a good show.
Yeah,
but none of that was going on.
Okay.
It's weird that this is happening because I
About
ran
Bobby
across
Fischer.
that Bobby Fischer movie yesterday.
Oh, you did?
When he was taking on the Russians.
Yesterday?
Yes, it was on
It's a
yesterday.
good movie.
Didn't
Yeah,
Bobby
it's a good
Fischer like disappear or something after he couldn't handle the pressure and he went into like hiding?
Oh yeah.
He was
Or
a weird fella. I don't know if the movie's accurate on that, but what I saw, because I haven't seen from beginning to end. I picked it up middle towards the end, didn't finish it.
No.
When he ends up beating the Russian and finally beats him or something like that, and because he started the game, the last one, a match or whatever you call it, with a tactic that he had never done before, and it threw everybody off.
See, I know nothing about. I've seen chess where we all sit there and stare at each other, and then they got the one where they hit a timer.
Yeah, there's different. There's there's pace where you have certain amount
They
of
hit
time.
timers.
Yeah. So did you enjoy the Bobby Fischer thing? You'd enjoy the Queen's Gambit then.
Okay.
It's a series on Netflix.
I just hate having to say.
When I say enjoy,
it came out a couple years ago.
When I
but you would like it.
when I say enjoyed it, it was late afternoon. I turned the TV on and it was just on, and so I was like, "Oh, this is pretty good."
If they make a movie about this particular story, what do you think they'll call it? You got to give them credit. That was pretty smart.
But he
and
claims
that's quite a
but he-
dedication to
But he
winning.
claims it didn't happen.
He claims it didn't happen. I guess somebody told on him because they obviously didn't phically catch it.
There is a video out
there has to
there
be proof of it.
about watching how they actually supposedly pulled this off.
So there you go.
Wow.
The grand prostate.
There you go.
Yeah, that's not bad.
What's that noise? I keep hearing something.
Yeah. I wish
Move the queen.
I wish I knew all the pieces because
I know. I don't.
then we
What
could,
about
Bishop?
that?
we could
Prostate's Gambit.
There you go.
Yeah, bishop to king. I don't know if that's even.
Move the bishop.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
That coffee cup you're holding, the radio dial you're turning, the sweater on your back. You may not realize it, but all these things that you use each and every day arrive to you or your local store by a professional truck driver. This week we are showing our gratitude to the truck drivers that deliver in the rain, sun, sleet, or snow to ensure your deliveries are made, whether it's to the doorstep or store shelf. It's National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, so say thanks when you see a truck driver. Sponsored by Trucking Moves America Forward at truckingmovesamerica.com.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
That coffee cup you're holding, the radio dial you're turning, the sweater on your back. You may not realize it, but all these things that you use each and every day arrive to you or your local store by a professional truck driver. This week we are showing our gratitude to the truck drivers that deliver in the rain, sun, sleet, or snow to ensure your deliveries are made, whether it's to the doorstep or store shelf. It's National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, so say thanks when you see a truck driver. Sponsored by Trucking Moves America Forward at truckingmovesamerica.com.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
We've learned that our busy schedule does not mean we have to compromise on wholesome, delicious meals thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh takes care of the shopping and prepping, which saves time and stress on those hectic weeknights. Plus, they save you money. HelloFresh is not only cheaper than the grocery store, it's also 25% cheaper than getting takeout. HelloFresh lets you choose from over 30 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items every week, including quick and easy meals to delicious snacks and sides. And just because summer's coming to an end, that doesn't mean the fun has to. HelloFresh now has family-friendly baking kits featuring do-it-yourself sweets the whole family can get on, like peanut butter cup brownies with chocolate coconut ganache frosting. Get 16 free meals across 7 boxes with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find them right there under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is brought to you by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. As you gear up for the fall, you need to, you need the right people, right, for your team to help your small business fire on all cylinders. So what's the best way to make that happen? Well, LinkedIn Jobs is there to make it easier to find the people that you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes to reach your network and beyond of the world's largest professional network of 810 million people. Then add your job in the purple hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on the right people for the right job that you're looking for, the right skills, experience, everything. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. They will help you find the candidates to help talk to you faster. Nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Did you know that? LinkedIn Jobs. That's right. Join us and post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. So it's free, folks. Who doesn't like free? I know we do. That free job posting. Go check them out now. LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. All right, as we go to break, we're doing a lot of searching and checking out emails. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We apologize. No intern today. Blazing Silverman will be back tomorrow if you're listening live. Golden Ticket Seats return for the second time in the new No Name studio. So we look forward to all of you that are scheduled to be with us. The Great 8 tomorrow. Travel safely on getting here. We look forward to seeing you. But today, there is no intern. And during the break, the phones were going nuts, and we couldn't get in there and screen them. So if you'd like to try back, 866-WE-BE-BIG. There'll be unscreened phone calls as they come in, and I see them lighting up again. So apparently, y'all play nice now, but apparently people want to weigh in.
Think about the two stories we just. Is this a smart decision?
I don't make the news. I report it.
Right.
I'm just saying.
So you're saying we don't need to?
There was a decision by a board to bring in certain people for the veterans.
Right.
Are we making an equally bad decision by allowing phone calls at this point? Based off the stories,
it's got potential for that, but yeah,
and that's why you want to take them.
Okay,
sure.
So maybe we don't need to. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, you shaking hands with danger.
Yeah, but every now and then we'll do that on this show.
Well, let's make it. Let's make this commitment to each other. If the first one goes bad, then we stop.
Oh goodness,
is that good? Is that okay?
Oh, look, you're running the board, baby. I'm just here for the ride.
Yeah, No Name Studio.
New name.
No Name Studio here. 205 area code. This is unscreened phone calls. What's up?
This is, am I on?
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Buddy.
Okay. Hey, so I was thinking of a name for that chess movie. I was thinking Buzzer.
Okay.
Buzzer beater, is that what he said?
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I was doing my own version of dumping him because
Why? He didn't say nothing.
Why?
He just said buzzer beater.
Right, but at the point I didn't know. Feel like what I'm thinking.
You gotta trust the audience.
Okay. Let's go to 334. 334 checking in. What's up?
Hey, man. Listen, this is completely off subject at all, but a couple of weeks ago, y'all didn't give, Greg. I'm one of Greg's minions, so listen. He said something a couple of weeks ago, and y'all gave him 0 on it.
Uh-oh.
Do you remember back when Rick was so excited to tell y'all about that text he got about the one-legged tennis player that beat that?
Yes.
I think it's tennis player. That beat you remember that? Okay.
Yeah, well, I remember that story, yeah.
He kept going. Yeah, he kept on saying, man, y'all gonna love this. This is gonna kill y'all. So he tells the story. He tells the text, reads the text to you, and immediately, just as nonchalant as he could, Greg spits off, well, I gotta see the footage on that. And y'all gave him 0. I like fell out of my seat driving down the road. It was hilarious. I mean, who'd even thought about that?
Well, he is a minion of yours. Sorry, that foot, the whole foot thing.
They ignore you around here.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I didn't get that. Did you do that on purpose? Foot with footage?
I don't think you did, and that's why we can read the room. He's sitting right next to me. I don't think you meant.
But maybe we fumbled on.
I'm
not
gonna claim
picking
credit
up
like
on
I
it.
did.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
And if you'd have followed up with no pun intended, then that would have made sense. But you didn't realize what you'd done. So,
did we ever find out on that story if there was really a tennis player hopping around on one leg, or they had a prosthetic on? Because these prosthetics have come so far.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So that means anyway. Just trying to find out the details here. Another 334 checking in. What's up?
Yes, sir. I was just thinking, something they can watch out for on that chess game. If the guy looks like he's got Tourette's over there all of a sudden, like that'd be an indication something's going on.
You don't know when they hit that buzzer. Yeah, his eyes are getting real wide for a second.
Well, the first sensation that he felt had to spook him.
Well, yeah.
Even if he was a little prepared.
Yeah, that's probably not a great. Just try to hide that reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
How would you do it? How you? Because you're having to play it off like you're not feeling anything.
I got to tell you acted that out like you've had some experience.
Take a sip, Helmsy. That's not bad.
Come down there, bullet.
Let's go to 205. 205, unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, guys, check out the video of the Chick-fil-A employee stopping the carjacking down at Fort Walton Beach.
Yeah, we made reference to that a little bit earlier in the show. How about that little MMA-style takedown he had?
Yeah, I wonder if he offered him any like sauces or said, God bless you, have a great day.
Yeah,
right.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
For pinning you to the ground.
Well, that is, after the mom holding the baby, screaming for help, she did say thank you to the guy, and he said, my pleasure.
My pleasure, man.
My pleasure. But you could tell the confusion when everybody's rushing over to it. It's like, all right, are we really seeing a Chick-fil-A employee?
And somebody wearing his Chick-fil-A clothes.
Yeah.
Just makes it that much
taking
better.
down a guy trying to carjack someone and that's holding a baby.
Listen, Chick-fil-A does everything well.
They do.
Even security.
205 checking in on unscreened phone calls. What's up?
They say that one of them Chinese dancer at that restaurant, they say one of them
Should I leave it up?
Had a prosthetic Woody.
Oh, Greg. It's your fault, Greg. What's wrong with you?
Greg
said, yeah, leave it up. So confident.
He was talking about Toy Story.
So you think that's what he's talking about, Greg?
What's wrong?
He's talking about Toy Story.
Hey, leave it up, man. What's wrong? It's really a story.
It is. Now that part he added wasn't in there.
Now I'm spooked. I can't take another call.
You cut it up and down enough to ruin it, so don't worry about it.
I'm gonna say this.
Hey, I wonder why.
You cutting it down and then cutting it up when you did.
Right. Well, you want to know why? Oh, Mr. Peer pressure over here. I bring it down, and he goes,
well, if we're not going to listen, just don't even take phone calls.
What?
Just forget it.
Well, maybe people didn't hear
Just
that.
forget it.
No, I think they heard it.
Really?
Yeah.
Some other guy's voice made it even better.
Sure.
Hey, and he kept trying to get it in. You kept turning it down.
Look, thinks it's funny.
Prosthetic.
All right, well, I'm just going to go
Greg,
break.
you can't.
That's what he said. That's nothing wrong with that.
No, I know that. But
Nice.
I don't know when you're going to stop.
All right, let's just go to. We got 10 seconds. Here.
Okay.
What can I do for 10 seconds?
Yeah, see if that guy will call back.
I think silence is better than what's going on.
Blame you, Greg. We made it.
It's just what happens when his minions call in. They stir you up.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then,
I like
hey, you don't need to be stirred up.
Oh, guys, come on.
Now every line we got's ringing.
This
Everybody
time
wants to join
nobody
in.
listening anyway.
Right.
You know it?
Right. That's what we tell ourselves,
That's
right? 866 We Be Big. The number, Rick and Bubba, join us next. Don't go anywhere. And we thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wonder Boy.
You know what? We may get to yet. I don't think that one will make it.
That one will die. You know, in The Natural, that was with his bat was made out of a tree that was struck by lightning.
Yeah.
Had a lightning bolt on it. Mm-hmm.
But one of the things I love sunset cruises.
Well, who doesn't?
So
where's the person against that? I don't want to be floating in the water and watch sunset. Where's that person?
Get way back so the sun bounces off the water.
Picture a person saying they didn't like that.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
You got to time it just right and get in your spot.
Sure. Oh yeah, because you can miss it.
Yeah. You got to be there. Give it a little time.
You know, I've noticed about sunsets is you think you got more time than you do.
Well, it goes quick once it gets low.
Yeah.
You gotta budget your time wisely. So.
Yeah. So that was good.
You didn't have plenty of lights on your boat, so when the lights go out.
Oh yeah, because now you coming on in the dark.
Oh yeah. So, I like a lot of lights.
Sure, I
wish everybody had them.
Right. Also, we started off the weekend, and I actually, I told you about the incident that we had. My wife loves to make a fire. Loves to make a fire. Now, the problem is if we're going down to the farm over to the little fire pit, and it's just something we made out of rocks. It's nothing fancy or anything like that. She so wants to make fire, like she'll make fire at 3 p.m, and I'm like, honey. Why aren't we got fire now?
Wait till it gets a little dark.
Well, yeah. Well,
she's supposed to get it good and hot, right?
Well, I know. Now you're quoting her. And then how much wood do you go through before it ever gets dark? So I was actually down there, piddling around, doing a little fishing, trying to run people off and fishing in my pond, and
all that stuff.
And all that. Found a tackle box on the bank this time. So I guess the boys I scared off left the tackle box. It had some stuff in it. It had some stuff in it I can use. But anyway, so I've asked them to come back, but there's a funny moment when, and I have to show it to you. I may be able to do it when we come back. You know how much we love Tommy Wilcox.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Who's Gator?
Yeah, Gator. So Tommy kept calling me, and we kept missing each other. He'd call me, I'd call him. He'd call me, I'd call him. It never worked out. Of course, I started getting all the messages. Well, Rick, this is Tommy. I mean, you done got as bad as Moultrie. I mean, you can't get nobody to call you back, and you probably hanging out with Rich, and and doing something with Moultrie, and I'm way on down the line. You know how he does.
Oh yeah.
So we finally got in touch with each other. Well, he was telling me about something he's really started doing, which is good. We need this resource. He's really starting to concentrate on taking people out hunting that maybe. Sadly, you're kind of like a Make-A-Wish kind of thing, where they, you're getting where these organizations won't do hunts anymore. Well, he's starting to do some of that, and he was just letting me know that in case we ever have people that are in that situation that forwarded on to him, which I was glad. That'd be another resource for us. So he started saying, Rick, well, let me ask you, where's your farm? And I said, and I told him where it was. I'm down in that area all the time. Mm-hmm. And I said, oh, well, good. Well, I said, sometime if I'm down there, just if you're down there, holler at me. If I'm down there, come on over. So he did something really, really funny because he'd heard, I had to run off these people that was fishing in the pond and all that. And I was in it. It was one of those things where time and place make something even funnier. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And so he, all of a sudden, I'm in Atlanta having lunch with my sons, and all of a sudden I get a text from Tommy. And I'm trying to think, if I send it to you, Speed, how can we play it? It's a little video.
Oh, you can send it to me.
Can I just send it to you on text, or should I email it to you?
Either. Email it because it won't distort it.
Really? Okay. I'll see if I can
better quality.
Yeah, and so I'm talking about, how sometimes something just hits you right?
Yeah.
And Tommy's pretty good with deadpan humor. and then another.
He practices it a lot.
Right. And another topic that was brought up at lunch with my oldest son, and I thought of you, Bubba, and I'm going to do it, and I keep forgetting about it. It was a reminder. Out of nowhere, my son brings up, Dad, have you seen that thing? What's that documentary thing you've been wanting me to watch on Netflix? With Blue
documentary now?
Yes, he said.
Yeah, the Blue Jean Committee.
He goes, Dad, have you seen those? And I said, Bubba keeps talking about it. I haven't. He goes, Dad, you haven't seen the Blue Jean Network? And
Blue Jean Committee.
Blue Jean Committee. And I said, no. He goes, Dad,
you will be brave.
I know. I said, Bubba's told me. He goes, Dad, you'll be all over it.
The whole bunch of them. Good.
Right,
and they got a new season.
He said it's all funny, so it was funny. That just came up out of nowhere. I'm like, Bubba's been talking about that.
Be sure to watch the one of the guy wrongly accused of murder.
We'll be right back. Hang on.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talking about old friend Tommy Wilcox. Some of you who Tommy played a little bit in the NFL. Tommy also played the University of Alabama for Coach Bear Bryant during the heyday years. And Tommy's been on the show a number of times. Tommy Wilcox Outdoors.
Has he still got his TV show?
Yeah, we do stuff with him.
And I know he plays a little basketball on the side.
Yes, he does. So, he's in this loop, and we've hunted with Tommy before, and, it's always funny. We're hacking on each other and having a good time. So Tommy knew he had something on me because I'd been talking about, anytime you have a place and you got some private property, and if you got hunting or fishing, people are going to try to come in there, and you got to run them off, and you got to do all that. And I'd caught a bunch of teenage boys down there doing that last week, and got that handled, and had some fun with that.
I don't know how Gary let that through.
Well, boy, let me tell you, I've made the mistake of he's so stirred up now, it's unbelievable. Oh, you still don't have it?
No, it still ain't come through. We can get around this though. If you want to send that over here, I know Alec can zoom in on that if it won't come over.
I don't even know what that means. What you just said.
He can zoom in. He can zoom in on the video if you want to play it through your phone through the board.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We can set it up to where he could zoom in on it.
Okay, all right. Well, we tried to airdrop it to him. We couldn't get that to work either. So
yeah.
So I don't know.
I was hoping it was going to come through any second.
Yeah. Well, it didn't. So here is I can play that for you.
Yeah.
From my phone, but I don't know what he's going to zoom in on.
Yeah, I will get it.
What's he going to zoom in on?
You got video, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I didn't know if he had a shot back here behind me.
This is called acoustic coupling.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. Thanks for being here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They're all here. Eddie Van Adler settling in. And we start this hour with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as another hour is beginning, and we hope you'll take time to be with us on the program today. The kickoff hour is done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they do that every day, Monday through Friday, on most all the Rick and Bubba platforms. So if you're not catching that hour, then do. It's part of the daily experience here when the Rick and Bubba content is rolling, live or archived. I told you Adler has settled in, so he's got the YouTube option for you live or archived today. Yesterday's Bible study also archived, Genesis 35. So if you haven't caught that, that is now available for you, archived on our YouTube channel or on our podcast channel if you just want the audio. There he sits, and we got a lot to unpack on the program today. Steve Ducey from Fox and Friends will be with us late in the program, and also will be interviewed by us on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. So you'll hear a little short hit with the Deuce, and then we'll get into a longer conversation, which will come out over the weekend wherever you get podcasts. But let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to the little gathering that we call Rick and Bubba.
But cause you can't see what I can see. Flying high again. Big O.
Big O.
Wasn't it funny, when we used to hear that song when we were kids, and I was thinking, why is he talking about his mom? He's a grown man. And then you go on to find out that that's actually what he called Sharon. He's really talking about his wife's upset with him again.
Yeah. That seemed to be a running theme, yeah.
Yeah.
Had it a lot.
Yeah. I remember the first time I heard them discuss that, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that makes a lot of sense then. Okay, I get it now. But I tell you, he's not going to Albuquerque, I'll tell you that.
No, you don't think he is.
Gosh, that's one that Bubba and I laughed. We cried over that scene. Not going to Albuquerque, I'll tell you that. Hello, Albuquerque.
Hello, Albuquerque.
All right, so
she went ahead and booked him anyway.
Yes, she did. So we're going to go ahead and start unpacking the show today. I don't know that we'll get very far into the show because Bubba and I have already been laughing about it. This thing where we're making the elite leftists deal with their open border is owning me.
Yes.
When I looked yesterday, flipping around, and I saw us unloading illegal immigrants on the people of Martha's Vineyard.
That's a good one.
Let me tell you something. I started laughing uncontrollably because, see, Martha's Vineyard, and then the Kamala Harris thing is as funny, if not more funny, but there's something about the Martha's Vineyard that hit me hard because that's where the elite leftists go to pretend that they love all these policies,
right.
But then they wall themselves off in the Martha's Vineyards of the world to never be impacted by it. So they take the world in our country and destroy it, but then they don't live in the problems that they've caused, and they isolate themselves with their wealth in little places like Martha's Vineyard. And to watch those immigrants coming off that plane and their feet touching down in Martha's Vineyard was hilarious to me. I thought to myself, James Taylor's got a different day today.
Yeah, you're talking about people like Oprah Winfrey, the Obamas, long and distinguished list of rich folks there. And the last numbers I saw, they had they had relocated almost 10,000 to Washington, D.C.
Oh.
And the mayor there is calling for the National Guard to come out. Said we can't deal with this.
No.
Chicago has got like 11,000. New York is close to that. The numbers vary depending on who you talk to, but they're crying, hey, we're completely overrun here with 10 or 11,000, and El Paso's going, you ought to try 120.
There you go.
So you see what we're dealing with. Yeah, 120,000. So, yeah, this is what goes around, comes around. If you want open borders and you want to be a sanctuary city, then you need to put your money where your mouth is and step up, because we're gonna transport them right to you. It's not going to be a Florida, Texas, Arizona issue.
And if you are an elite leftist and you're an open border person, and you think that these border states are evil and racist, and Donald Trump is evil and racist for saying that bad people might come through the border, I will give you credit if you'll go out and embrace these people, settle them into your community, and say, see, I don't know what you're upset about. But don't complain about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you do not complain about it. We will not be hearing a complaint on it.
No. If you're going to be a welcoming sanctuary city, you need to be welcoming and have a smile on your face.
You better, absolutely.
You can't be welcoming when nobody's coming.
No.
You got to actually be welcoming when they show up.
Well, Bubba, it's real easy for me to talk about open borders if it doesn't affect me.
Right.
But if it affects you, then maybe you can decide if this is how you really feel or not. Or maybe you might come to the very logical, common sense decision that vetting your borders is not racist, it's not evil, it's not mean. It's just logical.
It's what a country does.
It's what a sovereign country does, And so anyway, it's so elementary to me. I don't even understand why we're having a border discussion, because it seems so elementary.
Well, I think, and I didn't want to think this for a long time, but there's no other point you can get to in this other than they are trying to water down the vote in Texas and in Florida and prevent them from being red states in national elections, purple at best.
Yeah.
But if you take either one of those states out, the Republicans can never win another national election ever at any point. So it doesn't matter about policy or issues or taxes. I mean, you're just not going to win it. So, maybe we need to flip that around on a few states and, invade maybe Connecticut or Delaware or somewhere. We could overrun them with conservatives if we wanted to.
No, it just was so funny to see it.
Oh, I know.
I mean, it was.
Well, they're unloading them this morning on Fox News. Griff was out there in front of the Naval Observatory where the vice president lives, and I mean, Rick, they had 2 busfuls. It looked like they was easy 200 people out there.
I totally acknowledge that Kamala Harris's residence. That should be funnier to me, but something about Martha's Vineyard.
I know.
It just hit me.
Think about Larry David there.
It just hit me so hard.
Yeah.
Because that is the bastion of the elite leftist that loves all these things that don't affect them.
Right.
And for it to affect them,
where they promote these policies and then they run back to Martha's Vineyard so they don't have to deal with it.
Exactly, yeah. Not anymore. 16 minutes past. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phone down on the mic.
Oh, yeah. Right. Of course, I've got 1,000 pictures of Tommy sent me throughout the day that day. So here it is right here. So all right, let me pop this up. So this is Tommy acting like he's doing his outdoor show. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And of course, immediately when I see the video, I realize he's standing in front of the farm. Okay. He's found it. Okay. So.
There we go. Look at that. We can do anything. Just don't hit the counter too hard.
Okay. All right. So all right.
Focus.
All right. Now, so
Focus.
watch this right here.
Yeah.
This is what I got sent to me.
It's high tech way to show video.
It really is.
Hey folks, we come down to Jemison, Alabama to White Oak Whitetails and got through down there and I just stumbled upon this lake and I don't know whose it is. But man, we caught a whole afternoon full of fish. Nothing on spinnerbaits. It's got B and B on the gates. I don't know what that means, but I love fishing in Jemison.
That is good.
That's a good one.
I texted him. I said, "Well, I guess you found it." He goes, "Yep."
There she is. There she is.
And of course, he didn't. He said, while I was down there, he said a couple boys come up to me wanting to fish, and I told them to go ahead. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Thank you.
Gator.
Appreciate that.
That is hilarious.
Yeah. So anyway, it was funny because I actually got a text. Actually somebody doing it right from a friend of ours yesterday.
Yeah.
Asking me if he could go fish. I said, I'd love to let you, but so many people have been fishing in there. They're probably so sore-lipped. I think I'll take a pass.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm trying to take Dad down there this week. Maybe I'd love for the fish to actually be ready, not be to where I said I'm on
hook shot.
Yeah, they've been fished so hard by total strangers, but anyway, so Tommy really pulling a good one on me.
Yeah.
So
I love like you're talking about just the straight deadpan face of hey, I'm supposed to be here.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Boy, we've been catching fish all afternoon. let me hit
Tommy
you.
spoke English through most of it.
A little bit. Yeah, wasn't too bad. You don't let him talk too long.
No.
Another thing that I was
he gets excited. Look out.
Yeah.
So I had one of those moments on Friday when I was talking about being down there, actually supposed to be there, and people fishing actually know who they are, and like my son and one of his friends, and of course they had a couple of fillies with them, you know what I mean? And so I was just down there, at this age, I can go down there and they turn that into just a little fishing day for me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I normally do if there's some people there that possibly maybe have never caught a fish,
right?
And especially if they bring some girls, there are people somebody's never. I always put a couple of Zepcos, and if you remember those Zepco 33.
Oh
baby.
yeah,
So
standard.
I'll get those ready.
I even had a 202 one.
And I've actually found, so I don't have to keep dealing with live bait. I've actually found just this little insect-looking jig type thing that the brim just go absolutely crazy over.
You giving all your secrets?
So if I put that on the Zepco and somebody's never caught fish, odds are most of the time they can throw it out there, reel it in, and catch brim about the size of your hand.
Okay.
Well, I found myself in a very interesting situation. But what do you always do with the Zepcos? They lay around, and I thought, well, let me be sure because they don't last very long. They get torn up pretty quick, and you have to replace them a lot. And I said, let me be sure these are throwing right, all that, in case these girls come over here and they want to fish or whatever. So I press it. I'm not making this up. I picture the little tiny brim hook, that's worked through the little plastic bug looking thing, and the ones that have the little head on the end, and you just run it up on that brim hook, makes it real easy. Put a little weight on it. Yeah. So get that little tail flopping, and they go crazy. So I'm like, I just want to be sure this thing's gonna cast. And I thought, I might catch a brim or something. Just wouldn't cast. So I go out there and throw it out there, and I mean it hits the water 1,001. And I feel that I said, oh my gosh. And look, so now I'm like, please, what have I done? Now I know I've got this, tiny little brim hook hooked into something, Guys, I'm not exaggerating. At one point, I'm deep sea fishing.
Yeah.
You know how you reel down and then you pull up? I literally am doing that. And I'm like, what? And then it dawns on me, I have a grass carp on here. Because sometimes they'll hit a worm. If you throw a live worm in there, you got to be careful. Because once they get on, the grass carp in our pond right now are probably 15 pounds. Probably 15 pounds. Wow. Okay. Because we'd taken them out when we first started.
I thought you got them out of there.
Well, what happened, though, the function they play in the ecosystem, the pond, we couldn't stay on top of the algae and all that. So you put them in there, and it stays clean all the time. And they don't reproduce, but they grow. So however many you put in there.
Are they, what color are yours? White or gold?
Kind of a gold.
They look like giant goldfish.
Yeah.
You've seen
well,
them
no. They're more white. What you're talking? I see what you're doing with your colors.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not the kind you see at the I have to know what you mean. You know what I mean? 22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. From Sweet Home Alabama to the world. From the No Name Studio, thanks for being with us. Steve Ducey, later in the program. And then Steve Ducey, this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Our second installment in Rick and Bubba history of the Golden Ticket seats tomorrow. 8 more guests will join us. As we continue to experiment with that. Very, very positive experience last Friday. So we're hoping for that again tomorrow for you, our guest, and for us, the show. Bubba, I know that you have been following the railroad strike. And,
I'm worried about the railroad strike, Rick,
you are.
because I don't think people realize how much stuff is still sent on the railroads. And the backbone, a lot of our food, our cleaning supplies, all that kind of stuff are all railroad dependent.
Oh, well, let me tell you, if Sherry Burgess had her way, the railroad would be back running like it once did. She believes that leaving the railroad and putting so many 18-wheelers on the road was a big mistake.
Well, that argument can be made.
Yeah.
And,
don't they work together though?
Well,
she just
they
saying,
do, but it's a lot of it shifted to the highways over the past 30 years, and we don't do as much over the rail as we used to. I guess percentage-wise, probably more now. But
I miss the railroad coming through little towns.
I do too. I love
the train
hearing
can't go back
come
up to the dock at Walmart.
Correct.
Right. Well, they have to get them to a local area where they can do that. But a lot of the warehouses were built in areas where the railroad came right by. So. President Biden announced overnight that they believe they have an agreement that would forestall a railroad worker strike that could damage the economy terribly ahead of the midterm elections. So we'll see. The union still got to vote on what they came up with, but and I don't even know all the issues they were talking about and the finer points of it, but I think if they can avoid that, it would be good for all of us going into fourth quarter and the Christmas season and midterm elections and all that kind of stuff. Really don't care who gets credit for it, but we need to keep that supply running.
No, well, we can't take any more supply and demand problems.
Yeah. Well, because obviously we're going to keep spending money. That's not going to end.
Yeah.
So we better get the supply chain up. That's our only hope. Inflation just robs us all. I mean, just robs us. It's like and it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't help anybody out. It just disappears.
Mm-hmm. That's So that we think we have that deal, and as you said, of course, if it happens, this will be one of those things where they take the president out and they tell him to read this card that he put a stall on the attempt to strike because he got in there and cut the deal.
Well,
and he saved us, from more problems.
He was in of
course, he's saving us from the problems he caused, but
he was in a bit of a precarious situation because he's so heavily pro-union that he couldn't really ask them to take much of a to back up from what they were wanting, but at the same time, a shutdown is going to kill him and his party in the midterm elections because it's only going to be like gas on the inflation fire that's still burning, by the way. The numbers have jumped back up again. We were told that it was getting better, but not on all fronts yet.
No, I think I mentioned yesterday. I was discussing a situation involving cost with someone, and they said, look, we can't back up on this because of the ever-rising cost of food. We're sorry. There's nothing we can do here. The cost of food and the cost of groceries, they are what they are, and that's why these prices are the way they are and why we can't really move on them. And so if they're telling me that the cost for them to provide food continues to go up, then that means that inflation is still going.
Yeah.
And So, and you see it. I mean, like you said, the great thing about, well, not great thing, the obvious thing's a better word, about inflation is that we can all see it. So a politician can say whatever they want to say, but we're buying products. So, I mean, we actually know what's going on. I mean, don't we?
That doesn't seem to temper their approach to it because they're still telling you that it's better than it is.
Yeah.
And the media is repeating it. But if you go and you're buying groceries and gas and everything else, that it's still not where it needs to be. Gas has come down a little bit, and that's good. A lot of that has to do with, again, a government imposed regulation about the summer mixture of gas, which is a higher cost to do.
Yeah, well,
and that has ended now after Labor Day. So
right.
It's cheaper to produce it now.
Well, and we use these analogies because this is what we need to know. Like, let's say, for instance, we have a cooler that has drinks in it provided by Coca-Cola, which we appreciate. Yes. And we love the Coke products.
Hey, number one.
But let's say that you came in and you kept telling me that we're low on water.
All right.
And I kept telling you we're not, but you would go in there and there was only like 3 in there.
Right.
And you looked and there were none over there waiting to be loaded.
Right.
And I said, I was on the air promoting that we got plenty of water.
Right.
And you'd be like, I've been in there. I mean, I'm telling you, we're down to 3 water. And I just kept, what if I just kept getting on there saying, no, plenty of water. I mean, wouldn't you just think, well, Rick, I can see it.
Yeah. I'm looking at
right,
it.
Yeah. So that's kind of the way inflation works. I think we all know what the cost of everything is. And we know why, and we also know it's harder to get things. I mean,
I remember.
Don't we all know that?
I
mean,
remember
that's
not too long ago when gas was in the $2 range, filling up, thinking, this ain't bad. This ain't bad at all. And then boom, there it went. We immediately created a disaster waiting to happen by canceling pipelines day one without even looking at it, what it was really all about. Just because Trump did it, we had to do the opposite. And just, what a great management style that is.
And then what happened?
What a great leadership quality that is.
And look what happens. So, and I'm only speaking to where we live. I know it varies because of the tax structure in different places. For us, the high number got around $5. Okay.
Yep.
So what happens is
That's
when
diesel guys that got higher than that.
Yeah, when you see $5 for gasoline, a little over $5, and more than that for diesel, and now gasoline is $3.30. See, you start forgetting that it was once $2 something.
Yeah,
and so you
$2.80.
You're sitting there going, "Hey, I like $3.30." Wait a minute. At one time, I had it at high ones, low twos. Well, I mean,
let me carry you back. Let me carry you back.
But see, they just get you accustomed to that. Now you start thinking you're getting a deal.
Yeah. I remember a time when my parents were griping because it got over $1.
Right.
And they said, we're just not going to pay it.
Right.
We're not going to pay over $1 for a gallon of gas. It ain't going to happen.
Right.
Park the car.
Right. Of course, that car cost about $5,000.
And it was built like a tank.
I have to remind my parents of that all the time. Your dad and I, we left Birmingham, took that job at auction, $14,000 a year. Your house costs $100 a month, Mom.
Listen,
okay,
my mom had it right. She said, my mom one time, she said, I lived in the good old days, and they wasn't that good.
Right.
She said Cokes were a nickel, and I could barely afford them. And she says they're, $2 now, and I'm buying cases of them.
Bottom of the hour. It's all relative. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You would call them white, okay? But anyway,
they're called goldfish.
They're really gray looking,
yeah.
But anyway, so it's not the ones you see at the Japanese restaurant. So I think to myself, okay, there's no way I can keep him on. There's no way. It's too big a fish, too small a hook. And for some reason, I guess it locked into that cartilage or whatever, and I'm literally reeling down, pulling up. He's got me all the way out there in the middle of the pond.
How'd you get the drag to hold on that thing?
I just kept trying to hold him and get him tired, and then I'd pull a little bit, and then I'd try to keep it from going out. And I worked him about 10, 12 minutes.
How about that old finger gets hot?
Yeah, and I got him all the way up to the bank within where I could see, and it was about 15-pound carp. And then the hook shot out of his mouth. But still, I got him. I battled that thing. It was really a lot of fun. It was really like deep sea fishing.
Yeah.
But there's a fun feeling if it doesn't matter to you. Now, if you're trying to win a tournament, or you're trying to eat, then it's not good. But there's a certain feeling of, I do not have the setup for a fish this size. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let's go with
it. And, he hit it so fast. It hadn't hit, it just took off. Now, the thing that I didn't want to happen was this was going to be a wonderful largemouth bass, and it was going to make me sick. Because I knew that there was no way I could get this fish in with it was almost impossible.
The same exact thing happened to Caroline this weekend with about a 4 or 5 pound catfish on a brim setup, and
that when the line broke.
That's when the line broke, and it was and she's so frustrated and heartbroken she didn't get it in. But I told her, I said, look, I couldn't have got that in. It was going to break.
Right. Well, I knew it was a matter of time, and what was weird
that's
though.
why I fish with ski rope.
Right. Well, this is the thing. I just thought it was going to tear the Zebco up too. It wasn't set up for that. But what I thought was going to happen was, even though I knew I'd tied it pretty good, I thought it's going to break the line. But the line on this Zebco was still 10-pound test, so I was really okay there.
Yeah.
But the problem was I just didn't think that hook could make it. And what happened eventually is it just kept working its way out and it shot out of his mouth.
Yep.
So I still had the lure. I still had my hook, so that was good. But hey, it looked a lot different.
The old 33 worked. Huh?
Yeah, the 33 got it all the way up to the bank. Like if I'd have had some.
Is yours got the metal cover on it or the plastic?
The metal. I don't know, you get
them things have been around since I was a
God.
kid.
And they're wonderful for brim fishing and stuff. Yeah. I like to brim fish even with the real light setup.
Yeah.
And the satin's almost a little too heavy for that. But
I like just pushing that button.
Yeah. We'll be back. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
How about you?
Hey, buddy.
Glad to be here.
All right, the standard now of Major League Baseball fights, people keep telling me, and maybe even sports fights in general with teams versus teams, is what we call the Nolan Run.
Right.
We reviewed it not long ago, even interviewed Bo Jackson about being involved in that. Bo even told us a part of it that we had often missed about his attempt to dive into the pile.
And the pile split.
And the pile split, and he landed on the mound, nearly broke his neck. But anyway, so that one is kind of the standard because it went on for so long. Both teams fought for quite a while. You remember they thought they had it, then another fight started. But this Bryce Harper fight from over the weekend, I don't know that it has the length, but it may have more intensity, if not as much. And the guys were telling me that there's always some sort of ongoing drama when these a pitcher hits a batter and all this, and some of it's part of baseball, some of it's personal. And this one they think is personal because it really had nothing to do with strategy in the game or payback from an inning before, or nothing like that was in play, right? This is a 3-year-old grudge.
Yeah. They mentioned too in the soundbite with it. Well, let's just watch it. And
let's have a look first. So Harper is at the plate.
And you've got the Washington Nationals playing the San Francisco Giants, okay? And Hunter Strickland is the pitcher, and Bryce Harper is up to bat.
And they have tied this game up. Whoa! History. And Bryce Harper wants a piece of Hunter Strickland. Here they go. Strickland lands a punch. Harper lands a punch. Bench is empty. And that was intentional in my mind. Middle of the back with the hardest fastball he has. And the Nats are going to need a right fielder.
Tell me what you think. You're watching it just like we are. I mean, that's behind him.
Boy, if he doesn't drop that batting helmet, he's about to throw it.
He had it by the bill and it slipped off.
By the way, I saw what you said. That guy got drilled by his own teammates.
Yeah, the collision of the 265, 225 players hitting each other is pretty intense.
Watch it. You get a good look at it right here. Watch him come in. Look. Oh.
Bryce just missed with the right hook.
And
then
knocked that guy back.
Two things stand out to me. Yeah. 2 things stand out to me. This is the first time Hunter Strickland has faced Bryce Harper since the 2014 NLDS.
Okay.
He went 2 for 2 and hit 2 monster shots against him.
Right.
And we've been showing those as well. You talking about holding a grudge? It's been 3 years.
And his grudge is, hey, you own me, and you hit 2 out?
Yeah.
Because I'm watching his reaction. For Bryce Harper, the minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. Hey, Greg, don't make me talk about it again. All right, so as we make our way back,
that's where it belongs.
You quit messing with people's pens, right? All right. So
Helm's got mine.
Right. I see an old claw in there, marking with it. All right. So LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. If you're trying to make a hire right now, the next hire you make, you can look back on that hire and go, I'll tell you what, that was an asset to our company right there. Or you can look back on that hire and say, well, what a waste of time this has been. This person is a detriment to us, and who in the world hired this person? Well, if it came, if you did it the right way, it would help. And then I'm realizing, Rick, that's not your next commercial, so just know that. But anyway, now let's talk about what I'm supposed to be talking about. All right, so this is that was the one from last hour. All right, let's look right here, Bubba. You see us a little bit?
I do.
You see what I'm holding right here?
I love it. I love it.
I'm holding. Greg, do you remember when our granddaddy gave you and me a silver pig and full of the Kennedy silver dollars?
I had one of those too. Did every kid our age have one of those?
I remember we had some silver dimes that were solid and all that. We kept all that in this one little silver pig.
Well, I want to get you. Listen to this.
We spent some of it.
Yeah, LearBubba.com, the team at Lear Capital, they sent us one of these Kennedy silver $50, and they're offering this free to all of our listeners. I don't know if you can see that. There it is right there. I've got it to kind of protect it. These things are classic. It's the Kennedy silver $50.
You want me to go hold it up there?
Yeah. Well, he's coming on in there. He had a good shot of it. Would you like to go? You want to run around with it? I know you've been trying to get this ever since I brought it in here.
I like it.
But anyway, so Lear Capital sent us one, and you can get one too. With the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 certainly has some value. Now, there is no purchase necessary, and the Kennedy Silver $50 is yours for free for doing something that Bubba's trying to show the YouTube audience. God love him.
Hey, 1980s, we have Zoom. We can zoom in on it.
Look, he's just walking around.
I love him walking around.
He's just walking. They stand right. Look, he's walking to every camera. He's walking to every camera. Y'all, hey, Adler, you're going to upset his liver.
I know. Bubba, cameras zoom now. They zoom in.
So get you one right now. You go to learbubba.com.
Oh my God!
And then a specialist is going to be talking to you about investing in gold and precious metals. That's it. All you have to do is have a simple conversation, and you get the silver $50 absolutely free. And these are really cool. And if you're watching Bubba move around the studio, you see him holding up one of them right now.
He's trolling the room.
Yeah, it's investing in gold and precious metals now. It's a smart thing to do because remember the recession of 2008? Yeah, the price of gold skyrocketed over 50%. Silver went up big time too. So if you want to be smart, earn some of these huge profits by investing in gold, silver, and precious metals by going to learbubba.com. That's the place to do it. And Bubba is holding a Kennedy Silver $50.
Look at that view.
Somebody get Pawpaw.
And they will send
him down.
They will send you one absolutely free and no obligation to do anything. Just have a conversation. Learbubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, thank you for that. You know, when they sent us the Kennedy $50, I'm sure what just happened is what they had in mind.
Yeah.
So let's.
I love how you felt like he had to get up to do it.
You're nice moving around though. So there's your cardio in for the day. Moving around the old no name. All right, couple of videos. Bubba, you started laughing just at the thought of it. You know, we love Babylon Bee. I was looking at one of the headlines. Did y'all see the one where Mike Lindell is protecting himself from the FBI in a MyPillow fort that he built?
Oh my
God! I mean,
that's funny.
That's such good stuff. So anyway, Babylon Bee from time to time, it's not just headlines with them. Also, another good one today: Press Secretary Jean-Pierre blindsided by journalists asking a question. But anyway, so also it says. Worries rise as White House, looking for something positive. They're really trying to put that lipstick on right now.
Oh, boy. And the pig will not hold still.
But they're holding the we are not currently being nuked by China party.
Yes.
They're looking for anything.
That's good.
So, Greg, all of this one hits home from Babylon Bee on every one of us. And Adler's, when this happens to you, remember this day. Dad attends back to school night to learn what grade his kids are in. So anyway,
that's true.
But back to this one, you know how we're afraid that Californians are going all over the country and trying to ruin other states. This is a skit. Babylon Bee does this too. Ex-Californians having trouble adjusting to life in Texas. Are you ready? This is from Babylon Bee. Here we go. Greg.
Honey, someone's coming to the house. Someone's coming to the house. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?
We're gonna call the pops. I'm gonna call the pops.
We're recording you.
No. It's okay. I'm just your neighbor. Coming by to say howdy.
Oh, sorry about that.
Notice the mask.
Yeah, we're not used to people stopping by to say howdy without assaulting us first, robbing us, or defecating on our lawn.
Sometimes all three.
The trifecta. We're from Los Angeles.
Just moved to Texas.
I figured.
Oh, the California plates?
Well, yeah, and the masks. Inside your own house, no one else around. 2022.
We just want to be extra safe.
We feel naked without masks.
We'll probably wear them for the rest of our lives.
We'll be buried in them.
Okay. Well, you seem like a lovely couple. Like I said, I just wanted to drop by and welcome you to the neighborhood.
Why? Do you want something?
Oh, no. I think he's being friendly. People around here are friendly, like we've seen in the movies, right?
I thought that was just make-believe, like superheroes or families that go to church.
No, that's a myth. This is real life.
So, I live in that house over yonder. Name's Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. I'm Tiffany, she, her.
And I'm Steve, he, him.
What are your pronouns?
I don't believe in pronouns. I think they're reductive. In fact, just your asking about it is a microaggression.
Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. I'm just messing with you. I like all pronouns. My favorite is you.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Exactly. So, if you need anything, just holler. My wife and I'd be happy to help.
Baby, he has a gun.
Oh, I'm calling the cops.
I'm recording you.
No.
Recording
It's okay.
That's funny.
That is dead on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's great stuff.
We plan on wearing masks and even being buried in them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
See, we don't mind you leaving California for the red states. Just don't bring your craziness with you.
Man, that's good.
Acknowledge that it was crazy and leave it behind.
There you go.
I thought that was a myth, like families that go to church.
Yeah, that's so good.
That's good.
We may have to watch that again later in the show. That is too
That
good.
is funny.
At Babylon B. Thank y'all for using comedy to make so many great points.
Yeah.
Speaking of comedy.
Do we have this? All right, so
we got to show this real quick. You know, the Queen is laying in state in Westminster Hall, and of course she has to be guarded. And anytime you have people guarding, standing with their knees locked, you know what's going to happen. Somebody's going to fall.
Don't we know the knees lock thing?
Rick,
especially if
listen, I'm sorry about this, and I know this probably makes me a bad person, but I'm just going to admit it. People passing out is funny to me. I'm always going to laugh. I don't care if it's the Queen. I can't help she's dead. It's just funny. And I'm sorry, we're going to watch this and laugh at it.
I hope this guard is okay. He face plants.
He's on the front left.
Oh, I see him
and
already.
see, they're on a little riser. They're up about a foot, maybe 18 inches, and he's standing there with that stick in his hand, whatever they call it.
I'm sure it's got a fancy word.
Yeah. Watch him, Rick. He is going down like a tree.
Oh, my goodness.
No. If we could we all be really quiet and hear the thud? That is his face hitting.
Listen.
Shh.
Oh, is that his face?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
My mouth. That had to break his nose.
I hope he's. He's.
Maybe it was the rod.
Don't act like you care.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Let me tell you, that won't be the last one that passes out during all this.
Well, like I said, I mean, they're gonna just parade her around and stare at her
But
for how
Rick,
long? Give me the James Brown comparison. Who's ahead right now?
Right now, James Brown is still in the lead, believe it or not. But
he beat Casey Kasem.
Yeah, that's true, and it was quite a duel.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, you know what's happening, Greg? You know how you have to be in.
There's the beef eaters.
You know how you have to be in shape for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she's 70 years.
Yeah, they ain't had to do this in a while.
She's been the queen. Nobody's had to stand this long next to a casket in 70 years.
You're right.
Have you seen and we've all seen the videos like where they're on a parade field and one of them passes out and they'll just run and drag them off the field and another one run and take the place.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just.
There's also a family member they said fainted or felt faint that they came and assistants got him away before they hit. That was part of the guest list that was there.
Yeah. I always feel bad when the groomsmen start dropping like flies.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
I've been to one of those. I saw a groomsman go right into a piano one time. I couldn't hardly help. I about fell apart, Rick.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Action to these home runs back in 2014 is pretty mild.
Yeah, I think you ought to be able to do whatever you want to when you hit a home run.
Well, I agree.
Well, and the one he stayed at the plate a little bit, I mean, it was right on the line. And even Posey was looking to see if it was foul or fair. And once he saw it was fair, he took off.
Watch the picture in the highlights of the home run. He immediately puts his glove up because he's cussing. Yeah.
But the other thing that stands to my mind is the fact that the catcher, Buster Posey, does not move. So he is not in agreement with it at all.
Oh,
he doesn't try to save the Strickland from Harper. He doesn't step in.
Yeah.
The umpire moves quicker than what? Watch if you go back to where he's
the catcher, Buster Posey, he doesn't do anything.
He doesn't move a muscle. He stands up and just watches.
Yeah. well, it goes back to this. Like you're saying, it means he thinks the pitcher.
Yeah. Look at him.
Needs to let it go.
He's just standing there.
Yeah. Look, he ain't even going anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, that's his job is to go get the batter.
Yeah. Well,
he didn't move at all.
You saw in the Nolan Ryan fight. I mean, the catcher is gone nuts trying to keep the guy from getting Nolan Ryan.
What do you think he didn't go?
Well, he in his post game interview at the locker, he kind of rambled on about the size of everybody and how everybody's getting thrown around. And almost like, I ain't getting in that. You know, but he could have diffused the whole thing. If I'm gonna go back here, he could because Bryce Harper doesn't charge immediately. He kind of steps out of the box and points the baseball bat. And I mean, if Posey jumps up and just gets in front of him, like, hey, you know,
guys, I'm gonna
hold on. It would have just gotten into that classic push and shoving deal, not a straight up fist fight.
Let me be clear. Okay, watch Posey's reaction when he hits him. It's like, come on, man.
I know.
Yeah, now I got to go get involved.
And I'm thinking this. I think he's like, go ahead. Look, we've been in these situations before, and it might be a teammate, and you're kind of like, I kind of think he's got this coming.
Yeah.
And I don't think he supported him. I think he thought hey, let it go, man. 3 years, seriously. Can we not just play? Because watch Posey's body language.
You think he was talking it up before the game?
Probably. But look at Posey's body language when it hits him. Like, good gosh. See, look, his hands are they're like waving. They're like, good night.
The umpire is way out there in front of him. Right. And then eventually he's like, oh, gosh, I got to get out here.
And look, when big people start running toward a pile, we know you can't collide. So anyway, what's Major League Baseball doing? Who's in trouble? What's the deal?
I don't think they've hashed it out at this point.
No.
I mean,
did they throw both of them out?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they had to find a new. And I'll tell you, Worth, the long-haired guy for the Nationals, he's who I wouldn't want to mess with.
No,
you'll see him run in here.
He's a big man.
He'll come from your left side on the TV.
Okay.
You'll see the hair flowing here in a minute.
Right there.
See him right
Yeah,
there. He is a giant man.
Both of the two that hit. The other one is too. They're both 6'5",
That was two big guys
knocked each other out.
Yeah, that was stupid. The guy who's running from the right hits him really hard.
And then he bounces back. You see, he went bouncing out of the pile.
He did. So, but again, I have to go back. So, this fight is 3 years old.
Yes. Has not faced him since 2014.
So he's been waiting. I mean,
you got a big issue with Bryce.
Is that Strickland there? They're hauling him off.
Yeah. It took
his
three
own teammates picked his legs up so he couldn't move.
I mean, no offense. I mean, I didn't think. Well,
I gotta say, you gave up 2 monster bombs in 2014, and you got the worst end of this deal.
Well, again,
when you gonna learn?
Well, you know what he's violated. You know, when you tell somebody all the time, "Hey, man, look, if you got a problem with so and so, you need to deal with it right now. Because if you wait too long, you're going to react to something that is no big deal.
Yeah.
But you're really reacting to the big deal that happened 3 years ago. But nobody's going to remember that.
Yeah.
You know, what I mean, and plus, I go back 3 years ago. What did he really do?
No, I mean he hit home runs off of him,
and he didn't
pitch
really
better.
Yeah,
this thing. I'm with you, Helms. This thing where. When a guy hits a home run, we now got a timer for how long he stands there. Did he watch it? Did he not watch it? Well, it was going foul, so who cares?
Yeah.
How about this? If you don't want somebody to stand there and watch the ball, don't give up a home run.
Pitchers will strike out the side and fist pump.
Who cares?
If they can do that, why can you not pimp a home run?
I never thought flipping the bat was that
no.
big a deal.
I think you see how far you can flip the bat.
But
if you want to take your shirt off, run around the bases, do it.
But what I'm saying is, we see things that obviously is somebody. But now we've gotten to the point, just like human beings always do. We're watching every single reaction of a batter, and we're declaring that anything is him being, disrespectful. I mean, anything.
Yeah.
Like you said. Well, I don't know if that's fair or foul.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think this whole thing is, and this is what's so confusing about it and why Strickland's getting so much criticism over it. He pretty much went after Bryce Harper just because he's had success against him. And
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. We're excited. Willow Meat still in play. Hasn't spun. So that can happen. It will happen today or tomorrow. So be paying attention. Man Church coming up this weekend. Lance Ingram, Dr. Lou from the Rick and Bubba show speaking. Salem Heights Baptist Church, Laurel, Mississippi. as they do the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Make plans to be with Lance Ingram coming up this Saturday night. All right, Bubba, as we come back, one of our favorites, we've got Saban. I really do, if I could just be like a part-time journalist, and apparently they all are now, but if I would love to go to a Nick Saban press conference and just record and bring back bits to y'all all the time.
Oh, I know.
Because
it's fascinating.
I would ask him. I could get him going so easy. And one of the things that he is just thrilled by, it just thrills him, is inferior opponents and the press asking him how many players are going to get to play, how are they preparing. So this one is going to make this person either's like us, they love this kind of stuff, or they're new to the Saban world. They must be new to the Bama beat, but they're going to ask Saban the unspoken, and that is, well, I'll tell you what, big letdown coming up from Texas now to Louisiana Monroe.
How do you motivate?
How do you motivate your team now that they've come off this Texas game? Now they got to play Louisiana Monroe, and Coach Saban is thrilled with that question, and as usual. Now, this is not going to be one of his top 5.
No, this is not. This is not the tin horn.
I
love that.
Which was really the same subject.
I love
it. Really was.
The more he talks about it, he starts to get more and more angry.
Yeah, I love that. And I want to tell the person that was sending you all these things. Now people try to get you to watch based on stuff I guess you are interested in. Obviously, we have football. I don't know who you are, but the person who edited and put together every rant of Nick Saban, the best he's ever done, and put them all in one little montage.
That's a goal.
I don't know who you are, but I want to say thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right,
I always enjoy that.
So here is, I guess this is Tuesday's press conference.
This week, yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Gauge offensive growth when the quality of opponent can vary. Utah State, Texas, and now ULM this week.
Well, but that's your opinion on quality of opponent. All right, it's not mine. All right, I respect all the people that we play, and I respect winning and what you have to do to win. All right, so and every player should not be focused on who they're playing against relative to their motivation, but every player should want to be the best player they can be. So why would it matter whether we're playing Texas or playing somebody else? That's how you get good. That's how you develop the right habits. That's how you're consistent. I've told you guys more than once, when I was in the NFL, I watched players, I didn't know who they were playing against. I was just evaluating them. So that means when we play a team that's not as good as somebody else, you don't play as good. So you let the opponent determine how you play. You let the score determine how you play. You determine where you're playing. All right, that determines how you play. So when you get evaluated, what's somebody think? Oh, this guy plays pretty good at home. I don't think we'll draft him. Does that make sense?
It really does. Yeah.
Is he still going? Is there some more good on there?
Well, I don't think it gets any better. I think that's the meat of it.
I think was it last week that he's doing away with depth charts. He's no longer sharing the depth chart because people were asking questions about who should play where and all that. He said, "That's it. I'm not going to put another depth chart."
He makes a good point. We've all dealt with this in athletics at one level or another, and I don't think it comes natural. But at some point you realize if you're playing or coaching, you're playing against yourself. And you have to get better every time you go out there, whether it's practice or a game. And if you're focused on you, not your opponent, that is when you actually can get better. And certainly there's more hype around a Texas than there is Louisiana Monroe or whatever. But from a player standpoint, if you're studying your assignment, your blocks, your move, your routes, your reads, and you get better and you just focus on that, not who's covering you or who you're trying to tackle, that is when you get better. Right. And we've all, I think all of us that have played and coached, you come to that realization at some point. But when you're a kid, you don't necessarily see it that way. But it's when you get that is one of the key things to actually getting better at what you do.
Well, yeah, and that should, because very few of us are going to end up playing at the highest level of any sport. But that ought to be your approach to your job.
Yeah, well, life. It spills back over into life.
Your job, your responsibilities. I can't imagine that anybody's okay with being mediocre at what they do. How can anybody be okay with that? I mean, how can anybody is there? You do not have a just even? Does that not bother you? And that's the point he's making.
Yeah.
I mean, does it not bother you that you don't do it well? That you're phoning it in? That doesn't bother you?
Yeah.
I mean, and so yeah. I mean, I kind of try to do everything. I mean, want to do. I don't always reach the goal, sadly, but that's because of my limitations, not because I'm not. That's not my goal.
Right.
You know,
Right.
that I try to get better at everything I do.
Yeah,
I come out there and do it the best I can do it every time.
I don't know if we have enough time for it, but 8 here, Deion Sanders is somebody else that I love hearing, and a lot of his videos come out talking about how kids don't love what they're doing. They like it. They're worried about likes on Instagram and stuff because he was brought up about Florida State, and Miami, and he was like, I don't know what's happened because it used to be if you didn't win the state, you were out of it.
Yeah.
And we have a little bit of that. I don't know if we have time for it, but it's on the same lines as what Saban said.
I mean,
you know, I love hearing Deion quotes now as a coach because it's totally different what he was as a player, but he's right now.
Okay, I think we can get it in. So here's Deion Sanders along the same lines.
Once upon a time, Florida State, Miami, and the Florida Gators were in the top 10.
Every year.
And if you lost one game, which we did to Miami my last 2 years, you're done for the national championship. If you lost in state, you're done. And now, man, I don't know what's going on. I think it starts at the crib. It starts at home. We're so soft with our kids, and we're guarding them and protecting their feelings and emotion that we're not raising dogs, man. We're raising cats. We're raising mama's boys, man, and daddy's dream kid. Instead of getting on these kids, making sure they fight for what they want. I don't even see kids today thinking about, man, I can't wait to work my butt off so I can retire my mama. Man, they think about how many followers they could get, man. How many likes they get on a post. Not being great. How many offers they can assume from colleges. Not being the best. And this has to stop. And they're doing one thing. They're specializing in one thing. It's all season basketball, all season football, all season. They're not even having fun. They don't even love it like they used to. They like it. Just like Instagram, they like it.
Good stuff.
Yep, that's true.
Coach Prime.
It's good to hear other men talking about those things because sometimes you start thinking.
Yeah.
At one time, I thought we were the only place that said don't deny your kids a struggle. But we're starting to hear that more and more. You know why? Because people say, you know what, this was the wrong thing to do. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Mad at him. He don't like him. There's just not really. I don't think he's ever been really criticized for pimping that home run or anything. It was just the first one that Strickland gave up to him. He has his glove over him, and he's dog cussing Bryce as he goes around first, and now he's staring him down as he runs around. I just don't think Strickland likes him, and he took it to the next level and let his personal feelings get
Well,
involved.
you make a great point. When they strike the side out, man, they fist pump.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about a product called Eden Pure. When you think about your home, and there's certain parts of your home that of course, if you ever, no matter how many times you go in there, usually if it's something to do with a basement or something like that, there's this musty smell, and you've done everything you can do to get rid of it. Okay, but have you ever walked out into the backyard after a thunderstorm moved through, and how fresh the air smells and how wonderful that is? What if you could make every room in your house smell like a thunderstorm just came through? Well, that's what Eden Pure Thunderstorm Air Purifier is all about. And here's what I want to show you. We have them. We got this is the size of it. I want you to look at this. If you've seen other products that try to make these same claims, I mean, some of them are really big. They're real bulky, and this is it. We're going to get you a 3-pack because that way that can get most of your house. And what this does is it eliminates odors. It doesn't just cover them. It kills mold. It kills mildew, bacteria. All the viruses that you see out there, and you're trying to say, I want to be breathing clean air. And so if you would like to get these, we're going to get you $200 off. Now I want you to think about that. I mean, look at you, Bubba. You walk around. Can you believe it? I mean, I remember having walkie-talkies bigger than that. I know. I mean, and so this is so. Come in, Rick. Come in, Bubba. Come in. Come in. We're going to get you $200 off an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for your whole home protection. 3 units for under $200. That's a fraction of the cost. If you've seen other air purifiers out there, they can go up to $600. Put one in your basement, bedroom, family room, kitchen, or anywhere you need clean, fresh air. And with a special order, you're getting 3 units for under $200. So shipping also is going to be free. Bubba, what shipping's free too?
Shipping is free.
Is it free?
Rick, shipping is free.
Shipping will be free. So here it is right now. So go to this website, Eden, like the Garden of Eden, EdenPureDeals, DEALS.com. EdenPureDeals.com, and our discount code is Rick and Bubba 3. Rick and Bubba, then the number 3. Okay, EdenPureDeals.com. Rick and Bubba is the code. Save $200 and have your home smelling like a thunderstorm just moved through.
Sure,
and they should.
all this,
and if you don't want them to fist bump, hit the ball.
Yeah,
and what if a guy hit a home run and fist pump? Then it would be.
Oh.
Yeah, and I think he hits Bryce Harper. There's 2 outs. It's a 2-0 count. Perfect time to hit somebody. So it's obvious what he was doing.
Well, let's go back to this again. When the pitcher's staring him down, is that not considered to be? I think. Look, as long as
a double standard.
As long as it doesn't give the other team an unfair advantage. Yeah. Just work through it. Have you ever seen that story? And it continues. We're looking up right now. We had another zookeeper killed over the weekend. How many times do you think I got
freak
that story?
Gracious.
I know people. Well, freak accident. I don't get this freak accident thing. If you're in an enclosure with a tiger and it attacks you, I wouldn't put that under freak accident.
No, that's actually normal.
Yeah. We'll talk about that when we come back, too. It looks like I got a tiger by the tail. It was over the weekend. We all had it like we liked it. We're all kicked back, and all of a sudden,
the old alert goes off.
Old alert goes across the phone. Tiger Woods, DUI, arrested.
What was it, 4 in the morning?
He was being processed at 7:18 in the morning, but I think they encountered him what time? 4?
About 4 a.m.
About 4 a.m.
The only thing you should be doing at 4 a.m. is going to your early morning job.
Can I tell you this, Bubba? I kid you not. There's been a number of things that have happened like this over the weekend, these weird deals that come up. I had just finished a discussion on Sunday morning on the way to church with the boys about curfews.
Mm-hmm.
And I was quoting our dads. I quoted your dad.
Oh, I've had it. I've had the same conversation lately.
Yeah, about, nothing good happens after a certain time.
How many of these stories do we read where something has happened and it starts with at 2 a.m.?
Okay, those words, I use those same words Sunday morning. And I said,
even if it ain't you, it may be the other cat out there that's gonna you be the victim.
And we talked about how people, the longer you're out later, the more people more likely to be intoxicated or whatever. And I used your dad's line. This was directly from Bubba's dad. And I said, so guys, if it's all about how much time you want to spend with your friends, just get together earlier.
Leave earlier was what I got.
Yeah, y'all start.
I really didn't have a good answer for that.
Yeah, why don't y'all get together around 5:30 instead of 7:30?
Yeah.
And just that way you spend more time together. But by this time, we're going to be in the house by this time, and that's just the deal. And so anyway, we were talking about that very same thing, and then I used the example. When we do stories on the show about people being arrested, people being intoxicated, people being high, it always starts with post-midnight. So anyway, again, the thing with the Tiger Woods story, and hey, that mugshot's looking fantastic.
Yeah. That is one of the classics. I'm with you, Greg. Nick Nolte, maybe the only one that's in that league,
Yeah, and I know a lot of you are, and someone, the funniest, saddest, but funniest line I've seen is the person who says, has Tiger Woods been radicalized to Islam? Because it looks like a mugshot of the latest terrorist we've rounded up. Yeah. But anyway, and somewhere Darius Rucker called one his sad look back.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, here we come. We're going to get you. From the No Name Studio from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the team, all here and ready to go. And welcome back for a brand new hour. It is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, let's go ahead and jump into the never-ending... Here we go. COVID update. The high priest of health himself, Fauci. It's anecdotal. Fauci and his nemesis Rand Paul go at it again.
Oh, I love this.
Anytime these two are chatting, you just love it. So Rand Paul is so put out with Fauci's shucking and jiving and not being straightforward and not being transparent about his dealings and how he gets royalties and who he gets paid and the deals he's cut over the years. Let me tell y'all something. One, Fauci has gone to the bank. And Rand Paul has had enough of it, and he is really, really hoping that the midterm elections go the way of the Republicans, and he has a little word to say to his favorite. What is Fauci's title? Even?
What is it? National
Institute of Allergy and Infectious.
Yeah, infectious diseases or something.
National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases Director.
For a minute, we were mumbling worse than the president.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to stop. I didn't want to talk over him, but and his title's there on the screen with us.
Okay, good. All right, so here comes. What are his credentials? Is he? I know that the first lady's a doctor. Is Fauci a doctor?
Oh,
she's a heck of a doctor. Yeah, according to Whoopi Goldberg, she's fantastic. Matter of fact,
Fauci's wonderful.
She sees patients every day. One of my fellow doctors, Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. So here we go. Rand Paul to Dr. Fauci.
Immunology. Any of the guidelines for vaccines? Do any of the guidelines for vaccines from the government include previous infection as something to base your decision making on with vaccines? Do any of the guidelines involve previous infection? That's why you're ignoring previous infection, because it doesn't involve any of the guidelines. And furthermore, we've been asking you, and you refuse to answer, whether anybody on the vaccine committees gets royalties from the pharmaceutical companies. I asked you last time, and what was your response? We don't have to tell you. Right. We've demanded them through Freedom of Information Act, and what have you said? We're not going to tell you. But I tell you this, when we get in charge, we're going to change the rules, and you will have to divulge where you get your royalties from what companies, and if anybody in the committee has a conflict of interest, we're going to learn about it. I promise you that.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that, please?
May.
Okay, there are two aspects for what you said. You keep saying you approve, you do this, you do that. The committees that give the approval are FDA through their advisory committee. The committees that recommend are CDC through their advisory committee. And you keep saying, I'm the one that's approving a vaccine based on certain data. So I don't really understand, with all due respect, Senator.
You're the one that said you would not reveal what companies gave you royalties or what company gave the other scientists royalties.
Gotta move
That's
on.
what you told the committee.
Senator Paul,
Sir,
you gotta move on.
Could I please answer that?
Briefly,
you
yes.
keep asking committees. They're not my committees. They're the VRPAC committee for the FDA and the ACIP for the CDC. So I don't have any idea what goes on.
And they won't reveal, as well as you won't reveal.
The point, see, he's dodging the question.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to do with what this is. These two committees do all this. You're acting like I'm involved in it. And what Rand Paul, I think, was trying to say is I'm asking you, will you tell us whether you get royalties from these companies or not? And are any of the other scientists that are working on this, who gets royalties from these pharmaceutical companies if they're rolling out vaccines? That's what we want to know. And he never says, well, I don't get royalties from these companies.
I mean, they've created all these rules now where drug reps, can't go in and do this or give them pins or whatever, all this silly stuff. But we don't know what drug companies are giving royalties to the people who are actually deciding these vaccine things. Y'all, we wouldn't allow that in anything else, and we're talking about our health with this.
I mean, wouldn't y'all think? And again, he won't answer the question.
And Fauci does have influence on those committees.
You better believe
because he is the highest paid civilian in this country that we pay out of the tax dollars. So he has some responsibility in this. If he doesn't, then he's way overpaid.
Right.
But the point is, we don't know what he's doing. And this goes back to the thing of the money that is given to research. So we have institutions that are given government grants to do research. Well, when they make a discovery, the person who makes the discovery gets the patent, not the government back or not the institution. So this kind of gets into this songwriting thing we always have to deal with. Who legitimately should hold the patent on that? Who should profit from it? And should they have to pay back the people who gave them seed money to begin with? There should be some goal in there so that these guys work to discover this stuff, but I don't know that they should get rich off of our taxpayer dollars and us as taxpayers get nothing back.
What the Rand Pauls of the world want to know, and I want to know as an American citizen, and I really don't care which party finds out for me.
No.
But I think we all, and I'm not, let's just say that, let's go back to when masks were all the craze, okay? And some people still wear them all the time. And
Yeah, especially if you're from California.
And that's your business, okay? What if you found out that Bubba and I which somehow we had influence, and you found out that we were saying that, look, we've talked to these committees, and the mask, this particular mask is the one that will do the best job, and there's no mask that's better than it.
Right.
And this is the one you need if you want to make sure you minimize your infection, okay? And you found out that Bubba and I got royalties off those type masks, okay? The other masks we didn't get royalties off of, but we got royalties off those. Wouldn't you question our motivation?
Well, yeah, you should.
I mean, wouldn't
you should.
And you found out, so that particular mask, they actually get a royalty off of. And you would want to know that, wouldn't you? If we're up here espousing about those masks, you'd want to know if we got any action on that, wouldn't you?
I would think you would.
And it may be that somebody can have action on something and still be giving you untainted information. I still want to know it, because I know human nature.
Yeah, then I can weigh that into my assessment of what I'm being told and everything else.
Right. It's
called full disclosure, transparency, and then let the cards fall where they may. You may go, well, no, those are still the best masks, so I want to go with that.
So I know how this is going to go. If I'm a Republican, okay, I think that what Rand Paul did, that he really made Fauci look dumb. If I'm a Democrat, I say, well, he answered his question. I don't know what y'all think about Rand Paul and see what's happening, though. But let's now take our Republican, our Democrat, our Independent, whatever. Let's remove all those titles, and let's ask all of ourselves this question. Did Dr. Fauci answer the question whether he gets royalties off these vaccines?
No.
Okay. Did he answer the question, are there any scientists that are making these decisions that get royalties off certain vaccines?
No.
Okay. So we all can agree, no matter what our politics are, that Fauci never told us whether he got royalties or not.
Yeah, well,
he never has laid out how the royalties work. Is that a fair question?
I think
a fair statement.
I think it's very fair.
Yeah. So, because I know how it's going to go. We answered the question. Matter of fact, Rand Paul's looks stupid because he don't know how these committees work. I don't know why y'all think that's something.
Well,
but we're looking for who gets the royalties. We're all looking for that.
In political ads, you have to acknowledge who paid for it.
Right.
We have fairness in advertising laws. You can't just get on here and run commercials that say crazy stuff. You have to actually back it up.
Yeah.
But we don't have that same transparency in the drug industry.
Rick and Bubba.
Anyway, the
wagon wheel.
The wagon wheel ran over him.
And just guys.
He was under the wagon wheel.
And I know it's been discussed, but the thing I can't get past is, he's got issues, he's got problems. Hey, it's a DUI. And then he claims now today that it was prescription drugs and side effects, but then he refused a breathalyzer. If you're not drunk on alcohol and it's something to do with prescription drugs you're on, then you take the breathalyzer and it clears you. Okay? So that's all. I mean, the only way you...
Well, this all sounds like it's almost like a plan.
Right.
If we have to go to that envelope and open it, here is our plan. Don't take the breathalyzer, get booked, claim your own prescription.
It really does look that way. Because then here's another thing. What are you out doing, rolling around at 4 o'clock in the morning? Where are you coming from? Why don't we look where he's coming from?
Because he looks sleepy. I don't want you driving.
Right. And then you go back to the other thing. Because of Tiger's other escapades, he doesn't have, and you do have to earn it back, and it takes time. He's not there yet. He's not honest. I mean, he's had a lifestyle of lies. And then the weirdest thing, and Greg brought this up, was they went and got a quote from one of his former mistresses.
Oh, several.
Yeah, why are we getting quotes from them for?
Well,
yeah, but why does somebody tell you we need to talk to?
And his current girlfriend, who was shopping at the time.
Right.
And they've got a witness that saw all that and claims she started, saying certain things. And, of course, she had to finish her shopping trip $5,000 later.
Right. Well, let's go back to this. If you want to ask his ex-wife and the mother of his children to comment, I see that. You want to ask who he's currently with, comment. I see that. You want to ask about any other member of his family that's close to him. Why are we going and asking these women that he used to run around with? I thought that didn't make any sense. I mean, that's crazy.
They were still up from their shift. Yeah. They were available for a comment.
Bambi.
So they just finished their shift.
So Tiger Woods survived, the whole dismantling of his world and lost some sponsors, but we were discussing had retained some, like he'd kind of weathered that storm.
I was shocked and now he more had what he had. Really.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah.
When's the last time he played, Hams? Do you know?
He actually played in February in Dubai, played one round and pulled out, and then prior to that, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So he's had these runs where he thinks he's better. He's going to go out and play, and he'll play a round or two, plays mediocre, and he pulls out, and then a lot of people question, was he hurt or is he just not playing well? And that's been going on for several years.
So this is what he currently has that's at stake over this. Nike Golf, $20 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
$20 million. Bridgestone Golf, $2 million per year. They pay him to use their golf balls. Hero Motor Company, $8 million per year. It's an Indian motorbike maker. Upper Deck, undisclosed. He has a deal with them. Kawa, C-O-W-A, undisclosed. It's a Japanese pharmaceutical firm. And TaylorMade Golf, undisclosed amounts. He signed with them in 2017 and now uses their clubs.
Nike did away with their clubs, and that's the reason
line.
he had to be picked up from somebody else.
They say he's worth about $740 million here in the article.
It's almost a billionaire. Almost.
Yeah. Monster.
And here's
Monster
what's
was paying
even after you
$2
give
million
that
a
away
year.
to his wife.
Yeah.
Imagine what he would have one for that.
Yeah.
Because she got a bunch.
Yeah.
Got an island out of the deal.
They say when he was pulled over, he was driving away from his $83 million home and restaurant, The Woods. I had no idea he had a restaurant. I didn't know that. But anyway, he was driving erratically, pulled over in his 2015 Mercedes-Benz. The cop said he smelled alcohol on his breath.
Of course he did.
Which is grounds for
prescription drugs don't smell.
No, they don't.
Normally, no.
For being cuffed in Florida. So the cop says he had every right to cuff him and bring him in. Now, here's what's so I don't think this is going to stop for Tiger. It's going to be pretty embarrassing, they say. The dash cam footage of the arrest, they say, will probably be released today or tomorrow.
That'll solve it.
And the officer claims that he was arrogant and didn't really act professionally, and Tiger in his statement says he did, so we'll find out.
Well, again, his restaurant, The Woods, I'm going to bet in that restaurant there's more likely to be a bar than a pharmaceutical pharmacy, don't you think?
Yeah.
So he probably, if he smelled like alcohol, wouldn't take a breathalyzer. I'm not a detective, but I'm going to say that this is what he's come out with today is a bunch of hogwash.
Yeah.
Your phone call's coming up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. How's everybody? Y'all good? Hope y'all having a good day today. Best you can. And we're trying to have some fun and update you at the same time. Even when we're updating things that aren't a lot of fun, the way we do it, I hope sometimes can at least be somewhat fun. And John Lennon.
Can I follow up on that last segment just briefly, Rick?
Sure.
In the email,
Sure.
Got several drug reps who have emailed and said we have a thing called the Sunshine Act.
Oh, Sunshine.
Said former pharmaceutical rep and said the Sunshine Act was created for us to report everything of value we give to a healthcare provider. So if we do lunch, we report it. Snacks, medical books, speaking honorariums. You can look up any doctor and see who is giving them money, except apparently for Fauci.
Yep. Never once did he
So
say.
why doesn't the good Dr. Fauci fall under all this?
Can I tell you this? If I was sitting in his position with everything that is going on,
Because he's the man.
and all the different, trying to decipher propaganda versus true science versus politics versus everything. If I were sitting in his position, no matter, I wouldn't play the little trick of, well, you don't know how these committees work. You're asking what I'm doing. I would say, but let me be clear.
Yeah, let me show you exactly.
Let me be clear, since the American people, as a civilian, I am the highest paid civilian that the taxpayers pay for, okay? Since that is the case, okay, I want to be crystal clear. I'm here to do everything I can possibly do to minimize the loss of life and the destruction of our country during things like epidemics and pandemics, and I receive zero royalties from any pharmaceutical company that might be producing a vaccine or a drug that helps us in the process of fighting it. I get zero royalties because I don't want to be in that position with this important job. That wouldn't that just be how refreshing did that sound?
Oh, I know.
Sounds pretty good.
But by the way, we're not getting that.
No.
All right, so now, Bubba,
not even close.
up next, Biden. What? Joey. They love each other, Joey.
Anybody know
Basement Joe? I got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
Joe.
I'm down there where the basketball team, best basketball is.
Corn pop.
Think I'm the only white guy down there.
Yeah.
But is it Gretchen? So now Gretchen Whitmore, the Queen of Michigan. We're now going to see the president holding hands with Queen Whitmer at the Detroit Auto Show. And then we have various, they're very short audio clips, God love him, of our president attempting to say some things that are at times are unintelligible. Like us at times.
Is that Jill in the mask?
Yeah, and so and then he gets confused leaving the stage again. So, a Detroit Auto Show. First of all, here he is. Let's see, it's
so uncomfortable. Why is he holding the governor's hand?
Yeah, here
Why
he.
has she got a mask and nobody else?
I'll tell you why she's holding his hand, because she's trying to be sure he can not get lost on where he needs to go.
And he's
That's what it
creepy
looks like, doesn't it?
And he's creepy.
Does he think he's holding Jill's hand and then sees her and realizes I got the wrong one?
But that's not out of the realm
Everybody
of
else in this
possibility.
picture does not have a mask on except Jill.
Right.
Well, Jill's probably cussing in her mask because her husband's holding hands with some lady for some reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about Jill being here.
Didn't he turn down Whitmer to take Kamala?
Yes.
I thought
Yes.
so. He did.
She was up there. She was up there on the list.
Right.
He's
I
like,
feel-
ooh, I don't know what I was thinking.
I feel so bad for that security guy. I
feel so bad for him.
I feel so bad for her. When you look at her, she really does. She does look like in a Disney show, an evil queen, doesn't she?
She really does.
Is she really? I feel so bad for her. All right. So next we're going to have.
He's around equipment.
Watch him attempt to say the United States of America.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake. This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Listen, everybody
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
For God's sake.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
United States.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Save that one.
Yeah.
Save that one.
Why is he always mad and hollering?
Because he's a cranky old man with dementia. That's why.
Yeah, they tend to do that.
Because it's the United States of America.
Yeah,
For God's sake.
It's the United States of America.
I'm trying to be sharp, and I'm going to deliver it.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Let's see if we can even try to say
I
it
thought
back.
he said it's the United States Camaro.
Okay. All right, say that in your mind when he says this time.
This is the United States of America, for God's
gosh.
sake.
Camaro.
This is the United States Camaro. God sakes. You grab another one of my plums off my trees. You kids. God sakes.
Get out of my yard.
Again, it's almost like his tongue. His tongue, it just can't play with everybody else. You know what I mean? It's like
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
If his tongue was a position player, the coach would be going, "Come on, man, let's go."
Why are you so lethargic?
Why would you not? Let's go, man.
He's dragging. Speedy, I know your point, but for some reason I'm cringing.
I was too,
Bob.
Yeah, it's just because it doesn't
picture
sound like it can catch up.
It's the United States of America. God sakes.
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
Oh, man, that's so much worse than I thought it was going to be.
My fellow Americans, you are going to deserve everything you get if you don't change this government quickly.
All right, this next one, we're not done. Don't you think we're done? Now, he's going to attempt to isn't he going to attempt to thank them for the invitation? Now, catch this one.
Yeah.
Whitmer, thank you for the invitation today. Whitmer, thank you for the invitation today.
Oh, my gosh.
Whitmer, thank you for the invitation today.
Everdation?
The Everdation here for Camara.
Today.
Queen Whitmer, thank you for the Everdation.
And thanks for holding my hand.
Camara?
Your hair smells good.
Whitmer, thank you for the invitation today.
Oh, my goodness. And your hair smells fantastic.
Here at Americamar.
United States Camara.
You know who my favorite magician is? All right. So now we're going to see the president, after all this, get confused on leaving the stage again.
Oh, man.
What? Bubba, please.
Not that way, sir. Sir, no.
No, back the other
That way.
There
That's
you go.
the way to go. Always.
Always.
It seems like it's always that. Just always go that way, buddy.
Look, now he looks and goes, where am I going? Oh, wait, this is...
Maybe at the end of the teleprompter.
I'm the president of the United States, Camara.
Maybe at the end of the teleprompter, it needs to have an arrow, like exit that way.
Well, he'll say it.
Arrow left.
Once again,
Arrow that way.
American go exit that way.
United States Camara.
Once again, and I know this is happening. I know it's happening. I'm chief of staff. Okay. All right, guys. For the love of all that's good and kind, can we please not let him stand there and not know where to go? How many times have we talked about it and they're all going, we're pointing which way to go?
They need an air horn to blow on the side.
Right. Don't let him wander around up there again. I mean, he's the president of the United States, Camara, for God's sake.
That's so good.
What if somebody had a flashlight, which like would flash it to the side?
Something.
That might
go
scare
to
him.
the light. Yeah,
that
that's
might
true.
scare him.
Why are you flashing it at me? But don't you know this goes on? How does this keep happening? If I'm chief of staff, I'm losing my mind. How does this keep happening?
Yeah.
Guys, it's
for gosh sakes.
I don't know what's going on. Here's a tweet from him yesterday, and it says, "You all know I'm a car guy. Today I visited the Detroit Auto Show and saw firsthand the electric vehicles that give me so many reasons to be optimistic about our future." That car is not an electric vehicle.
No,
the car in the
vet.
picture of the tweet is not an electric vehicle.
Who's chief of staff? Because you know he didn't type that. That's somebody doing his social media. He couldn't type it that. No
You
way.
better get on that power grid if we're going to be charging all of them.
Yeah.
We might want to upgrade it.
Your phone calls are next. We got a lot out there. We've thrown a lot at you. So we'll hear your comments, your topics, whatever you want to talk about. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Their tiger story, sad story. Hamilton zookeeper Rosa King, Bubba, they called her the Shining Light there at the zoo, has been killed by a tiger there at the zoo. You can imagine anytime there's animal attacks now after us, I'm trying to bring attention to the did you see the other one too, where a shark jumped out of the water and killed somebody?
Yeah.
Out of the
No, he didn't kill anybody.
Yeah,
he just landed in the boat.
Trying to kill someone.
Well, man,
Killed the
couldn't get
boat.
him out. The guy had to call for rescue to come get him.
Hey, I came out of the water into the boat.
Great white.
Yeah, so
Killed
how about
6 people.
How about when a great white comes out of the water though into the boat?
They say they've never seen that.
Well, what'd you say, Greg? Say it again.
They said they've never seen that, Rick.
Again?
That's right.
They've never seen it.
They've never seen it.
So
I may have jumped into the water.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
All right. So
his buddy might have been in there.
We're trying to figure out what exactly happened here because they're saying, from what I've gathered, and it's very hard. I wish the story would just say, here's what happened. They said that apparently when they start feeding these animals, they have the different cages that drop down. You know how you even see at the circus back when you could have a circus, because you can't have nothing now. But when they're trying to decide which tiger can come in, which one can't,
it walls them off.
They wall them off and they get them in these sections. Undoubtedly, there was a breakdown there, and I'm totally speculating because the story is not very clear. They're just calling it a freak accident. And to me, a tiger attacking a person is not a freak accident. So the freak accident has to be with how she ended up in the enclosure with the tiger at a zoo. So, because this is not a place where people roll around on the ground and pet tigers and all that.
It says witnesses recalled hearing screams, and keepers desperately tried to distract Tigers with a piece of meat as visitors were evacuated from the zoo.
Well, and they're saying, and get the tigers, you're right, plural, under control.
But I think you're right, Rick. I think either she was getting the food ready or doing something in one of the little enclosures, and she thought it was cut off, and apparently it wasn't, and the tiger entered the enclosure she was in.
Bam.
It's amazing how people will put in the story the tiger. They're back singular again. The tiger involved was believed to be fine. Well, who cares about that? I mean,
believe me, I don't think she could hurt the tiger.
Yeah, can we get through the mourning process before we go back and talk about for the people that love this human being who was killed? It said so. Anyway, they're saying it was a horrifying scene. Said the people were asked to leave. They didn't know whether it was because when you get the panic, what's the first thing you think if the zoo starts panicking? Something's out. Something's out. But they said it was not out, nor did it ever escape out to get to the people that were there at the zoo. Sadly, though, it did kill the zookeeper. Now think about this for a minute, and this goes back to this thing where we tried to live in a cartoon world involving wild animals. And one day all this will be resolved, but we're not there yet. We're still in the fallen creation. Is the tigers were being fed regularly and being taken care of.
Oh, yeah.
And they still killed a human being when the human being was available.
Rick, here is a witness.
There's meat laying around.
Here's a witness that put on Facebook that she'd been visiting when staff told her to run. Okay? She said she fled thinking a tiger was on the loose in the zoo. But believed something had gone wrong with a keeper and a tiger. She kept taking pictures of as keepers ran up into neighboring enclosures. She said, we didn't know what was happening, but they looked worried. I carried on walking down the hill toward the next enclosure when someone shouted, run. A group of us ran into the keeper's room for about 10 minutes until a keeper came in and said we could leave. At this point, we understood by the reaction of the staff that something was going on inside the enclosure. We could see staff members on the other side of the fence with pieces of meat trying to get the situation under control. It was heartbreaking to see them trying to help.
Wow, that's a tough scene. But you're right. If people dressed in the zoo uniform scream run, let's put that on the list of things we don't want to hear at the zoo.
That's time to dig.
How about I do not want to hear at the zoo run from someone who's working at the zoo.
No,
I mean, hey,
because usually they would be saying stay calm.
Look, when you think about a zoo, the list of pestilence, it's a long list.
Oh, I know.
There's all kinds of things that could be going wrong.
Oh yeah.
Because nobody thinks that the llama's loose.
No.
I mean, it
charging giraffes usually not the problem.
No. Let me tell you, we start thinking things that can rip us limb for limb or kill us instantly.
Or venom.
Sure, or venom. There's a lot of. Like I said, it's a bad list at the zoo.
Oh, I know.
You get a run at the zoo.
And think we pay to go in there.
Gosh, and how about this? And buddy, I can dig when I'm scared. Man, I can run hard.
Yeah, but Rick, I go back.
My
to that
speed is almost supernatural. What?
I go back to the safari that you were on, and y'all were, and then the guide said, "Don't run because you'll just be tired when they catch you."
Yeah. It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Chatting with America, and we'll start with Patrick. Patrick is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Welcome to the program, Patrick. Go right ahead. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, I love y'all show because y'all tell it how it is.
Thank you,
Second of all, y'all just proved this morning to America why we're in such bad shape because of the president we got.
Well, it is unnerving, unsettling is another word. When you see a president with so much responsibility to seem to be, getting more and more incoherent. It's hard to watch. Joe in South Carolina, but that's why elections matter. Joe, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys. Awesome show as usual.
Thank you.
My question for you guys, I wanted your opinion. You have one of the founding members of Alabama in the state of Alabama got caught with I guess you would call it the devil's cabbage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do they not have can you not, in the state of Alabama, can you not have written them a ticket? And what's y'all's opinion on that instead of taking them to jail? I mean, because we are in the United States of Camara.
That's good.
right.
For
That's
goodness
right.
sakes. I don't know about that.
I really don't know the rules on that. I don't know the deal. I don't know what Cherokee County law is on it, and I really can't comment.
Yeah, I've never lived in the world of ganja.
Yeah.
The
devil's lettuce?
Yeah.
Big Chief?
Big Chief.
The long leaf hole?
Yeah. You know, there is one way not to have the police deal with you is to not have it. You know,
Right,
there's that. But and by the way, anybody shocked at, hey, a musician was smoking dope. What?
Yep.
Brian, next thing you'll hear is Bama fans drinking beer.
And again, study after study shows that it is a gateway drug, and it does tremendous damage to your brain.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a fact that is undeniable. So fooling with that is just silly, in my opinion.
Brian in Alabama. Hey, Brian, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say I watched a documentary the other night on the Hoover Dam and the water crisis in Lake Mead.
Yeah.
And if it keeps going down, they're not going to be able to send water or electricity to California for all them cars.
Yeah, they're in
Well
desperate
said.
need. They've been having long-term drought. Now they got some flooding a couple of weeks ago, but I guess the flooding was not in the right place.
Yeah, not the right place.
So California has snubbed their nose at a lot of things, even on a higher level than the United States of America for a long time. And many of us go, well, why does God let them get away with it? But slow to anger, but it all comes around.
Yeah, slow to anger does not mean to never anger.
Yeah, great weather is no replacement for I can't have water or electricity.
No, the weather's not that good.
No.
Belinda in the great state of Mississippi. Belinda, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just wanted to add to about how to get Biden off the stage.
Okay.
The best way to do that is having a guy standing on the side waving an ice cream cone, and that way he'll just run to it.
He'll go right to it. That works for me
that's
too.
Great, yeah. That's how we get Bubba out of here every day.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's really good. David in the great state of Texas. David, go ahead.
Rick, you was talking earlier about that Gretchen woman from Michigan looking like a Disney character. I think she looks more like the HOA lady off over the hedge. I'll put a picture of her up there and compare the two.
Who is that? I'm not familiar. Is that a show?
It's a Disney movie. I got a little boy, so he watched it when he was younger.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. But, yeah, right in there, the Disney character. So, yeah. All right, let's go to Cody in the great state of Tennessee. Cody.
Green Acres, fellas.
Thanks for the call, brother. How's everything in Tennessee?
Oh, it is sunny and beautiful.
Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it is.
So, the Detroit Auto Show. Are y'all familiar with a TikToker by the name of Daniel Mack?
I am not.
I am not.
I am not. No, I'm not.
So he's the boy who goes around asks everybody what they do for a living because they're in these nice, big fancy cars.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right.
And he had gotten President Biden when he was in an electric Cadillac. And he had asked him, what he did for a living, and he was like, I make this country run and try and get everybody in electric vehicles. But just the expression on his face, I know y'all talked about, these videos where you're like, it's just sad, watching him now. And I never really got that till yesterday when I saw that.
Oh, okay. So that was your big wake-up call. That really revealed it to you?
Like, it just not be on mainstream media, just somebody's TikTok,
No, I understand. I understand exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, there's moments when you look at it, especially if you've had friends or family members that they've gone down this really difficult process of losing their cognitive skills. You see the signs of it. You see the facial expressions. You see the body movements. You see the shuffling of the feet. And those blank looks on the face and all that. It really is sad. Of course, it's sad, but really it just affects those of us who love them. Mm-hmm. When someone's running the free world, it's sad, but it's also scary. And that so there's a couple of emotions running.
I've got that if you guys want it, or
Yeah, y'all want to see this?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
All right, here we go.
Hey, excuse me. Your car is awesome. What do you do for a living?
Well, I'm married to Jill Biden, and I make sure we're making a lot more electric vehicles in America.
Oh, that's amazing. What kind of car is this?
It's a Cadillac.
Okay. And an electric vehicle at that.
That's exactly right, and it's quick.
That's awesome. Well, thank you
If you
so
want
much.
to get in the back and come ride with me. But I'm going all the way to Washington from here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. See you guys. But they want to go to Washington.
I just met the president.
Okay. For a minute, I don't think he knew he was president. So it was
All right.
He was trying to be funny.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
God
I'll
love
give
him.
him that.
Hey, God,
I'll give him
I don't. Oh, but do I take Rich's call out of Hoover, Alabama?
I got no
You're
more than
the
that,
only
Rick.
one that can tell,
Yeah.
see
we
what
can't
he's
see
saying.
it.
Well,
Yeah.
and even I am a little shaky because I wear the we tried to name them progressive lenses. They're bifocals.
Okay.
And this is at the distance where each part of the bifocals they don't know which one of them should look at this. so you can't. A lot of times it's just blurry because the bottom says I'm not sure it's me, and the top says is it me? It's at a distance where both of them are fighting to see it, and it's really odd. But anyway, Bubba, just hang on to yourself because this is. You got surgery next week, so don't get stirred up.
No, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm in a good place.
Yeah,
You know that.
Rich, go ahead. Rich? Who? Mitch. All right, Mitch, go ahead.
Well, I want to talk to Bubba about, he keeps on saying that the 80s was the greatest decade. He didn't live the 70s, so I'd like to correct him on that. The 70s were fantastic. You had all of the classic rock that you guys listen to now was not classic. It was first time on the stage from Fleetwood Mac to Franklin
Time out.
to
We're not trolling.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on.
Sir, in the 70s, how old were you? I'm actually doing a study on this.
I went through the teenagers.
That's it.
Teenage years
Okay.
during that time.
So, see, I
you
think
had
the
backyard
90s.
football,
Okay.
backyard football,
Yeah.
fried chicken at the house, smelling through the neighborhood. It was just the greatest.
So I have-
decade was the 70s.
Yeah, of course you weren't having to pay the 21%
listen,
interest rates
this
your
is-
parents were.
Well, I know, but here's the thing. You were a teenager in the 80s, right?
I was a teenager. Let's see. I started 82. I was 18, so I was a teenager in the 70s too.
Okay.
Well, I went from 13 all the way to 19 through the 70s, so I got a little taste of it all. It was fantastic.
I've actually been asking people this question
he
because I
based
think
the
it's the
decade on music.
I think it's the 90s, and that was my teenage years. This guy said the 70s because it was. I think your mindset is based on the teenage years.
Hams.
Because I can come up with a lot of things just like y'all can when it comes to the
Hams. Y'all are both just
the
dead
90s.
wrong. I'm sorry.
That's
I
fine.
love you both.
But that's your opinion, and that's fine. I'm doing a little study behind it, and what I'm saying is everybody that I've asked this question to, because I'm interested in it, because I did think it was just me, they're saying the teenage years.
Sir,
That's the only reason I asked.
I understand the music part of that. I got that. But there is no way you can say the 70s was the greatest decade of all time when you had Jimmy Carter as president.
It's just not possible.
And we had cars on the side of the road that run out of gas because they could only buy gas on odd or even days and all that stuff. I mean, that's crazy. 21% interest rate. Hey, good luck getting a house.
Well, it goes back to Helmsley's point. I guess if I was a teenager and I didn't have to buy anything, but again,
the Russians were running roughshod all over the place. We had hostages in Iran. We couldn't get them out. We couldn't even fly our helicopters in the desert at night for sandstorms. We were crashing. It was just a big embarrassment. It's a lot like right now, as a matter of fact.
well, he based the entire decade on his musical taste, and I agree with him musically. The 70s were superior to the 80s, but not life.
Oh, the 80s, we kicked butt, man.
And I was a teenager in the 70s and the 80s, just like you were.
Seriously, when all's said and done, Rick, we step into eternity, everybody's going to agree the 80s were the greatest decade.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. So in this situation, I think instinctively you do run. I'm not going to say you don't.
Now I will say,
but if somebody says run, do you run?
Well,
or
I'll
do
tell
you.
Let me tell you
what
why
do
this.
do?
Let me
in the wild's a little different.
Let me tell you why this is a yes.
What if he's out in the open?
But let me tell you why this is a yes, and this is a terrible thing to say. But it really is the old joke that's been around from the beginning of time, and that is, well, there's a lot of us.
Okay.
Now, if I'm the only one, I don't need to run because that instinct's going to kick up. But there's a bunch of us. I need him to kill other people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
I just don't need to be the slowest one. Right?
So what I'm saying is I do need to dig now and get out in front of enough people that the tiger has enough tacks between me and him that he never gets to me.
You talk about don't be at the end of the line.
Because they don't run past people to get to the front deal.
No, they're going to take whatever's available. So I got to be sure I'm not the only one available.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to dig into
Stragglers beware.
All right, so let's say
may trip someone.
Yeah, I'm now getting. There's going to be a filter between me and the tiger of other people.
All right, so let's say the staff, our staff right here, that we're at a zoo. Who gets eaten? I mean, because when they say
probably the slowest one right now.
I'm afraid but he's shifty though. He can move side to side. I think Bubba still has a chance. Okay. By
Does
the way,
he have his ankle brace on? That's the key.
No, but I got news for y'all too. Let me tell you what all of you.
I'd be like 007. I'd be finding something to throw in his mouth.
Yeah, I see y'all.
Oh, a jack.
Yeah, I see y'all looking at me, but let me just go and let you know this right now. You're grossly underestimating my scared speed. My scared speed, I will shoot like a bullet out of there. I'm talking about. You're thinking I can take Burgess. You can't if I ain't scared. But if I'm scared, you can have a hard time outrunning me. Because remember, this is on my phobia list. Being killed by an animal is my number 1 0.
I just hope it's not a long way we got to run. You know, that's bad.
Right.
Yeah,
Give out a little
I'm
bit.
a little worried. I'm a little worried about my distance.
It's not over an open field, is what you're saying. You get about halfway.
Well, remember, there's a bunch of us. If you, like I say, if you'll just shuck and jive, you don't really even have to be fast. There's a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Well, would you
Split
say
up.
you would get a jack and
I'd grab something and be, be ready to stick it in his mouth.
You know how we talk about how we
laptop.
But you know how we're talking about as we're getting older. Like I had to tell those boys that didn't respect authority in that game I was in.
Sure.
As we get older, we're more dangerous because we can't fool around.
Yeah.
I can actually see me if it keeps going on, getting so tired. I just turn aside. That's it. Come on, let's go. You and me. You know what I mean? And you just say, I'm about to attack this tiger. I'm gonna go after him. I'm gonna freak him out and be running right. We're gonna just lock up.
Put your arms out.
He's gonna get me, but I'm gonna.
So
go
you might
out.
have to find a piece of rope. Use your shirt for a piece of rope.
Yeah. You can't just you can't just let it. You know what they're gonna find out in this too, because I know how they attack. Because look, this is what you got to know. She was in there crouched, putting food out. They always get you from the back.
Oh yeah,
they hit you right there. Try to get that jugular.
I saw a baby goat butt a kid that bent over.
Yeah, do it. Right, really.
Even they know where to go.
But a kid butted a kid. I told you that time that they
knocked him a flip.
They just put a new tiger in at the zoo I was visiting, and it was very. I mean, and it had a big glass thing where you could see in.
The ledgy.
And so the guy was out there, and of course, with kids, while he goes, watch this, and he went over there and actually got down crouched with his back to that tiger, and that tiger boom, hit that glass.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, that's not a fun game. Let's not do that anymore.
No. Crouching tiger.
Well, they got instincts. They got instincts and just switch on. But here, once again, remember what I said about attacks. These were well-fed tigers that were being fed meat, and they killed the human. Somebody make a note of that. 866
Keep a good laser light in your pocket.
Your phone calls are next. We go phone trolling right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Allman Brothers start the hour over the weekend. Bubba, I know you can't mention it. Greg Allman passed away. Also,
did you know, this is trivia, that right out of school he went to college to be a dentist?
I did know that. You know how I knew that? They were doing tributes to him as I was driving Saturday.
Really?
And they brought it up a lot.
Yeah, picture him your dentist.
And Dwayne, his brother, talked him out of it.
Yep.
And said, let's try to have a band.
It worked out pretty good.
And by the way, Dwayne Allman is behind a lot of songs. He came up with the riff for Layla, by the way.
Oh, yeah, he played with everybody. He was on Muscle Shoals, remember the documentary?
Yep.
He lived there.
So Greg
Slept
Allman,
in the studio.
now Greg and Dwayne both gone. And Greg Allman, I think, was right at 70.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. And keep in mind, we were talking about this. So do It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. SimplySafeBubba.com. Hey, burglar busting. We're living in a time, I hate this is the case, but it is, where security is not a given, and it's best to have your property protected and to protect those that you love the most. We're not just talking about stuff, but protecting the people in your home, protecting your business, your property, whatever the case may be. You need all that. And the good news about SimplySafeBubba.com, even if you're renting, the landlord's good with this. When they started putting this security system together, they did this for friends of theirs that were renting property, and they could never have a security system because the others were so intrusive and difficult and expensive, and landlords wouldn't allow them. So now SimplySafeBubba.com works anywhere, and you customize it to the property. You don't make your property adapt to the system. You're not sitting at your home waiting all day long for some crew to show up. You actually put it all together and customize your home with it yourself. And they help you if you need help, but I mean, most people can do it in about 45 minutes. And then you have their proprietary advanced response technology that visually confirms when a break-in is real. Therefore, law enforcement doesn't waste their time on false alarms, and you get help quicker. This is one of the many things that they provide that no one else can. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com, and you can claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off with interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com, and you'll find that link right there under the sponsors button. All right, so I keep thinking, watching this Queen thing, as we lay the.
You mean the death of the longest ruling monarch in British history?
Right.
That one.
Yeah. So I keep thinking, the Church of England. That was one of the things we didn't care for, and we kind of, one of the things about the Declaration of our independence. And I know nobody likes to talk about this, was religious freedom. Not to be told that whatever the Church of England decides, we all have to be.
Right.
Which means whatever the king or queen decides, we all have to be. And I think about, the different denominations and the different churches, and I thought to myself, if Queen Elizabeth was a Baptist, we'd already have her in the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Because, in the Baptist church, if you die, and we'll go weekdays at 11 a.m., okay, I mean, if you
3 days, pretty max.
A maximum,
Yeah.
And I don't know what, most of the Baptist families are obsessed with 11 a.m. I don't know why, but it's like if you've got somebody that you love that passes away, if they're Baptist, you're gonna miss some work because if you're gonna go to the funeral, it's gonna be on a Tuesday, it's gonna be on a Thursday, and it's gonna be at 11, and you're gonna have to get there, and we will not let that body sit around. I mean, maximum 3 days.
You know what I think it is, Rick?
Just in the ground.
Yeah. You know why I think it's kind of a 3-day rule? Because people don't want the casseroles to go bad.
I think you're right.
Because the minute they hear someone's passed, they get to cooking.
But we all know this. If Paw passes away,
you'll get the weekend.
Yeah, the
you
pillar
get the weekend.
If the pillar of the local Baptist church, Paw,
yep.
if he goes in on a Friday, you're going to a funeral Monday or Tuesday at 11.
Yeah.
Huh?
Pretty much so.
Yeah, and you
and I think 11 is the thought behind that. I think that
we eat right after.
Well, that you eat right after it, or if you're going to bury them somewhere else, you got time to go and do that during the daylight hours and then eat.
Now I will admit this: if you are black and Baptist, they do give more days because you got to get the family down from the north.
Right.
They got to have time to get there.
Right. It usually takes a little longer. But,
right. Yeah.
But the white Baptist families, 3 days is pretty much it. Everybody knows that.
I will.
With the possible exception of torrential rain.
Yeah, I will give our black brothers and sisters credit. They'll wait on the extended family from other parts of the country. The white Baptists won't.
No.
I mean, if you can't get there,
like I say, Rick, the casseroles. What are you going to do with them?
You just miss it
after 3 days and not exactly what they were day one.
So watching these long hauls of people being paraded around, for us, that was not our culture.
No, never saw that.
We never had
laying in state, all that.
Yeah, we never had to worry about anybody falling on their face when Mama's body was, everybody was sitting with it for one day.
I will say this. It is a lost art now, and I'm sure Helm's never experienced this,
No,
being
no.
the youngster here. But I remember when my grandmother on my dad's side passed away, they actually had her coffin at the house.
I know.
And somebody had to sit up with her all night, and everybody was there spending the night.
You're right.
And I remember thinking, why are we here, and why are we doing this
I
as a
don't-
little kid? And they said, well, somebody's got to stay up with the body. And I'm like, well,
What
are
what
we
in the
expecting
world?
her to try to leave? Or, you're a little
Right.
kid. You're like, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
But that tradition has kind of gone away,
Yeah, I
I
don't
think,
see
in a
it.
lot of places.
Sometimes it's
And
good
I'll
for
be
the
honest
purpose.
with you, that's kind of a good one to go
It was
away.
it was not anything the way I understood it, and this was mainly rural South. The way I understood it was just respectful, almost like what you're seeing with the Queen.
Yeah.
But,
You lay in state.
but good old folks version of
Okay.
it. That they're not worried about what's going to happen with the body or anything like that.
No.
It was almost like let's all in mourning. Because if you go back to the if you look at Scripture, and we're looking at world history there, in their culture there was a process of lamenting the dead.
Right.
When the church became one, some of those things all kind of, it was almost just, this is a grieving thing. A family member will always be up around the clock, mourning and grieving.
Did not know this
the
was a
loss of
thing.
this person. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I remember, you wake up in the middle of the night.
No, Bubba.
You go to the bathroom, and the lights
the corner-
on in the
corner of that casket.
in the living room, and there's a casket in there, and there's somebody sitting in there. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it was kind of strange. And I know that I know me saying that now really sounds weird to a lot of people, but I remember that.
Yeah. And well, we're running out of time. I was going, believe it or not, to this thing where Harry and Meghan. The Harry and Meghan, don't they need to decide if they want to be a royal or not?
Well, they want the best of both worlds, and they don't want
but
the
they
don't want the hanger-on part of either one of them.
Yeah, it's like they want certain titles now for their kids and things like that, but yet they don't want to be part of the royal family. When the royal family says, like King Charles just said, to Harry, we give our love to he and Meghan and the building of a new life overseas. Well, I thought that's what they wanted, and now there's a story today where they're upset about, them not having some sort of title and their kids or somebody.
Yeah, they're not going to have some royal title because they've left the fold.
Well, yeah.
But don't you think all of this goes back to Harry? Because ever since he was born, he was called the spare.
Yeah.
They had the heir and the spare.
Yeah.
And that has to give you some kind of mental second-class citizen thing.
Yeah, but why?
So the whole time he's been trying to, get his own spot in the sunlight. And I think he found somebody that likes to do that.
But I thought they didn't want any part of this. And now they're complaining that they're not getting certain things.
That's right.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Remember when he and Cher were married? They have a boy.
Yeah.
They have a boy.
They were married like
Yeah.
a week.
Yeah.
And guys, I must say, there's two people that we need to study their DNA, and that is Cher and Keith Richards.
Oh, I know. Why are we not studying them right now? I mean, we may have the cure for cancer and other things in that.
Yeah.
Good not.
I mean, I really believe they would survive a nuclear bomb.
Yeah. Oh, I do too. I mean, the things they've been through.
Right.
Talking about living hard. Good not.
Yeah. So
What is Cher now? 73?
She's early 71.
And Keith Richards is what, 96? What is he?
What does he look or what he is?
Keith Richards, I think, there's no telling.
70s, probably.
Yeah, but it gets to me when I think about, because both my parents are still living, and they're 75 and 76.
You just don't see them living the rock star lifestyle.
So when I look up and see Cher coming out on the Billboard Awards, and I think my mother's only 4 years older than her.
Yeah,
I know.
I mean, that's just odd. That's
very, very odd.
It's very, very strange. We do have, so anyway, Greg Allman, Bubba, will handle that celebrity death. Thank you, sir. Has died. Also, we have a sports reporter who is now out of a job for a controversial tweet over the weekend involving the Indianapolis 500. Did y'all see this one?
Yes, I did.
I did. A very, very odd tweet.
Well,
Very
yeah,
odd.
it's just look in today's environment, you cannot. No. He put out, and he even tried to say on the first line, nothing specifically personal. It reminds
But-
you know, that's right up there with the no offense.
Yeah,
You know,
but here you go.
Do you remember in Talladega Nights when Ricky Bobby would do that and he'd say something terrible and they say, Ricky, just because you say no offense, it doesn't mean you can just say what you're going. He said, well, I said no offense.
Yeah, what's the problem?
But anyway, I've often wondered about that. When you say no offense, I've never understood that. Whoever invented that phrase, it's like I mean, it was. What do you mean?
No offense. Now let me tell you what I really think.
Well, you can't declare whether somebody can be offended or not. I mean, that's going to be
kinda on them.
That's got to
No
be
offense. Now, I'm going to say something really offensive.
But he says nothing specifically personal, but I am very uncomfortable with the Japanese driver winning the Indianapolis 500 during Memorial Day weekend. Come on, man.
I mean, what does that even mean?
Well, he didn't like it. I mean,
Why Memorial Day weekend? Though?
Well,
I mean,
because we're honoring the dead
from World War II.
I know from all wars, from all. I know, but that's what
that's
that's
what he's
why.
saying, though.
That's why he said it. Now I agree with you.
I guess if a German would have won it, he'd felt the same way.
Right.
Sweetheart, I've been living in a fantasy. But one day lightning will strike. And my
There it is. Zach Brown Band got a national anthem and a song from him.
Rick, that just freaked me out. That's my alarm. That's
Is
the
it really?
song I use for my alarm.
Is it really?
Because it's got it's a slow fade in.
Yeah.
And wow, that just felt me. Oh, ooh,
Well, I
a
know.
little
I
weird
looked
now.
over at your swollen face and thought he needs the alarm one more time.
Yeah, boy, but I'm pretty red. Isn't it? It's one of those weekends out in it.
Out in it. Adventures from the weekend, obviously coming up on the program today. We're excited about that. We do have a big announcement coming up next hour, which a lot of you, especially in the state of Alabama, heard a lot about over the weekend. And we'll clarify all that coming up next hour, and that'll be a lot of fun. And, of course, Bubba, we'll miss you.
well, Rick, not too fast. Not too fast, my friend.
Now,
Rick, hold it just a minute, my friend.
Hold a minute. So anyway, also we've got we've got championships going on. We got 2-1 Penguins and the Predators. We got 2-0 Warriors and Cavaliers. We got College Baseball World Series, Softball World Series. We got all kinds of stuff going.
Oh, it's a great sports time
It
right
is.
now.
There's a lot going on.
Something every minute.
Everywhere you look, no new Tiger Woods videos. We're good here.
Yeah.
So we're
Well,
all right.
it's early in the week.
Right. So we'll see what's going on. We do have quite a bit to cover on the program today, and there's a lot of adventures. Adler is back from his trip. Speedy,
He's looking good too. He told me he had 3 hours sleep.
yeah, he's looking fantastic. Yeah. And a matter of fact, when I first looked in there, I thought he'd sent SpongeBob SquarePants to work, but I realized that was a shirt he had. So anyway, we've got Adler. We'll update on that. Speedy's had some adventure that involved the fire department during his travels this weekend. I attempted to go with Gary the Bulldozer Man and
That went good.
and get my dad's fishing boat. That went fantastic.
Those periscopes were precious.
My goodness, let me tell you what, it was an absolute dandy. You think you're just going to casually have a day, but you can't have nothing. I mean, you cannot. I mean, you can't have a thing. I mean, how about this? Do not ever think you can have something. And we'll talk about that a little bit today. So we have a lot to do. I mean, we may not even be able to get it all in.
I don't think we can.
And I don't even know what's
busy.
I don't even know what's going on in the world beyond us. I mean, there's.
London had a little activity
Terry, I
this
saw that.
weekend. Yeah.
Let me tell you this thing going on, and I hate to go so serious on the day that's going to be, somewhat light, and I got to be a mix like they all are. But guys, I mean, Europe's going to have to do something, and it's going to take something that's going to hurt people's feelings and break people's hearts, because just like this latest attack at the London Bridge and the other location, the stabbing in the van. When somebody just buys a van and wears a Manchester United T-shirt, like. Six minutes past the hour, another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thanks for being with us. So as we start the hour, Bubba, we have, I don't know if politicians know this or not, but our people, we're living in a time where all we have to do is go back and watch and listen to all the various recordings of you. If you say one thing and we all go, well, that's not true. I remember you. No, that's not true. We can just go back and find recordings of things. They're readily available and they're everywhere. You're living in the era of documentation.
Yeah, I mean,
the whole wide world is documenting everything. So kind of thankful I didn't grow up in that time. But
yeah.
So,
speaking of the 80s, that's another positive for the 80s, Rick.
Yeah, we've already played a montage of Hillary Clinton claiming that the election was stolen from her. And I don't know if this is the new thing the Democrats are doing is claiming they never said these things because now, Trump has made the same claim. So now they can't pretend that they understand that claim because they've made similar claims.
That's all it is.
Yeah. So I will tell you that Stacey Abrams has so claimed that she is the legitimate governor of Georgia to the level that when we were in Atlanta last weekend, at one point, Sherry thought she was the governor. Sherry said, well, the governor, Stacey Abrams. I said, baby, she's not the governor of Georgia. No. And she
according
said,
to her, she is.
And she said, no, I think she is. I said, no. I said, when we came into Georgia, it had Governor Kemp on the sign. And now it doesn't seem like he's the governor. I'll give you that. But he did win. Well, now Stacey Abrams is going to tell us first on The View that she never denied that she lost the election, and then we're going to play you a montage of her saying that the election was stolen.
Well, she never conceded the election to this day. I don't think she ever conceded.
Yeah.
Her or Roy Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. All right, here we go. Stacey Abrams on The View saying, I never did that.
I have never denied that I lost.
What?
So that's that. I've never denied that I lost.
Cuts that a little quick.
And yes, right. But here is her saying.
Challenge with our voting system in the state of Georgia. I never denied the election. I do have one very affirmative statement to make. We won.
You refused to concede and say that you lost. Do you stand by that decision today?
Absolutely. The election was not fair. The process was not fair.
Was the election in Georgia statewide a free and fair election?
It was not a free and fair election. But will I say that this election was not tainted, was not a disinvestment and a disenfranchisement of thousands of voters? I will not say that.
You notably did not concede.
I did not.
Okay, you acknowledged that he won, but you did not concede.
Correct.
5 months later, do you still feel like your opponent won through voter suppression?
Yes. Georgia voters did not have their votes counted. They were not allowed to cast votes. They had their votes discarded. And it was not fair to those who filled out absentee ballots. And depending on the county you sent it to, it either was counted or not counted, assuming you received it in time. Brian Kemp oversaw for 8 years the systematic and systemic dismantling of our democracy, and that means there could not be free and fair elections in Georgia.
So you don't feel that you lost fair and square?
Okay.
There you go.
I'm very confused. I'm very confused.
And
what's going in.
What complicates this slightly is Brian Kemp was Secretary of State, so he was over the election.
Right.
And she's saying so he was in the position to suppress voters and all this. I've never completely got, and I know historically we have had that, but in modern history I just haven't seen that widespread. There's too many groups out registering people and poll watching and all of that. But I would ask this, if Stacey Abrams thinks that her election was stolen, wouldn't it also be reasonable to say that the last presidential election could have been stolen in Georgia? Or what changed? Because Brian Kemp's the governor now.
Right. Yeah, I don't I'm very confused by her now saying she never said that she didn't lose the election.
I think she's playing with the words there.
She's playing games. But anyway, there you go. All right, so I'm also intrigued by video 10. For some reason, Adler, he's got a video today that is titled "Let's Play Guess That Sound."
Before we do that, let me ask you this: Do you actually know what the sound is?
Yes, it's video. It is a video.
Now I'm wondering whether this is like the world famous, never worn out, always brought back to life. Name That Sound radio promotion.
Yeah, we've done that.
We've been part of that. Have you ever heard they named the sound promotion?
Yeah, it's the thing that like people on radio do. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah.
Can we actually do without watching the video first to see if we can get it?
That's what I wanted. That's what I'd love to do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to do
Okay.
that. Okay.
Y'all want to guess this sound?
It's an eagle.
All right, and so this is.
we haven't even heard it yet.
This is lighter. This is something light, something fun. We're here to bring some fun and joy to people's lives. Let's see if the audience can guess this sound too. Here we go. And I keep almost putting the video on the screen
Out of habit.
out of habit. All right, here it is.
That's a dog.
You're never gonna guess.
That's a bird.
Parrot.
Alligator.
Monkey.
So that's the whole sample right there.
He's giving you a lot more than they usually do in the radio contest.
yes. Yeah.
Usually it's about a half a second.
You can tell there's not a new car involved in this.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah.
All right, who's got a guess?
I don't either.
Y'all are
like
guessing animals. That's good guesses.
An evil elf.
Oh, Greg, that's good.
It's going to be some
Brownie
weird, it's
the
going to
elf.
be some weird animal.
Brownie.
Or a baby.
That is a koala bear wanting a eucalyptus leaf.
That's not bad, Greg.
That's not bad,
Man,
Greg.
that's
not
good.
bad, buddy.
That's
I'm
not
gonna
bad.
say
Yeah, I think it is.
Baby possum.
That's a baby eagle wanting to be fed.
You guys are right about it being a baby animal.
I believe it is a baby alligator.
Oh,
Okay,
Greg, that's
all
pretty
right,
good.
all right.
Alligator.
All
right.
right.
Did you?
Yeah.
You know
No, I
what?
didn't say baby. I
Yeah.
just said alligator.
Baby
Yeah.
alligator.
But I think it is a baby something.
I'm gonna think. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go like a baby monkey of some kind. In that
Okay.
in that
I'm
family.
gonna change mine.
Okay.
Baby cheetah.
Baby cheetah.
Ooh, that's
right.
not bad
All
either.
right, here it is one last time.
Sounds like a kid.
And it does sound like some kind of cat.
That's why I
It
went
does.
there.
It does.
All right, y'all want to know what it is?
Yes, I'm tired of hearing it.
All right, that is a baby panda bear.
my goodness.
That's what a baby panda sounds like, you guys. Who knew that?
I did not.
I had no idea what a baby
Listen
panda
to
sounded
that.
like.
That's normally
Cute
what
little
Greg
thing.
sounds like when he's hungry and
It's
he can't
calling
eat.
for its big old mama right now.
Oh, up to.
Don't
It
you
is
know?
so cute.
Oh, I know
That
wonder
is
it's
a
yelling.
cute-
Yeah,
cute
it's
little
hard to
thing.
say. What we're getting a temperature
I made
check,
that same
apparently.
sound last time I had a physical.
Have you ever seen how small they are when they're born?
Yeah,
I mean,
think
they're
that's
like,
it, Greg.
like
Greg,
a rat.
yeah,
no,
not
no, they're way smaller than that.
Greg, you
They
you
grow
said
quickly.
They're
No,
bigger than
they're
your
like a
index.
rat.
You just
Like a rat.
you said the hamster size.
They're way smaller than that. Way smaller.
But they're bigger than your index.
no,
finger.
they're this long.
All right, I'll
Look,
Google it.
he hates this.
He can't believe it. What do you think he's saying?
It's calling for its
Mama.
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 Oh, my
Mama.
butt.
Mama. Mama. That's what he's doing.
I wish we would had one right here in the studio.
Oh
And let me tell you something. If
Without
she
its mama.
If she could get in there, she'd maul everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're not real.
I would like to put it on the counter.
Mama
like
pandas, Greg, are bad news.
we could call it back and forth. Like,
With the
"Here you
baby
go,"
crying?
And just walk back and forth.
I know, right here on the table.
Yeah.
All right, I did not know on that note. Wait a minute. Look at video 9. Now, you're saying this from 1996?
Yes.
So
This is,
there was a person that wanted to test their armored grizzly bear protection suit.
yes.
Speaking
yes.
of
How did that go?
I saw that.
This Canadian inventor, and I'm using
Didn't we show this before?
probably. It's
Probably.
amazing. It's a
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
It really is.
It's an oldie but a
Oh,
goodie.
I say I want you to put that
What?
on. Just who here would put the suit on? Let us all hit him.
How much?
Speedy
No,
would.
it's going to be free.
Speedy would.
Oh, look at
does
that! Look
that?
at that!
Oh my
Look at that!
gracious.
This dude's just throwing himself down a
Oh,
mountain in
that
a
is
in a
awesome.
body armor
That
suit.
is
So
awesome.
how did it
awesome.
fit?
Oh my
Guys, he's
What
getting
about
hit
the
by
what
a-
about
Right there
the
is
what
not
about the
good.
baseball bat to the head?
Guys, I don't know about all that.
I got to think
Well-
the truck hitting him was the best.
That-
Did
oh,
it?
there's no doubt.
I don't know. Going down the
That's
mountain.
pretty
is pretty
good,
good.
Greg. You're right.
Right there, like
The
he's chasing
baseball
that.
bat's good.
Yeah.
So
How
did
is
he?
that testing for a grizzly bear though?
Look
How
right
does it-
here. That's
That
solid
right
gold.
there.
That's
Oh
the
my
best one.
gosh.
This
I
guy's
picture that
getting
being
hit.
Speedy in it.
But that can't be good to take that kind of force.
No.
Yeah, the
No.
force of that vehicle, your insides are going
The physics, that has to be burned off somewhere.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
and
Maybe the
the only
suit
thing
absorbs
to burn it off is internal organs.
Yes.
Look at that. How did not break his arm? That is unbelievable. That's pretty good.
I don't see how that's testing for a bear.
Would you rather get hit once like that or sit in traffic for an hour?
Oh, you can get hit like that all day.
Get hit like that.
I prefer it.
It's not even close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Starts plowing down people on the sidewalk. Now you tell me how you're going to stop that once they're here. A van?
Well, you know, Rick,
I'm going
as
to buy
we,
a van and run over people?
As we have said, and we actually have a shirt, common sense has become a superpower.
Yeah, it has.
And when you have countries like Great Britain who have welcomed in refugees and people from other countries with open arms, they have a Muslim mayor now in London. And that, we've been told that would make everybody love them. And it's got worse. All
they see it as it's working. They've allowed these caliphates to set up all over the different parts where policemen won't even go into some of these neighborhoods. Like where they've just set up a little mini version. They're not assimilating to the countries they're going into. They're trying to create their own presence within the country.
Yeah, it's a takeover from within, and people that know that and study that know what's going on. And again, that's why this common sense thing. This is not really an issue. I think that you have to fight with police. This is not somebody bad. This is a much bigger, organized effort than that. And until people are honest about it and wake up to it, you're just going to have more and more of it. So
well, and you know what it reminded me of, and I thought about
and
this.
it will spread here too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If we have, and see right now,
look, Europe is nothing but a time machine for us. We can look into the future.
We've said that so many, and it's so
and
true.
on so many issues,
So true.
and sadly, I fear it will be on this too.
Well, when you're able to look in the future, you need to do something about it.
Yeah, well, we won't.
And when attempts try to do something about it, then other people stop it even when we try to do something, because dealing with terrorists in this type terrorism, it's like I remember the first time, and I've heard Speedy talk about this, Bubba talk about this, any of us as we're getting older and you have to go any kind of physical therapy. What do they always say? Hey man, I'm hurting right here. Okay, well you got a problem way up. We got to go. We got to go up above that.
Yeah.
See,
work your way down.
That's the same thing. You got to go back to classification point A, and that is how they get in your country. If you don't do that, again, this is not a bomb. This is just simply. Hey, look at me. I've got my Manchester United shirt on. I'm just a soccer fan here in London. I'm gonna go buy a van and I'm gonna drive in an S pattern and just plow people over, and then I'm gonna get out and start stabbing everybody.
Well,
so how do you stop that if you don't stop it at classification point A?
Well, you got two different issues. You got how do you stop the spread of this ideology? Then you've got how do you actually defend yourself against the action? It's really two-fronted thing. Yeah. But like the attacks this weekend, I think most of them were homegrown folks.
Yeah, they were.
They got radicalized.
Absolutely.
Who had been to the West, lived in a higher standard of living, had all the luxuries we have in the West, and decided to go back to that, which is really, I think, for law enforcement, even scarier.
Well, also, when these things are being planned, if you get to the point where you got parts of your city and parts of your country where the police won't even go anymore, well, they can get in there and plan to do it.
It's like another country.
Yeah. So, and all of it starts, what Bubba just said, under the guise of if we'll just be nice and try to be politically correct, everybody will love us for it.
Doesn't work that way.
Not when you're dealing with this enemy. It really didn't work with anybody.
No. That's something that's been sold to everybody. That works maybe with your neighbors.
America, under his leadership, will do whatever is necessary to protect the United States from terrorists, and he was vowing the support, of course, obviously for our allies there in Great Britain and all that over the weekend. But when we were talking about it in the break, I think the thing that Europe's going to have to understand, and as Bubba correctly said, the United States, because we're not quite to where they are, but we're not far at all on how we're handling this. Look at what's going on where we can't even say the phrase, we need to vet people that come out of countries that seem to be producing terrorists. We can't even handle that. So we're not that far removed from them at all. I mean, now we haven't done like Germany and we haven't done like London and all this where come one, come all, but we're not far from that. I mean, we really are in a way. But here's the deal. It's almost like, and I know how we've taken the word bullying You know, it's one of the worst things the planet has ever known. And when it really happens, it really is true. Of course, now we're calling everything bullying, but it's the thing that gets me is where the left and the bleeding hearts, there's no consistency to an emotional worldview, as we say it. If they hate bullies, how come they coddle these people? I mean, because what you have right now is you have a fight going on that the bully it says we're gonna fight, and then the West is kind of like, no, we don't really want to, and the bully says, well, I'm gonna come over here and slap you in the head. I'm gonna run over you. I'm gonna blow you up. I'm gonna stab you. I'm gonna shoot you. Come on, man, come on. And we're like, we don't want to fight. Well, I got news for you. There's a fight. There's nothing you can do about it. The fight is being brought to us. "22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Coming out this weekend, we'll interview Steve Doocy from Fox and Friends, his second appearance on Rick and Bubba University. New topic, though. But we'll also interview him briefly today on The Big Show, coming up next hour. So catch that. From themanchurch.com this Saturday night in the land of 105.9 FM and 950 AM, Laurel, Mississippi. Lance Ingram, Man Church at Salem Heights Baptist Church this weekend. If you don't remember the name Lance Ingram, he's former intern Firestone and plays the character Dr. Lou here on the program. So catch him this Saturday night if you're in the Laurel, Hattiesburg area. Coming up on September 22nd in the land of I-92, Andy Blanks, First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama, as they continue the strategy in year 3. This is their next Man Church. You can be there for fellowship, food, and hanging out with Andy Blanks. Man Church also in Athens, Alabama, the land of 100.3 The River. Scott Dawson speaking there on the 25th. That same day, Andy Blanks in the land of Laser 96.1, Starkville, Mississippi, on the same day, September 25th. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy, their first service at First Baptist Church, Starkville, Mississippi. All those are at themanchurch.com under events. Now, Bubba, I saw this today. Anytime you see Chick-fil-A in the news, you're not sure how it's going to go. And I just keep hoping and praying, when a company that we all love is handed over to the kids, this has nothing to do with this story today. I'm just saying that as sidebar.
We've seen it before. That's
I'm always concerned about the state of a product that somebody's mom and daddy, put together and they did it in a certain way, and then they hand it over to the kids and the kids ruin it. But this has nothing to do with this story today. What's happening today is we have a Chick-fil-A employee that was ready for action.
Yeah.
Well, we had a Chick-fil-A employee that swung into action, Rick, and manhandled a would-be carjacker using MMA-style headlocks to prevent him from stealing a car at a location in Florida. So I guess this is at the store.
Yeah.
Are they in the line?
No, it's Fort Walton Beach. You had that right. The lady is at her car, and she's trying to remove her child from the car seat when a man comes up and demands her keys, and she kind of resists, and so he grabs her keys. It says from her waistband, I guess maybe her pocket or something. That's when she started screaming for help and tried to get away from the car. He then tries to get in the car or SUV. That's when the employee ran over and saw what was going on and tackled the man and held him down.
This is a good Samaritan who just happened to work at Chick-fil-A.
Correct, yeah. He's got the high-res suspenders on and all that.
The flag and vest.
Yeah.
So he's not – is this carjacking attempted at a Chick-fil-A?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I thought I asked that a minute ago.
You did. That's what you were asking.
Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, but she wasn't in line. She was just in a parking spot.
Yeah.
So we have video. Let's look at it.
And that's where it picks up, right where it speeds up. So they're on the ground tussling and gussling, and looks like he goes for the guillotine here.
Oh, boy.
Adler knows the moves. Top of the crack to the carjacker.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, here comes some more employees.
You're right. So
quick, hit him with a chicken sandwich.
Now, here in a second, this is just a bystander in the car. They're going to roll the window down. You can hear a little bit. Another lady comes up holding a baby and starts hollering at the man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she berates the guy who's trying to
really
mug.
does.
It's great.
So they're not really helping him out to subdue him, though.
here we go. What she's about to let the guy have it here, verbally.
She had a baby in her hand.
The Chick-fil-A guy saying, "Look, I got this." Oh wow, she's really mad, and she's got a baby in her hand.
Is that Blair and Carey?
I thought the same thing. This is in Gardendale, isn't it?
Right.
She walked over there to give him the business, Rick.
Boy,
Yeah.
she did.
So the guy ends up running away.
He gets away?
Well, he was sitting up, and
Well,
the guy runs away, and then the county they quickly get him because he was just right there. So you can tell they're trying to call 911.
Well, don't turn him loose to the law.
But this
Tie him up with a waffle fry and stick a sandwich in his mouth.
Yeah, he'll stay.
That's it. I believe this employee's been recognized by the county sheriff's department.
Oh, of course.
And just for the good Samaritan he was on going.
And
over
that guy
helping.
needs to be locked up for such a long time. None of us have to worry about him again.
The lady told
and
the
I
baby
don't,
agrees.
And I don't care if he's overcrowded or not.
That's right. And if you're upset
He's
about
got that meth look about him.
So
Yeah.
oh yeah.
Greg, what were you doing in Fort Walton?
I got back. I'm a little sore.
What moves was he using? The MMA moves?
Yeah, it looks like he went for a guillotine, which is just kind of like a headlock that's in front when somebody's kind of leaning over. He tried to go, and he held on to it. Granted, he didn't fall in a way that he should have, where he could really sunk that bad boy in. But we'll see how his body's kind of across.
He's lost his leverage.
There you go. Now he's good. Now he postures up, and the guy's locked.
I think I could have got away from that guy.
You could have.
Well, that guy got away from that guy.
So
Something about the lady with the baby on her hip walked over just to yell at him.
I love that another mama. It started dawning on her that he went after a mama with a baby.
Yeah, can't believe it.
And she's gonna take time to get on him the same way she gets on the umps at the games over the weekend.
Exactly.
Same
she's
voice.
had practice.
Yeah. Michael Gordon is the employee. He says he's worked at Chick-fil-A since December of 2016 as the Speed of Services Director.
The Speed of Services.
And the same profile on the website, he lists his favorite quote as, "Don't make other people do something you can do yourself." He's married with a daughter.
Okay.
And he's got the reflective vest on, so he must work that outside.
And don't forget, a lot of these places
moving.
They were trying to give vaccinations and COVID testing. They went to Chick-fil-A to get how they could do it quicker.
Right.
Do y'all want to hear the lady one more time? I do.
Yeah, it'd be great.
And if you ever find yourself a woman holding a baby is screaming, "How dare you!" to you, then you did something wrong.
You really did.
You did.
You did. Trust me on that one.
She had a baby in her hand. Thank you. Somebody got that. She had a baby in her hand. How dare you? How dare you scare her like that?
How dare you scare her?
How
like
dare
that?
you
Got a
scare
baby in her hand.
They should have just let her work him over.
I know.
Yes.
If she could have handed her baby to somebody,
hold my baby.
and went
Start punching him.
Hey, somebody hold this baby, and going in there and gave him a little swift
wouldn't have
kick
been
or
against
something.
that at all.
I would have loved it. What if the guy's sentence includes that this woman shows up at the sale every day and
Gets
dogs
to
her
kick
again?
you right in the
She
butt.
sounds like the lady that cornhole.
Yes. I think it may be the same woman.
Yeah.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. All topics on the table. We haven't done a phone troll today, so we'll do troll format this time.
The guy was like, "You're choking me," and the other guy was like, "My pleasure."
Rick and Bubba.
And we need to stand up and fight, because I know the choice not to fight is not available, because the enemy is not going along with our desire not to want to fight. True?
Very true.
I mean,
And
we're
if-
sitting over and he's coming by popping us in the head, punching us, pulling our hair, knocking us over, and we're like, we're not going to fight.
Well, you can run.
But he's going to fight.
You can run a list 2 pages long of terrorist attacks in Europe over the past couple of years.
How about 3 in 3 months?
Yeah, London, England is getting a pretty good list themselves. But you know what's strangely absent from a list of terrorist attacks is China, North Korea, some of these other countries. Does anybody notice that?
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder why.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to be communist, and we don't want to be under dictatorships.
No,
but maybe some border control would be awesome.
They do, and they shut down clowns.
Right.
They don't let people. Now, I'm not saying they're right for doing it in some cases, but you do have to look at the results in this particular case.
Well, just look at the Allies. The only time you can look in history that we stopped an evil force that was bent on going to war with everyone is we broke their will to continue.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And if you're not willing to break the wheel of this movement to continue doing this, it's got to get to the point when someone is attempted to be radicalized, they look at what happened to the last person that did it,
and went,
and they saw what happened to the last city that did this,
supported it,
the last neighborhood that housed that, and it's kind of, look, I know this is going to upset some of you, okay.
I know some of you can't deal with
I know.
it.
So
I got that.
So take an antacid or something, because I know this is about to be nausea for me, because but I have picked sides when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian situation. I'm with Israel. Okay. So what did they do when all of a sudden the Palestinians keep saying, no, we're going to fight, we're going to fight, we're going to fight? They do whatever they have to do to try to break the wheel for them to continue to do that. Okay. And if they find out where it came from, they'll come into that whole neighborhood and they'll plow it. And say, okay, this is the community that had the guy come in the marketplace and blow the bus up. So we're here and we're going to level this place unless we find out who did it.
You're awful harsh for a governor, Rick.
Well, let me tell you something. I would be the most disdained governor this state has ever known. But I would be loved by the people that I cared about. But anyway, some people's opinion of if it's bad is actually meaning you're doing the right thing.
Right, it's a compliment.
It's a compliment, and I look at where I'm at with the things I'm doing on people who say I'm with you. And if the scriptures are with me, and then I also make sure that I'm where I'm supposed to be by those who are against me. When I say who's against me, I go, I must be on the right track. And if I look, those people aren't against me, I think I better check myself.
Let me double check.
Let me check myself where I need to be. But at the end of the day, I will go ahead and say this. This is a general statement, because I know there's remnants and there's pockets that know and are ready to do what needs to be done. There always is. But you look at the majority of Europeans and the majority of Americans right now, I don't know that we have the stomach to do. This just going to keep happening. Because look, guys, have you heard some of the things that are said immediately when these things are happening in Germany and in England? Have you heard some of the things? They go out of their way first not to say there must be justice. Hey, we will not tolerate any blowback on the Muslim community. We don't mean to come across as being mean about Muslims, until you're ready to say, look, this is coming from a theocracy and a theology that must be dealt with. And we have to call it what it is. And if you're not part of that, then try not to get in the way. Okay? Get out there, be real loud about how you're not part of this, be real open about it, and help us fight. But we're coming after you. And we're going to stop playing defense, and we're going to go on offense. And that's going to include our border. That's going to include rounding people up. It's going to be all that, because the reason why we're doing this is not because we just woke up one day and decided we wanted to round people up and we wanted to keep you from coming into our country. You behaved in a way that brought that action on you. Right. This is on you. This is not on us. This is on you. If you knew how to act and knew how to behave, this wouldn't be happening. And since you don't know how to act and you don't know how to behave, we're tired of it. We're tired of cleaning up bodies. We're tired of cleaning up bodies. We're tired of it.
Yeah.
When people are just trying to walk across a bridge and trying to go to their favorite restaurant and get run over by a van, we're tired of it. We're tired of people trying to sit here and watch the Boston Marathon and they don't have legs and one of their kids is dead. We're tired of that. Okay, we're not. These are people just going through their normal business. They're not a uniformed military out there on a front fighting against you. We're done with it, and we're going to do whatever we have to do to stop it or break your will to continue it. Until that's the plan, and implementing the things that would be in line with that, it's not going to stop.
And I will go as far to say some of the things we're doing now just by.
Now is the time to do it. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. We'll get the largest number of people in here in the shortest amount of time. Here's the good news. 10 lines, easier to get in. Here's also good news. Once we start the troll, everybody only gets 30 seconds unless Bubba or Helmsy gives them a timeout. They only got one apiece, so those could go away quick too. Even if they start using them, it's not like they can just keep on using them. And that way, even though you're in line, the line moves quick. So if you're somebody who says, I've never been able to get on the show before, this is a good chance to do it. A lot of lines open, lines moving quick, odds of getting on much higher, which is why we came up with the phone troll format to just get a lot of folks rolling through. 866-WE-BE-BIG. I'm going to give you an opportunity to go ahead and get in there and get lined up. Then we'll jump right into it. Now, Bubba, let me ask you this. Did you know that right now EnviroCleanse has hooked up with the Rick and Bubba Show? Did you know that the United States Department of Defense selected EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board all of their Navy ships?
That's a pretty big deal, Rick.
Did you know that?
That is a big deal.
It's new science in air purification that works, and you can order one for your home now and protect your family or your office, like we have here. This goes way beyond the HEPA filters and destroying these airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses. I mean, when a pandemic kicks up, the military's like, we cannot keep our military all catching viruses like this and passing them around. And so they went into this technology with the EnviroCleanse and found them to be the best on stopping colds and flu from taking over your whole family. Don't let that happen again this fall and winter. Go ahead and go to this website. We do apologize that the first time that we introduced them to you, the website was not working properly, and that was a time zone mess up, but it's working now. ekpure.com is the website. Use the code Bubba and save 10% off your EnviroCleanse home air purification unit. Also, fast and free shipping, and you'll also receive a free air quality monitor, so you'll see for yourself the job that this incredible technology is doing. When you see the airborne toxins, 90% of them gone within 30 minutes of starting. So EnviroCleanse is the product, and ekpure.com is the website, and rickandbubba.com under the sponsors has it as well. But use the code Bubba to get 10% off the free air quality monitor and free shipping. EnviroCleanse at ekpure.com. There we go. All right, so let's go to the phones. We'll start trolling in Birmingham, Alabama, where Chad is standing by. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Yeah, let's get Todd. All right, Todd, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys.
Throw down that.
Hey, guys, I've got two things. I think, Rick, you and Bubba have been on the show 28 years, I guess. I want to know how long each current member has been on the show, number one. Number two, y'all were talking about sitting up with the dead, and sometimes the dead sat up because they didn't cut that nerve in the lower back, and it would contract, and even though they were dead, they would sit up. So imagine you're up at 237.
Yeah. We've heard a lot of
Ray
stories
Stevens
about
wrote
that.
a song about that.
All right, so Speedy, you've been here probably 27 to the 28? 27 years, I think Speedy has been here, right? 27 years?
Yeah, you guys, I think we're
28 and
going
a
about
half.
6 months. I was in the building before y'all brought me in, so it was within y'all's first year.
All right, so we'll give him 27 years. Greg, you're 14?
Yeah. 14,
14, Helmsy?
I'm a year less than Greg,
13.
so whatever he is, minus one.
Adler, what about you?
And I'm like 6 months, I think, after Helms.
Right, yeah. So this other group is all somewhere between 12 and 14 years, right?
Yeah.
Right.
We've got the 12-14 class, and then we've got basically the what's going to be 29 here in a few months.
Oh, yeah. And if you count Bubba coming in as just kind of a character and everything, we're really already at around 30.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
We did it 2 years before we did it full time.
Right. Let's go to Joe at Lake Martin. Lake Martin is really into the show.
Rick, it's on fire.
Yeah, it is. Joe at Lake Martin, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
We're good,
great.
Joe.
We're
Go,
great.
Joe.
Hey, look, I am a trash collector up here for one of the fine companies that pick up trash. To let you know if the economy is in good shape or bad shape, when you go into the rich neighborhoods, you have a whole lot less boxes now of folks ordering stuff. When you go into the poor neighborhoods, you have a whole lot less trash from folks throwing stuff away. So, yes, we are in a recession. I've gone from 18 tons a day.
I'm sorry. I got caught up listening to this story. Forgot to give my time out.
Well, he's saying,
I like his info.
If you want to know if we're in a recession, ask the trash man.
He knows.
Yeah, and he made the case. We continue. Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Good,
We're good.
Good.
Hey, you got the elections coming up, so they go out to like county fairs and make everybody seem like they're real people too.
Oh yeah.
Can we please get Joe Biden walking around with a corn dog in one of the glass houses?
Oh,
that's so good.
If we can get Biden either with a corn dog or maybe with them big old turkey legs.
Oh yeah, that ain't
walking
bad,
around, and everybody asking him questions.
Yeah.
Fred and Pelham, ZZK. Fred, go ahead.
Sorry, guys, you caught me laughing on that last one.
I thought we had a chicken on the line.
Guys, I went down the Rick and Bubba best of rabbit hole last night, and I listened to a ton of them. Love your best stuff, but I cannot find on iTunes or on YouTube Vicky Quest, and I have got to have it. How do I get it?
Gosh, that's a tough one. Boy, that one breaks your hearts.
We got technical problems.
We got technical problems on Vicky Quest, and it really is just.
I hate it.
It's
too.
a travesty. When Vicky Quest was going on, the documentation of it, which is one of the reasons why we said don't do this. There was, I think, there was an attempt to archive and get archives put on CD or something, and somebody was doing that during the show, and so on the actual documentation of Vicky Quest, you hear other shows in the background.
So it's impossible to go in and separate it.
Correct.
Because it's all mixed together.
Right. And so our archive of it is not very good.
I guess we blame Don Juan since he's not here.
Yeah, that's the easiest thing to do.
Right.
And I do remember one time asking that not to be done, and I was told it wasn't being done while I could see the person doing it.
Right.
And I was like, but I can see them. I'm looking at the person doing it. So please don't tell me something's not going on when I can see it. But yeah, so that was the problem there. A channel was slightly potted up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you do about it.
I don't either.
Unless somebody recorded it off air,
right,
would be our only hope of finding that.
Yeah, and then at first it didn't make a best of CD because what do you pull out?
Yeah.
I mean, it was this ongoing thing. But then we found out the recording was bad too, so it was a double hit. We continue. So I'm sorry about that. Really, all you have is us reflecting on it. Let's go, Brian in Florida, the free state of Florida, checking in. Brian, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
I have no idea what you said, buddy. Just
I heard Monkey
Green
Grass.
Acres. I hope the rest of the call is a little clearer, but go ahead.
Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Got it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Out here working. Hey, I sent Speedy a email showing what the guy William Birch was arrested on. It's got a jail view for Okaloosa County.
Is that the guy that was? Is that the Chick-fil-A guy that was getting?
I don't know whether he's telling us who the carjacker was allegedly, or who he's telling us the Chick-fil-A guy was. He was attempting to know the people somehow involved, but I couldn't understand him.
Well, he was
doggone
working,
it.
right?
Richard in Tennessee. Richard, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Hey, this is Richard from Pigeon Forge. I was just calling to say rest in peace to the Shades of Past Rod Run. This was its last year after 40 years.
It was what? What now?
The Shades of the Past Rod Run. This was the last year.
Time out. We got to get to the bottom of this.
Shades of the Past Frog Run. What are you saying?
Greg, if that's what he
Shades
said,
of the
Rod Run, where all the old cars.
Say Shades of the Past Reg Run.
Start over. Speak clearly and slower. We
I mean,
all
this is
wanna
the
know what's going
United States of Camara, for God's sakes.
All right, I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you?
It's Shades of the Past Rod Run.
Shades of the Past Rod Run.
Yeah, like Hot Rod.
Okay.
Shades of the Past Rah-Roo?
Rod Run.
Rod Run.
Rah-rah.
Rod Run.
I hate to see it go.
I did sound like Biden right there. I apologize.
Well, no, it's the phone. It's not you.
It's the phone.
It's not you, man.
So they're shut. This is the last Rod Run, I guess.
Yeah.
After 40 years.
Now, why are they shutting it down?
Well, because there's no electric
Shade,
car.
there it is. Shades of the Past. Hot Rod Roundup.
They're shutting it down because there's no electric cars in it.
That's right, Greg.
Got to save the world, Bubba. Got to save the earth.
You know, if the government is so all fired up about this, why aren't they changing over all their cars first? They got the biggest fleet of anybody.
You talking about lead by example?
Yeah.
But politicians are not familiar with that phrase.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In Alabama, obviously the current governor was removed. There's now the lieutenant governor is now serving as the governor, and then of course there's going to be another election coming up in 2018. So people are starting to talk about who's going to run, not run. Our names have been tied to all that, and we'll kind of clear all that up on what direction we're going coming up in the next hour. So you definitely want to stand by for that. Also, we had a lot of adventures from this past weekend. And I know that Speedy said he had one that involved fire trucks at a ballpark. And I mean, can we get into that now, or is it longer than 7 minutes? Because if it is, we'll do it later in the program.
I might give a condensed version. Reese's team is a 13U team. Which
Travel Ball's always got adventures, doesn't it?
It does. And we had the little Playmaker State, which had about 24, 25 teams in it. So there's teams everywhere.
Sure.
And all divisions. So you got all the parks full, and they're using. There's so many. They're using multiple locations. Where we happen to be.
Can't stand that. I like it when it's all one place.
I know.
One part.
Yeah, you win here, you go there, you lose, all that. So we were in pool play Saturday, and that's where you play, and then they seed you after that play, and then championship bracket is on Sunday. And where we were, it was in the great city of the area of Liberty Park there in Vestavia Hills, Alabama, where the show is based. But it's a big city. It's a metro city for Birmingham, for those of you listening all over the country. Well, we're coming out of a 2-game set on Saturday, and it was hot. As you can see from my face, the sun was out too.
Yeah, sure was.
And we've been baking, and you know how it is. You're finishing up. You've had tent city,
right.
And you're just trying to get to the car. It's like you're walking through the desert to get to the car.
Yeah,
you're
and
dragging stuff.
Our weather here over the last 2 weeks has been blazing hot rain.
Right.
Blazing hot rain.
Right.
Cloudy, hot rain, cloudy, hot rain, cloudy,
Right.
hot rain.
Yeah.
You know,
I see clouds away. Please come over me, but don't rain. We
Right.
don't need a break.
Right.
Just where's the cloud cover?
So much so to turn your pond over. But go ahead.
Yeah. So we played, and then we had a game break, and then we played again. So we've got tents all lined up, and where's the breeze? Where's the breeze? You're walking around and all this stuff. So after game one, some went and grabbed something to eat. Some came back. Reese and I were home alone, okay? So it was just the two of us, and Tyler had come home from school to join us about halfway through game one. Terry and JC are out of town. They're in Atlanta. He's playing. So we're all over the place. Well, I go, hey, we need some more water. So I walk out to the truck because I had a stash of water, and I'm going to reload the cooler because it was just so hot. So I go out and I get the water. I come back in. We hang out, and game two is over. So we're finally walking out around dinner time on Saturday, I guess. So as I said, everybody's dragging stuff. Everybody's got red rump. They're walking like they've been on a horse all day,
Sure.
And so we finally get to the truck, and everybody, see you later, man. It's great. See you later. Boom, throw the stuff in the back of the truck, and I go to get my keys, and I'm like, hey, hold on just a second. Oh, where's my keys real quick? Hold on just a second. Reese, check your bag.
Oh, no.
Hey, Tyler, check this bag for me, please, buddy. So before you know it, it looks like your garage. We've just laid stuff all over the garage, all over the parking lot. So I'm like, oh my gosh, where's my keys? So I sent a group text to the team. Hey, will everybody check your bag?
What a hassle.
Hey, your chairs, everything was sitting under the tent. Will y'all please check your plug? So now, hey, we just pulled over. It's not here. Hey, it's not here. Hey, Tyler, do me a favor. Go back to the concession stand.
Oh, yeah. Now
Ask them if there's been a set of keys turned in, please. And Reese, walk back up to where the tent was and just walk around and see if you see them. Hey, I don't have it. I don't have it either. All the parents are texting
Group
you back.
text.
So now I'm out.
Horrible
Now I'm looking in my truck. Are they in here? Where are they?
My stomach's hurting hearing this.
And I haven't lowered the tailgate. And I sat down and went, okay, buddy, you got to have a moment here. Concentrate. Where are your keys?
Right, go back through your day.
When's the last time you had them, son? And I'm on myself like I'm one of my kids, and Reese is like, this isn't on me. I know, son. It's not on you. I know. So they walk back. Dad, I don't see them. I don't see them. I don't know what to do. So then I go, hey, maybe OnStar. I'll call OnStar. I got OnStar. Of course, I never activated it.
No.
So I doubt this is going to work. So I call OnStar.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, we thank you for being with us, and much to do as we move through the program. Steve Ducey coming up next hour from Fox and Friends. And he'll also be our guest this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. As believe it or not, we discuss Steve Ducey's new cookbook. I'm telling you, So that's coming up. Catch that over the weekend wherever you get podcasts. Bubba, I had one of those situations yesterday, where we live right now, and I know it's all going to go bad next week and get back to be hot and humid again. But where we live, we come to you from Sweet Home Alabama to the world,
where the skies are so blue.
Where they are so blue, and right now we're having the kind of weather. If it was a little bit cooler all day, we would really be having the weather. But mornings and afternoon, as Bubba refers to, cool on the edges, and you're 100% right. It is the kind of days right now in our state that Leonard Skinner wrote the song about.
Well, in Birmingham, they love the governor.
Yeah, and so anyway, so we're living. Jeff Foxworthy said it the best. He said, life kind of operates this way. If you're our age, your kids have all drove away, but as soon as they clear the driveway, your parents drive in. And so you have aging parents, and mom and dad are still can get around, and it's but they've moved to a retirement community, which lends itself to all kinds of fun and games, and those two being there, and even Sherry and I are going through two things. My wife and her family is, when sometimes your parents, unfortunately, if they're in the aging process, might be starting to struggle with their cognitive skills. There's, with dementia and Alzheimer's and things like that. And but Sherry's mom is like she's really joyful and happy. And then, Greg, what we're dealing with, with Dad, is Dad, of course, is going to battle aging completely. I mean, he's out to defeat aging.
He is.
And so that lends itself to two completely different experiences, And so one of the things, because Mom, of course, take care, them living in kind of tighter quarters now, and they love each other dearly and have a great marriage. But one of the greatest gifts that we can give Mom is to come get Dad.
Everybody needs a break.
You're right.
Sure.
Yeah. So as Mom said the other day, I know you and Sherry love each other just as your dad and I love each other. But what if y'all saw each other all the time, every day, and nobody went to work and and I was like, I got it. So no problem. So and it was a beautiful day. So I was going by to pick up Dad to take him fishing down at the farm, and of course I know how it's going to go. Number one. If you're going to spend the day with Dad, we will be listening to the Eagles' entire catalog.
Yeah, which is not bad.
He loves the Eagles.
Could be worse. It could be.
Right, and he could have picked. What if he liked a really bad band?
Yeah,
and so he and I sing those all day long, all the way down the farm, all the way back, and we love it. And but he is it 81, Greg? Is that right? 81.
81.
So he's 81, but physically he's still. I mean, he's moving a little slower, but physically he's still quite. He moves around pretty good. But I know that he's 81, so you still have to kind of.
Yeah.
But I made the mistake yesterday. That squint look he gets in his eyes, Greg, when you're doing something he thinks is stupid.
Oh,
And,
I know it also well.
Yeah, and I saw that face from him much more than you did growing up, because the face of, what are you doing? And so we're down there and we go around and we check out the land, because you got to ride the land. I mean, as soon as you get there, you got to ride.
Well, you got to survey everything.
And but where you got to go? You got to go the back 40.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to hit the perimeter, man.
Right?
What you talking about?
And I've got a running joke going with Gary right now, where he is supposed to be building a fence on the back 40, and he absolutely didn't want me to hire that out to anybody. Hey, I'm telling you, these people overcharge you, And so, but of course, I tell him they are a little more expensive than you, but they actually finish it. You know what I mean? And so,
well, at least he shows up to start it.
You're right. And so, anyway, so the running gag with Gary now is, if I'm going to the farm, I can't wait to see the fence. That's my running. And he expects it every time. And so I'll say things like, "Hey, Sherry and I are headed down there, and she is stoked to see the fence." And of course, which he hasn't started. And so I think he's got a few, maybe just a few. And this has been going on for weeks. And hey, miss weather we've been having. Of course, this week, beautiful. But
sure.
So anyway, so I immediately say, hey, Dad and I come to the farm day. Hey, I'd like to come over and see Coach. And I said, well, just meet us back here by the fence. I said, he can't wait to see it. And so
yeah, we're going to ride it together.
So that's been my running joke. So, But anyway, so if you've ever had a farm pond in your family or you yourself have one, evaporation affects them tremendously.
Yeah.
No matter how much water you have coming in, and we have a spring that comes in, but I mean, it can't keep up with evaporation. And so your banks, this time of year, and it'll stay this way until the winter when you get some good, that ongoing rain. Your banks now become kind of a slope down, almost like a bowl. The pond becomes a bowl because the water's not up to the level part. So to fish, you got to walk down these inclines. Boy, Greg, I made a crucial mistake. Crucial. So Dad, of course, goes to where the dam is, and that's the most steep part. So he walks down it to fish. Well, I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh gosh, he's gonna have a hard time getting back up that. I think. So I walk around there when I see he's starting to move, and like an idiot, I reach out my hand to him. Greg, squint face. What are you doing? And I said, well, I'm just putting my hand
Give
out.
you a hand?
For what? To help you up the hill. What? And he's standing there like he goes, you doing what? I said, well, I'm just helping out my hand to help you walk up you think I need you to help me up this hill? And I'm like, and then I realized right then, I just wish I wasn't here. I wish I'd have never walked over here. And then I get to the point where I know he's not going to grab my hand. So how long do I leave it out here?
Yeah. Do you have a plan when he falls back down?
You bring it back and wipe it through your hair?
Do I now?
Sorry, Dad.
Do I now just bring it back and now I'm just reaching for your rod?
Yeah.
And then that's bad. Why you want my rod? You think I can't come up the hill with the rod? Go back to where you were. And I was like, okay. And so,
how's the surface? Is it soft or hard?
No, it's all like you.
I know, but is it muddy?
Rocks, it's not rock. I mean, it's not muddy at all going up. But and to his credit, he went right up it. Now it was gingerly at times.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what to do. I think I got to the point where I thought him being upset with me for trying to help him up this hill is worse than him going backward back into the water, I guess.
I mean, you might as well just let him fall.
Right. Greg, I just want you to know, I think we're getting to that point where, even if I think he might need some help physically, he's not. I couldn't, but he looked. I said, "Oh, squinty face I've seen 1,000 times." What are you doing? I said, I'm putting my hand out for what? Well, you want to shake my hand? And I said, no, I was going to help you to come up this incline. You think I need you to pull me up this?
Fine.
No, sir, I didn't think that. I don't even know why that entered my mind.
Little Rick walked back.
Yeah, little Rick. Of course, what I did is rounded back behind him, out like I was going to fish back there, and then he went right up it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
And they're good. And I'm talking to somebody from India. I can't understand what they're saying.
Sure.
And I'm like, look, I don't have an active, and I understand they got security measures. You can't just say, hey, I want to activate this. That's how they get you. People steal your wallet or something. Right. They get your ID. So they let me know your car has to be running for us to activate an account for you. Now, we'll get roadside assistance, but roadside assistance, we'll have to call the dealership, and they can't come get you till Monday. And I'm like, well, that's not helping me. It's Saturday night, So I'm like, all right, so that's done. So I walk back up, and I'm talking to the people that got the dugout now. It's another team, and I'm in their dugout like I'm their coach. And they're like, hey, what are you doing in here? I'm trying to find my keys,
You're
buddy.
sewing away.
Yeah, I'm hot and everything. So finally, I go, hey, wait a minute. I know Wayne Quick, good friend of mine who works at Vestavia Hills Fire Department Station 2. I'm going to call him and see, does you have any connection of maybe getting this thing unlocked? So I call him and go, hey, I just have Station 4 that's right around the corner from you. I'll call my buddies. You want to go back there, and we'll get this thing unlocked. So by this time, Tyler, who's come home from school, he's got his car packed, and we're sitting in there on top of each other. He's taking me home. We turn around to go back, and we meet him there. Well, next thing I know, and the guys have a good time with it, they're turning on the sirens. They're coming in. Games are stopped. Their people are looking around trying to figure what's going on.
Well, it's probably standard operating procedure.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And so they come in and as soon
was
as
somebody trapped in the car?
No, as soon as they start to try to open it, what they have and what they needed broke. So they had to call another station out. So here, before I know it, their sirens are coming. And I got two. I got two fire trucks and about 7 firefighters, all of them trying to get into my truck. Okay, And dang it, I'm running out of time. But bottom line is, we spent about 45 minutes trying to find my keys. And one of the guys who, by the way, there's like, we ain't leaving you. We're not going to leave you here. We're just not going to do that.
I love that commitment.
And I mean, just God, you're talking about just servants, man. They just get after it. And I'm like, he goes, backtrace your steps again. I'm like, well, I have. I've walked past it. And wait a minute. I threw garbage out in the garbage can when I was emptying out my truck and getting the water between games. So I'm like, I'll go look in the garbage can. So I go through half the garbage can. I find the 2 cups and my bottled water that I threw away, and my keys are sitting up under it. They had been in the garbage the whole time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We sent it out over the weekend that we would announce today and clarify all this thing about the gubernatorial race in 2018. Who does it involve? Around the Rick and Bubba show, we told you last hour it isn't Bubba, it isn't me. But it is somebody out of the Rick and Bubba family, and we'd like to introduce you to now gubernatorial candidate Scott Dawson.
Scott. Good morning, guys.
Scott, have you lost your mind?
Oh my,
Rick, I think we need to start this by
Scott. What in the world are you doing?
We like to chant.
Can I tell you, there was a moment that I thought about not showing up and just texting you going, this has all been an elaborate scheme to pay you back for the four-wheeler incident down at the farm.
That would have been the greatest comeback in the history ever because undoubtedly over the weekend everybody thought one of us was going to run, even though that's not what I said.
I got a lot of text.
In the tweet, I was simply saying we're going to clear it up today, and we are. It is somebody that has Rick and Bubba history, Scott Dawson. We've done so many things together. So do you want to make your official announcement that you're running for governor?
Well, I mean, I will tell you guys I am running for governor of the state of Alabama.
There it is.
There it is.
Long, hard journey.
Oh, my.
To finally decide, and we've been walking with you through that. There's been much prayer. There's been all sorts of conversations. And to be fair, Bubba made the point going to the break. One of the things we may like the most about you in this is that you didn't want to do it. As a matter of fact, you tried to get so many others to do it, including one right over here. And like, what did you say last night? If Bubba just said yes, I wouldn't be in the spot.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I wanted to ask, is this my fault?
I blame about 70 people right now, and you're one of the top on the list.
What number was I in that list?
Oh my gosh! I mean, it was one of those situations where I was trying to find someone. And everyone kept coming back going, your heart's the one that's broken. You're the one who's got the burden over the state of Alabama. And, because of contracts or because, quite honestly, some people are, so successful they can't take the pay cut. A lot of people were like, Dawson, this is a time for you. And I got in late December, I got why don't you just pray about it, which is pastoral terms for you're going to do it. You just don't know it yet.
Right,
so
right.
I've learned that. And so I went through 21 days of prayer and fasting. I mean, it is what it is. And on the 20th day, I just kind of felt the Lord saying, I've been preparing you for this for 2 years. So I went home and talked to my wife, and she was like, in fact, when I walked in, she looked at me and said, what's wrong? And I told her, and she was like, well, let's prepare. And since that time, I've just been preparing through asking people to pray with us, talk with us about it, walk with us in this journey, and every single turn, I promise you, I've lived with open palms of God. If you don't want this, feel free to take it away. But if we can impact people, I mean, last year, 100,000 people I had the chance to speak in front of face to face, and I take that responsibility very serious. But if we can impact 5 million people in Alabama and beyond, that it could go national, that we could have, common sense government and a leader that looks through issues with a biblical worldview, then let's go for it. And that's where I am.
Well, Scott, this started with a phone call from you to me, for far as my part of the story.
Right.
And you told me you wanted to eat lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, Scott wouldn't tell me what it was. So I thought, what is Scott? What are we, what is going on? So we go to lunch, and Scott says, Bubba, I want you to run for governor. And I was floored. I was really floored. I was honored. But I thought, Scott, I don't know that that's my calling. We had a very lively discussion about it. And I think I even told you, Scott, if you're that passionate about maybe you need to do it.
Yeah, that conviction anyone who goes through conviction, after you get through it, it's joyful, but going through it is tough. And I was just trying to find somebody like, okay, God.
It is 7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. And we are here at the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology. And we thank you for being with us. We have much to do on the program this hour. Steve Ducey will join us from Fox and Friends. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. And so is Bill Bubba Bussey, who is back and ready. There we go.
Rick, glad to be here. And remember, only 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba's got breaking tennis news.
I have
breaking news.
This just in.
Breaking news. There it is. Tennis update.
I plead with you, Bubba. I plead with you. See,
bail out.
Here's what I want to happen, okay? I've asked Bubba kindly. I said, can you and I just go to your office and sit down during a commercial break and sincerely talk about this?
Right.
Me and you.
Right.
Because Rick's not going to go the segment without bringing up football, and these two are going to make fun, and I'm going to sit in the middle and not know who I want to draft with.
All right.
So you see what I'm saying?
Wait a minute.
Because I'm going to enjoy all of it, but I don't know what to do because it is Roger Federer and it's Bubba.
So I just want one, and when he's done talking, I just want Speedy to give us an impersonation of him. That's all I want.
So Speedy has to do an impersonation of Federer?
Yeah.
Roger
Federer. I want you to
Federer?
concentrate on how he talks.
Fedora?
He was known as the Great One.
He's known the conductor.
He has announced his retirement after the next look. Is it the Laver Open that he said he was
Laver
playing?
Cup.
Laver Cup.
He says it.
Is that mixed doubles? What is it?
Think of you know how the golf has the Ryder Cup.
Right.
Think of the Laver Cup as the same thing in tennis, and so you have Europe against the world.
Okay.
John McEnroe's a captain, and Bjorn Borg is a captain, and then all these other guys play for each.
How does it stack up with Boris Becker?
So Fed's going to do that, and you know he's at one time was the greatest tennis player. He's no longer leads in Grand Slams, but he's definitely been one of the most smooth tennis players over the years.
Yeah. What about Jimmy Fish?
You know, I had a chance to go down to.
Are you going to play my video that we're just waiting to play?
And be a partner with him in the thing that Virgin Galactic puts on.
Is this Speedy doing?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's guessing what he thinks he'll sound like.
Right.
But anyway, let's go ahead. Let's hear it from Roger himself.
All right, so here we go.
To my tennis family and beyond.
Work on it.
Of all the gifts that tennis has given me over the years, the greatest, without a doubt, has been the people I've met along the way. My friends, my competitors, and most of all the fans who give the sport its life. Today, I want to share some news with all of you. As many of you know, the past 3 years have presented me with challenges in the form of injuries and surgeries. I've worked hard to return to full competitive form, but I also know my body's capacities and limits, and its message to me lately has been clear. I am 41 years old. I've played more than 1,500 matches over 24 years. Tennis has treated me more generously than I ever would have dreamt, and now I must recognize when it is time to end my competitive career. The Laver Cup next week in London will be my final ATP event. I will play more tennis in the future, of course, but just not in Grand Slams or on the tour. This is a bittersweet decision because I will miss everything the tour has given me, but at the same time, there is so much to celebrate. I consider myself one of the most fortunate people on earth. I was given a special talent to play tennis, and I did it at a level that I never imagined for much longer than I ever thought possible.
So there you go.
Does it mean or does he sound like a robot?
No.
Well, remember, he's doing it in English, which is not
Maybe
his
he's not.
primary
Maybe
language.
he is a robot. That's why he's so good.
Imagine us trying to give a speech and sound that good in a foreign language.
Can you imagine? Can you?
So, you know, when we
can't even speak our own language.
When I first got into tennis, Fed was the walking boss. I mean, he was number one. He was undisputed champion. We went to the U.S. Open. I carried Betty up there before I ever started playing, and first person we saw playing when we walked in was Roger Federer, and he was he was smooth and he was fun to watch. He was good for the sport.
You know what's funny is we all know him as the smooth gentleman that you just saw. But there was a time in his career real early on where he'd smash a racket. He's kind of a turd on the court. And people,
hothead,
when you see him now or over the last 10 years, but you saw him prior, you think, so this guy's going to be the gentleman that we all at some point call the maestro. So it almost makes me think, who are we watching now that is a bit of a hothead that we're going to be talking about 10, 15 years from now in this manner?
But he really got good.
I'm thinking Michael Helms.
He really got good when he got his emotions under control. That's
Correct.
when he took
well,
off.
and that's why. That's
I'd
why
like to hear from him on what he thinks about it.
See, this is why, Bubba, we can't have a serious conversation.
Wouldn't you, Rick? I kind of want to hear from him how he feels.
I
about
do
it.
too. So how do you feel about it, Roger?
I'm gonna really miss the game.
he can't even make a run at. He's now tickling
And you know what? You were kind of close.
You're not that far off.
I remember the U.S. Open. I saw Betty with the face sitting next to my daddy. I said, "Wow, he looks smooth," and thought, "What a gentleman." He made me play hard, and I love the face.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Lodka.
yes.
It's off Taxi.
No, it was. Speedy, your impressions continue to amaze me.
A man of 1,000 voices. It's almost like Speedy. It's almost like you slip into their skin.
Yeah. He does.
I don't know how you do it.
I know Bubba and Helmsy are serious, and I love them for that.
Yes. But Helms, to your point,
the little
you and Bubba need to go somewhere and have a serious conversation at some point.
Because look, Roger has been.
Look, the conductor, he's leaving.
He's not the conductor.
The maestro.
Oh.
We're headed to another good night. Look at that moment.
The maestro.
Yeah.
I thought same thing.
But you know, Rick, I did get invited to go to the what's the cup that Sir Richard Branson has down there? Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to say the place that it's played at.
It's Necker Island.
Yeah, well, that, and there's a bay there, too, that I'm not going to go into detail on. Mm-hmm. But
I don't know if it's Necker or not.
Is that the same one
it's the Nectar Cup. And it was at Nectar Island.
Is that
but,
island over by Epstein's?
It got destroyed in one of the hurricanes. But you could go and be paired up with some of these guys and play in like a 3-day thing, and you get to have dinner with Sir Richard Branson.
How much that
and
gonna
some
cost?
Of well, that was the key. That's why I didn't get. That's why I didn't get.
Right up to the price. Oh, wait a minute,
Bubba, you should have come and played with me.
I will never forget when they called me.
You're loaded.
I thought I was being pranked by y'all, by the way, because it was this guy with a heavy British accent, and he was inviting me to the island.
It was probably Speedy.
Yeah, and it was Speedy throwing his voice.
You'd never known.
Right. And he told me what the price was, and I said, "Well, you know what? I'll have to get back with you."
Thank you for including me.
It was like $100,000.
Let me sell the condo.
Chump change.
But if you
down there with the conductor,
they had like the head guy at Oracle was there, the head guy at Microsoft at the time.
you'd have fit right in.
I mean, it was all
Yeah,
these
all
people
those
that were
guys.
in, and they all went and played in this tournament. And stayed on a bit. I mean, it was a cool deal.
Bubba to hit the court with the Rick and Bubba shirt on.
The key is I was not in that group, Speedy. I didn't get to go, so that was kind of the point of this.
Those are those moments in life where you know where you are.
Yeah. It's definitely you realize where you are in the pecking order, and I was not in it.
Yeah. Well, they thought you were. They gave you a call, right? You should have went.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
could have sold the condo and gone.
I figured it. It was.
There he is. Could you put one of Bubba playing and him together?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Can you Photoshop Bubba right up under that one arm? Like they pals. Right.
Give me a hug.
Yeah. There you go. Hey, Roger.
You know, that reminded me because we were talking about liver and all that stuff the other day, and I was asked if I ever took a bad hit to my liver or anything.
Uh-oh.
And I said, no, I didn't think about it. And then I thought about playing against Marty Fish. He hit me with an overhead at the net.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Into running. Bubba for governor sounds really good for the state of Alabama.
It's got a ring to it.
It would have won going away.
I'm telling you.
Imagine the bumper stickers.
Yeah, and I want to be clear because Bubba said it to you. When I said to you, well, if you're so big about it, why don't you run? I was just kidding. I didn't know you'd actually do it, but I want you to know I'm here to help you. But we had the joking part. You remember the first time you and I talked about it, I said, Now, you want to hear from just practical Rick, or do you want to hear from let's get on our faces and pray Rick? Which one do you want? Because practical Rick says, have you lost your mind?
Yes. And practical Scott was like, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
My daughter, we were at dinner, and she looks at me. My daughter says, Dad, you're turning 50. SDA, the ministry I lead, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. They're turning 30. You and Mom's been married 25 years. She said, "Is this a midlife crisis you're walking?"
Yeah, most people buy a motorcycle.
I was about to say, this is the ultimate sports car.
You're
supposed to make your life better, not worse.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. Why am I running? Because there's a lot of good people who just decide not to get involved with it. And to be honest, the easiest thing for me would be just to walk away and continue to do my life like I got it. But the whole time, the book of Nehemiah has just been resonating in my mind, because Nehemiah wasn't a construction worker. He was a cupbearer to the king. But when God gave him a burden and God gave him a vision, all of a sudden the wall was built in 52 days. So people say, well, you're not a politician. To me, my reply is, thank God. But if I can serve, if I can be a part of something, and it's not any, everyone wants to condemn the people in politics. I'm not running against any other person. I really want to stand against the corruption in the political process and the system that's been built. That's what's got to be changed. And when that can happen, it's like an evangelist. What do I preach? I preach about life change. When someone's going this way and they want their life to be changed, what has to happen? There has to be a turning point. And what I've just been praying through, and the Lord's just been speaking to me, Alabama's at a turning point. We can't keep doing what we've always done and expect different results. That's insanity.
Well, somebody asked me, because everybody was wanting to try to figure out, when people we were talking with behind the scenes, and they said, well, what does he have in the resume? I said, well, I got one for you. And I told Bubba this. I said, if you want to talk about somebody, don't act like he doesn't have any expertise in what's going on. I'm glad he's not a politician, but I watched him do 2 evangelical events where we had to raise money for it, and we had to get over 100-something churches of all the denominations to help us. And he did that and convinced every single church nobody was going to get credit for it, and we still did it. and how about this? If you can get over 100 different churches and different denominations to all work together and nobody get credit for it, by golly, that's a communicator right there.
That's it. That's a consensus
how about
builder.
That
right
makes
there.
Montgomery like a piece of cake.
The only thing harder getting Republicans and Democrats to work together, it's getting Baptists and Methodists working together. So we got it.
And we did it.
The Lord did it.
The
and
Lord
if
did
it's going to happen, it's going to be through Him.
Well, and I do think this, and Bubba said that going to the break, I do think one of the things with the people right now, this thing of, well, he's never been involved in politics, and we say amen.
Great.
Good.
That excites me.
Adrian Rogers, he's the one who said the term politics comes from 2 words, poly, which means many, and ticks, which blood-sucking insects. So,
but the country right now, at the state and federal level, they're ready for something new, and we need to start just getting people to do what the founders intended. Where does God have you? Now leave that, go serve your community, serve your state, serve your country. Do what the people need you to do, and then go back to what you were doing. It's not supposed to be a career.
We're excited, Scott.
I'm not looking for a career change. I'm looking to serve for the people of Alabama.
I hear you.
It's bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. Scott Dawson running for governor.
Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Scott Dawson, who's been on the show many times, has made many best of CDs. I was trying to figure out how long we've known you. It's right at 20 years. I was thinking maybe 18 years, somewhere in there.
Yeah. First safe at home.
Yeah, because Big Love is 18, and we've been on in Birmingham 18 years. Right around that time. So I think, as far as us being here, living here, we met you right after we moved here. So
what year was it that little airplane kept buzzing you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Kevin Derryberry introduced us, got you guys to come, and y'all were standing at home plate.
Yes.
And that's the infamous red plane that circled. And,
that was great.
We thought Devil was driving the plane himself.
Big Red was driving.
Gosh.
A lot of people, by the way, all the information about Scott's gubernatorial campaign is at show notes at rickandbubba.com. You can go to his website. You can go to his Facebook. You can minutes past the hour. Steve Ducey from Fox and Friends not only will join us for a quick segment on the big show today, He'll be our Rick and Bubba University, the podcast guest this weekend. So make a note of that. A couple of updates that we have. This is almost as big as Tom Brady's wife is mad that he's playing football again this year. So that's official now, right? I mean,
she's hiding the fact that she's not happy.
She's openly saying, "I thought we were going into our retirement life. That's what I was planning." And then my husband decides he's going back and playing another year for the Buccaneers, and I'm not happy about it.
She don't seem to be.
And that's why he had to go home for those days during camp. He's having some issues at home. She's not thrilled with this coming out of retirement thing, right? Is that bottom line?
Yeah. That's what
and that's not even being hidden anymore. That's out there.
Right.
So that's going to be a distraction. That's going to be a big one.
They said when Tom steps on the field, though, he's such a professional. He leaves all that behind. And
of course, how they know what he's really thinking about. But that's
now,
last
Sunday,
you know how they know Tom told him.
Last Sunday night, he was pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Was he good?
She sent out, and look, I don't know if it's sincere or not, but she sent out a tweet or on social media about how she was rooting for him, and here we go.
I'm sure she was.
But then at the end,
but she wasn't there.
Not.
I don't know about
like
that.
normal. She's usually there. You see her up in the box.
It's a long season.
Yeah.
But I will say this, no doubt, and even required not for whole different skill set, obviously, but it's required really in any kind of like this job. I mean, there's been a number of times I've showed up here with very, very distracting things going on, and you have to be able to put that aside and do your job. And so he probably can do that.
Yeah.
He's probably a pro at it. And if he played the way he did last Sunday, I didn't see the game. Sounds like he played pretty well.
You forget how many weapons he has too.
Yeah.
They're just all over the field.
Yeah. Well, here's another deal.
He got hit a little more than he wanted to, I think, because they were having a little trouble with the blind side protection. But
they just made him mad. So
speaking of football, Guardian caps.
Yeah.
Concussions among players who wore Guardian caps.
They look sharp.
Yeah, but those things look ridiculous. I think I'd almost rather have a concussion. Concussions among players who wore the Guardian caps over the summer dropped by more than 50%, according to the NFL.
Okay, I'm confused about the way they're saying that. Are they saying that concussions dropped while they were wearing the hats? Or it looks like a blanket that's sewed for the top of the.
It looks ridiculous.
Top of the helmet.
It looks ridiculous.
Are they saying that concussions dropped while they were wearing them, or they wore them this summer, and because they didn't take those hits, they're having less now that they're out of them?
It said for the first time, the league required offensive linemen, defensive linemen, tight ends, and linebackers to wear Guardian caps during practice between the start of training camp until the second preseason game, a period when concussion rates historically have been evaluated. I didn't know that.
Okay, so they had some data.
There were 11 concussions among those position groups during that time, meaning some people still got them. 6 of those were caused by contact to the face mask, which the Guardian wouldn't help you with, which is not protected. So the 3-year average for players before that, during that time, were 23 concussions. So that's where they're getting this 50% number, Bubba, just to answer your question. Concussions among players at the other positions remained flat, and said that the performance of the cap exceeded our expectations.
So just a little bit of padding. So do you think they'll make them permanent on all the helmets on the outside?
I hope not.
I hope not.
It's going to take I love seeing that shiny logo.
Yeah, I think this is more practice and to y'all's point,
because,
extracurricular stuff. And
that's limiting the contact.
Right.
Is there anything more they could do up underneath versus on the outside?
Well, I hope so.
Because that would look ridiculous on Sunday afternoon.
Now next year they're going to try them knocker balls when they get in the middle of the knocker ball and they bounce off each other.
That's funny.
There's a couple of
Although when the bull
experiments
hits them.
within baseball about the pitchers wearing. And I think there was one pitcher that he had something on top, but it built into the hat.
Yeah.
For these hard line drives coming back and hitting them in the head and stuff.
I know we've got padding inside, but I wonder if there's a way to create that on the inside versus the outside to not take away the presentation, because that presentation
it's horrible.
Look, there's a knocker ball.
There it is.
Only you would bring up knocker ball.
Wow.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Well, it's kind of the same thing.
Not really.
Well, hell.
I've always thought.
What if they gave him that guy's grizzly bear suit?
You're talking about.
Now
we're
you're
talking.
talking.
Now we're talking.
You do have some injuries where people get up under the face mask. And I've always wondered, like those motorcycle helmets that had the solid piece down here, if they could do that, and have this part open with a face mask. But I'm sure there'll be more experimentation.
How much heavier is it with that on?
That's what I'm
running around.
It has to
Do
feel.
they even think about that? Or
It just looks so ridiculous. I just
does.
hate it. And here's the other thing.
Looks like the Bud Bowl.
But it can't. But I know we're all tying it back to the cap. Probably Fauci's get royalties on it or something. But aren't we also cutting down on concussions by the whole new presentation of the game?
Yeah.
We don't tackle the way we once tackled.
Some of the rules on the
rules.
blindside blocks.
Wouldn't that also be playing a role?
It would.
It has to.
Yeah.
It has to.
Yeah. So
I've seen so many people, that normally they would have just decleated somebody, and they'll just stop and put their hands up.
Yeah.
They're just
The
trying to get in the
blindside
way.
blocks gone.
Yeah.
Even if you don't head to head. If it's
Blocking
just a block-
downfield has changed so much. Tackling of the quarterbacks changed. You can't go high, can't go low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know how you're supposed to tackle
Like
a
I say,
quarterback now.
the
Drag him down.
The penalty they called on the Alabama player when the kid got hurt this week, I don't know what he was supposed to do.
I don't either. He can't change gravity.
Yeah, that was the
can't.
complaint I saw. I didn't see the play, but gravity. There's nothing anybody can do about gravity.
Once you're in the air, there's not.
You got to come down.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You have to come down.
Yeah.
And granted, you might land right on somebody and mash them in the ground, but that kind of happens.
Yeah. Greg, would you rather see Speedy in the grizzly suit or the knocker ball?
Now is a bull gonna hit the knocker
I really
ball?
want Rick. I really want both.
Yeah,
because when that bull hits the knocker ball,
yeah, that's pretty serious.
If I can get a bull,
I'm trading out the bull for them.
If I could get a bull to hit Speedy
I'm
in the
going
knocker ball,
ball.
I think I'm going knocker ball.
If I can only have one, and I get the bull and the knocker ball, that's exactly where I'm going.
Yeah,
because they get some
And
big air.
I'd love to see
It wouldn't
that.
even require fire.
No,
I know.
and he'll be fine. It's not gonna hurt.
It ain't gonna hurt.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, what's the
Listen,
knocker
the
ball?
air
I know
they
why
get
you
under
would.
these knocker balls when that bull hits them.
Greg, when people get hit by a bull and get giant air,
Ain't nothing like
it's an amazing thing
It
we
really
see. It's a lot to see. Those bulls bring a lot of power.
I enjoy it. I really enjoy it.
I do too.
Any type of bull.
I
footage.
love it.
This is
You ever seen
reminded-
the poker, the cowboy poker?
Oh, when they sit around the table,
man,
the
that's
bull
something
throws them
else.
up there.
Yeah.
Let's watch this.
Look at
right
the
here.
knocker ball. Here's
How
Speedy.
can
That's
we- how
Speedy
can
right
we
there.
not-
Oh my goodness!
How can we not love that?
This is reminding me of something. The voice that I'm hearing from you, Rick.
Yeah.
When I got attacked by the canine.
Oh yeah.
And I got attacked in the suit.
Yeah.
And you were like, that's kind of good.
Yeah.
But when I wore the arm sleeve and it came and attacked me, you could
was
hear it going nuts.
slinging you
were
around.
like, you're like, oh, this is what I wanted.
Slinging you
were
around like a
so
rag doll.
You sounded so happy.
Yeah.
My favorite part of that bit is when the crowd goes nuts. When,
Oh,
when
yeah.
the dog is holding him, all those school kids start screaming and
Oh,
they're
they
cheering
go
it because
crazy.
the dog's attacking Speedy.
In the historic line, Rick, what do you think's going to happen? I tell you what's going to happen.
It was about to happen.
They're going to drop that gate, and that dog's going to go nuts.
And it did.
And the crowd went,
I tell you what's going to happen. Bottom of the hour, the deuce is loose. Steve Ducey with us when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Twitter, we put it right there in show notes. Just go there and click from there, and you get what you need to know as we kick off his race for governor here today on the program, as he officially announces to everyone that he is running for governor, and we'll be supporting that. Many emails want to know about Gary the Bulldozer Man, and I have a story involving Gary and myself I'll talk about later in the program. Gary is calling. Gary, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm fine. How you?
We're doing good. Hey, Scott's going to run for governor.
Well, you told me last week that he was thinking about it. But, me and Scott started off doing the same thing this morning.
What's that?
Trying to find a lid to fit a septic tank.
You're going to take a big one.
Yeah, we heard you had a little trouble
So
with that.
you and Scott all have the same job. That's funny.
That's good.
Scott still mad with me?
What's that?
Still mad with him.
Scott still mad with me?
You still mad, Scott?
My first executive order is an APB for your apprehension, but that's another story at another time.
I wanted to put my application in for head of security.
There you go.
There it is.
The assassination was an inside job, if I've ever heard of one.
Look, see, you had him scaring you. Now put him for you.
Oh my gosh!
I got it. if he gets governor, which I hope he does, I'll probably vote for you.
Probably.
Thanks. Thank you.
You'll be the only governor that I've ever shot at.
That's a great point, Gary.
Boy, wouldn't that be great to be able to say that?
But yeah, that's.
I'm probably one in Alabama that shot at the governor.
Yeah, you know what? Let's hope you are. Let's hope that stays.
Well,
Gary,
you're going to have to get on the hill over there to Al's. Your phone's cutting out a little bit.
Gary, I know you got to get over and get that septic tank fixed, and I'm going to tell our adventure a little bit later in the program from this past weekend.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a deal.
It was. You can't.
All right.
All right.
Nah, you can't come then.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Choppy.
See you, Gary.
There he goes.
Choppy. Still talking. I love what he said. Scott and I got the same job today. Get it back on the septic. That's funny. It'd be the only guy that's ever shot at the governor. Well, now there's been a lot of let's deal with it though. There's been a lot of rumors out there, and I know you want to deal with the top 10. Is this the top 10 attacks on you already?
Oh yeah, because as of last night, I made an issue statement to my family and my friends: do not read any more social comments because those commentators, wow, they're special. But anyway, there are going to be attacks coming to us, and so I've had some friends. Mark Garnett has put his input. My daughter, Hope, Hunter, myself. And they've come up with the top 10 outlandish claims.
All right, these are the top 10. Now, what we do?
Outlandish claims about Scott Dawson.
Yeah, we're going to do it. Now, look, what I do is when I say number 10, and then you say it, then I'll do this. All right, now, then we stop.
Then we'll give you another number.
And then we'll give you another number.
All right, I am an amateur at top.
Yeah, well,
so this is the top 10 what? Top 10 what?
Top 10 most outlandish claims that are going to come against me running for governor.
All right, number 10.
Number 10, Scott and Speedy share smoke breaks.
That's true.
Everybody knows Speedy
the
don't
top
smoke.
10 attacks against Scott running for governor. Number 9.
Greg Burgess will be my communications director.
I meant to get with you about that.
All right, number 8.
I'm going to replace the dome of the Capitol with a replica of Touchdown Jesus, Alabama.
Roll Tide. Top 10 attacks against Scott Dawson running for governor. Number 7.
All my Disney vacations were actually budget line items at SDA under the name Mission Trip or Mickey Needs Jesus 2.
Yeah, and I witnessed one of those.
That was one of our markers for how long we've known him. Because I knew how young the kids were then. All right, the top 10 attacks against Scott Dawson. Number 6.
There will be a 10% tax increase, otherwise known as my tithe to Joel Osteen.
What are you doing?
Thank you, Hope Dawson. That was Hope's.
He's already out there.
Here we go. The top 10 attacks against Scott running for governor. Number 5.
I will suspend all laws but the 10 Commandments and issue an executive order that says, entitled missed it!
It's too long. It's too long.
You can't have nothing.
All right, number 5.
Nothing.
Come on, go.
I will suspend all laws but the 10 Commandments and issue an executive order entitled The Levitical Law for You Today.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. Emails are pouring in about the Upside app, upside.com. Hey, man, tell me what the Upside is. Well, let me tell you, upside.com. You just download the free Upside app. Use the special promo code. The promo code, by the way, is Bubba25, and that's going to get you 25 cents or more back for every gallon that you pump. I mean, when you use that, you put that out first, the next tank of gas you pump, at least 25 cents a gallon on the first tank of gas. Then after that, you just claim, an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, and you'll be saving away. Simply check in at the business, pay as usual, and then get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you can earn 3 times more cash back with Upside, and we're getting the emails. I mean, y'all are loving this app. In 3 day, these days right now, Bubba, with the cost of everything, 3 times the savings will add up pretty fast. Do you know how much the current users are earning weekly? More than $1 million.
Come on.
So that's why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. So join us and go download it now. The free Upside app. Use our special promo code BUBBA25. Save 25 cents or more on every gallon of that first tank of gas, and then just let the savings begin on everything. And find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So we've got the ongoing series, Bubba. You know, nobody loves a cookbook more than our audience. And the Simply Happy Cookbook by Steve and Kathy Ducey. There's a Happy Cookbook series. We've already mentioned the last one. We were talking with the Deuce back, I guess it was early on in the pandemic, because I remember he was at his home walking around and all that wasn't going to work. But anyway, the new one is now out, and Steve Ducey is joining us to discuss the latest installment in the Happy Cookbook series. Deuce, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, great talking to you guys. I'm actually in transit. There's a lot of... Have you heard there's actually a lot of traffic in New York City?
No.
Yeah, we've heard a little something about that.
I never knew that. I think to take a break, I'll drive in Atlanta.
Now, are you driving or are you just riding?
I'm in an Uber, and there goes my Dunkin' Donuts right there. That's the one.
There's my favorite. Oh, that's...
America runs on Dunkin's, and so does the Fox and Friends show. We have about 3 deliveries every morning, so we love that place.
Well, y'all wear it well.
Yeah, you do. You really do. So we'll talk at length on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, but we wanted here on the big show for the audience to at least find out, in case, there's some people out there that may not be able to get the podcast this weekend. But this is pretty straightforward. I mean, these cookbooks are fabulous. They're very well done. We're looking at the latest. Thank you for sending us one. I guess now it's time for more Ducey recipes, and also some more family pictures and more stories of the Ducey family.
Now, how many cookbooks is this, Steve?
This is the 3rd cookbook, and every cookbook's got 100 recipes. So we have done, for America, 300 recipes. And I know Speedy, your guy there in the studio with you, he actually made one of, as a public service, he made one of the recipes, his wife made one of the recipes for risotto, which is fantastic. One of the producers made it up at Fox and Friends. She had some leftover Brussels sprouts and some cauliflower rice. She put it together and made absolutely the best side dish in the entire cookbook. And we were trying to name it. It's like, what should we call it? And it was like, well, it's Brussels sprouts and rice risotto. So it became risotto.
Yeah.
Brozo. So that's a vegetable thing. But Rick and Bubba, the number one thing, and we're going to make it tomorrow night on Fox Nation, I think this cookbook's signature dish is lasagna grilled cheese sandwiches.
Hey!
That sounds good.
Well, it really does. I mean, you love a grilled cheese. You love lasagna. The only thing that's missing from inside the bread is the actual noodles, and you don't need noodles because you've got butter toasted bread on the outside. It is fantastic because in our first cookbook we did a lasagna because my wife made lasagna on our first date. And at the end of the first date, after a delicious meal, we talked for hours, and I said, now you're going to think I'm crazy, but one day, this was the first date, one day we will be married. And she said, that's nice. Please leave.
Yes. And thanks for taking away, the stereotype that a way to a man's heart is through his stomach.
Right.
I left out the part on the first date. She was new in Washington, D.C., and she made me lasagna. And by the way, 40 days later, after that first date, we were engaged, and 4 months later, we were married, and that was like 37 years ago.
Wow.
But,
whirlwind.
I know, but that first date, she was making lasagna. She had never made a lasagna in her life. And so she got the Betty Crocker cookbook or whatever she was cooking out of, and she preheated the oven to a new apartment. And she went in the other room and did something, came back, the oven was on fire. Because what she did not know was, because it was a new apartment, she was supposed to take the owner's manual and all that stuffing and the packing stuff out of the inside of the oven. And apparently the apartment building didn't do it, so poof, up in flames.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's a hot date for sure.
I'm telling you. I think I just heard that Steve Ducey's 37-year marriage was built on the foundation of lasagna.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, we know she cooked lasagna, which was the way to his heart, but what did he do to win her over?
Yeah, that's the part we don't get.
Yeah.
Was it just dashing good looks?
I told her, honey, someday I will be the father of your children, and one of them will grow up to be a reporter at the White House. And that was what cinched the deal.
I love it.
Yeah, I'm looking for the recipe in here that's called Corinne Jean-Pierre. I can't find it.
No, that's good.
It's in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Peter's been cooking that about once a week.
Yeah, he has. But yesterday or day before, back to what Steve was saying, I was talking with him about today's interview and podcast, and Terry just from the kitchen says, "Oh, we made that recipe from was it page 101 that he referred to? We ate that last night." I was like, "You made a recipe from his cookbook? I didn't know that, and it was delicious.
Oh yeah,
it was delicious,
really good."
Well, thank you. You're welcome, America.
And Steve, I've got to ask you too. I know when former President Donald Trump was in office, he was asked about his favorite reporters, and he was ranking reporters on a scale of 1 to 10. He actually ranked you a 12. That has to make you feel pretty good.
I do remember that.
Sorry.
He before he became president and ran for president, he was on Fox and Friends for 5 years.
Yeah.
And so, he was talking about things that we were talking about long before he went to the White House. So that was a unique friendship.
Well, I will say this, and we'll talk more about it when we do the podcast, but I just found, Steve, I'm not trying to tell you or read anything into this, but I'm now looking on page 142 of the latest cookbook, Bourbon, Brisket, and a Biscuit. And as I'm looking, you don't seem to get past the bourbon. I mean, you even literally have 0 carbs in bourbon. I think we want to hear about the brisket and the biscuit. There's not even a picture in here that doesn't feature anything but the bourbon.
Well, and I know that some people don't like to cook with bourbon, or they don't have bourbon at home. And so what we call for, first of all, you use a barbecue sauce that has bourbon in the title. And there are a couple, I think we recommend a Stubbs version or one of those others that has bourbon already perfectly formulated. But then just to make sure you don't miss the bourbon, you pour one of the you pour one of those little airline bottles of bourbon into the brisket, and it's really easy and it's really delicious.
I'm looking at your bottle. It's not the one from the airplane.
The bottle in the book is great, because I was talking to my daughter Mary, and she was there with her then boyfriend Marshall, who is actually from Alabama. And I said to Marshall, and it was during the pandemic a couple of years ago, and I said, I'm thinking about starting to drink bourbon. And I said, Marshall, you drink bourbon? And he goes, yeah. And I said, what is the best brand in the world? And he said, Pappy Van Winkle. And I said, okay, I'm going to get myself a bottle. And he said, it's really hard to get. And I Googled it, and it was like $1,000.
Good grief.
And I never got it. But then a couple of days later, he sent me a bottle of Blanton's straight from the barrel at 129 proof.
Oh my goodness.
No open flame, please.
It was great. But you know what? That's something you sip. Because it is it's potent.
Yes.
But it doesn't take a lot to get the job done, if you know what I mean.
Yes, we do. We do. Well, hey, we look forward to talking to you in great length about it. But here's where everybody needs to go. Go to simplyhappycookbook.com and get autographed copies. So Steve and Kathy Ducey, autographed copies, simplyhappybook.com, and you can, and we'll put that in show notes today too at rickandbubba.com, and it's available wherever books are sold. Steve and Kathy Ducey, the Simply Happy Cookbook in the series of the Happy Cookbooks, and this is the latest, and the recipes look delicious, and you'll love them. Another 100 delicious, stress-free recipes. Steve, thanks for taking time to talk to us while riding in an Uber.
Mm-hmm. And we hope you make it home.
I'm actually on my block. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for talking about this Simply Happy Cookbook. And you guys are simply the best.
Thank you very much, Steve. I mean, I'll let you say it. Thank you, buddy. That's
we've never got 12 out of 10 from President Trump.
We haven't. Maybe our connection to Ducey gets us a 9. You know, it gets us a 9. All right, we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up, and catch Steve Ducey talking at length about the cookbook and other things this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
Rushed it.
Top 10 attacks.
Timing's everything.
You got
Timing
it.
is everything.
Remember our arrangement.
We
Top 10 attacks. You have to tell about it. Scott, early on in our friendship, he said, okay, teach me how to deliver comedic lines, and I'll teach you how to do a better altar call. All right,
and I am a much better teacher.
All right, here we go. The top 10 attacks against Scott Dawson. Number 4?
Yep. All right. I will only serve water at every state function with the motto, if Jesus wants you to drink wine, let him do it.
That's a good one. Top 10 attacks against Scott Dawson. Number 3.
All right. The state of the state address will be no longer than 3 minutes. That includes a 15-minute invitation.
Top 10 attacks against Scott Dawson running. Number 2.
Oh, in the past, during invitations, he solemnly bows his head only to check the Sports Center updates.
Oh, God.
They're going to come. It's going to be nasty.
That's a nasty attack.
It's going to be
That is a nasty attack.
That would be nasty.
All right, the top 10 attacks that have already come against Scott Dawson running for governor. Are we ready? Here's number 1.
He steals all of his sermon points from old Disney movies.
You do love Disney.
I got you. The top 10 attacks against Scott Dawson. Everybody come on together. Scott Dawson running for governor, official today. That's the way. I like it. That's the way. I like it. So there it is. But,
quite an announcement here.
But you said the thing that you do really want to make clear, though.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some legitimate concern about attacks coming at me. And here's the get to know me. Not the perception and the misconception that I'm out here trying to build a theocracy or something like that. I just have a biblical worldview. And I think, first of all, when they say there's no experience, he has no political experience. And I'm reminded that the Ark was built by amateurs and the Titanic was built by professionals.
Oh.
So we better get a perspective of that.
How about that word?
I like that.
And the second thing
There's
is,
your word.
Can he make the hard decisions? And, because being in ministry, some people will go, well, gosh, you're a great minister, but really, do you know how life is? What other occupation besides a minister are you there from the womb to the tomb? You're there when people are celebrating. You're there when their lives have been destroyed. So you get to see every aspect. And isn't our government supposed to be about the people, not about the bottom lines? You got to know all that, and that's the reason we have an incredible board at SDA. We have a great team. And I think the third thing is people will go, hey, I like Scott, but can we trust him? And to me, I go, look at my life. Just look at it. And here's the deal. There's going to be some rumors out there that I'm going to ask the people who know us to quell. Proverbs 17:2 says, let another man's lips speak well of you. There's going to be some things, vote for me or not, but understand that I am a man that loves Jesus with all my heart. I'm a dad, I'm a husband, and I try to be a good friend to everyone.
There it is, Scott Dawson running for governor, the official announcement today. We got a long road ahead of us, but it starts today. And if you want to see everything about his run for governor, go to show notes at rickandbubba.com. We have his website there. We have the Facebook page. We have the Twitter. And you can continue to follow along, and there'll be more updates as we go through the process. James Spann, how are you today?
Hello, gentlemen. What's happening?
Well, other than kicking off a gubernatorial candidate today on the program, everything else has been kind of slow. Eight minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Steve Ducey will be on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which will record, Lord willing, right after today's live show. And catch that wherever you get podcasts over the weekend.
Hope he has a different connection.
Yes, well, he will. He'll be out of a car then. That'll be helpful. Also, don't forget that the Wheel of Meat hasn't spun.
Oh, no.
So look for that.
Hadn't done it.
Look for that happening on tomorrow's program. So, Bubba, let's go rapid fire. Stories that we have not gotten to today but intended to.
I thought this was interesting. Denmark has now ended COVID vaccinations for almost everyone under 50 years of age. Denmark did not say that the risk of mRNA jabs, didn't say this directly, but by what they're doing, they're saying that the risk of RNA jabs now outweigh the benefits for healthy people under 50. So,
as you cough,
you okay, buddy?
I gotta watch him Danish.
I still have a peanut skin hung in my throat.
Oh no,
we've been tearing them up.
So they said unless you have suppressed immune system or something like that, it will be 50 and over. The only people can get the vax in Denmark.
So hear
something must be rotten.
Yeah,
land of the dikes.
Hear that again.
Yeah, that's what
I like
the
that.
Danish.
They're saying if you're perfectly healthy, the risk of side effects of the vaccine are probably greater than you having issues with the actual virus. So that, and of course, that was one of those things we are not allowed to say in our country, but I guess since Denmark said it, we're now allowed to at least acknowledge
Well, for a long time, we
Danes,
were quoting Denmark and Sweden and everything they did,
Yes,
so I wonder if we'll follow suit
Which
now.
end of the spectrum was Denmark on? Were they the ones that didn't do anything or the ones that locked everybody down?
I can't remember, but I remember us talking about Denmark a lot. I don't know what they did.
I can't remember which camp they were in.
Shaq has gone on record now, the NBA Hall of Famer and four-time NBA champion. He played with many, many teammates during his 19-year career, many teams. He said, undoubtedly, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the worst teammate he ever had was Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman, worst teammate ever.
Just the way he acts, or just
he said we had to be there an hour before the game. He'd come in 15 minutes before the game, eating chicken and rice, big plate of chicken and rice while the coaches are talking. He would jump in the shower, a cold shower, come in and give you, and then go out there and give you 15 to 20 rebounds. But he was all like, I remember, what special was I watching? Where when he was on the Bulls, they lost him for a key game because he just
He had to go to Las Vegas and clear his head.
Yeah,
and that was during the championship series.
It was.
Now, when he was a Piston, he was in line.
Different
He
person.
looked at Daly almost like a father figure.
Yeah.
And but his path to how he got to the NBA is unbelievable.
It's remarkable.
Yeah,
He
the
working
two.
in an airport or
now,
something?
keep in mind, both
He grew
of them,
like 12 inches in a year after he got out of school.
both of them are Hall of Famers, and they just spent 1 year together as teammates, the 98-99 season. But apparently, that was enough for the Big Diesel to form his opinion.
Right.
Big Diesel.
The Big Diesel.
Yep. So, but you look at this. So, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. Speaking of Rodman, 5-time NBA champion, and was recently selected as a member of the NBA's 75th anniversary team. Known to be a difficult teammate, and they talk about what he did to the Bulls about going to Vegas to clear his head.
Yeah.
But as Shaq did acknowledge, now he would go on the court and get you loads
he
of
was
rebounds.
productive.
Yeah, he was. He was.
Give you 15 to 20.
You know the thing.
Are you
if
now doing Shaq?
That's Shaq, right?
The thing with a teammate like that, if you're there, if the rule is get there an hour early, and you're there, and then they're not there, you're always wondering where they are and will they show
Make
up.
you a little anxious.
And it kind of gets everybody else. It's a distraction to your own teammates. So I could see where
It
he
also
would not
turns
like that.
into why am I here if they're not here?
Yeah.
That's the other side.
Yeah,
of it.
animosity.
Yeah.
So his point is, obviously, he's a good player. He's just saying, but as far as a teammate, and like I say, he shows up late and he's eating a plate of chicken and rice. I mean, and
Well,
he
that's
jumps
when
in
you-
the shower real quick.
Don't forget during the pregame speech, he's in there taking a cold shower.
yeah. Has no idea what's going on. Just rebound.
Go get the ball.
That's when you wish Life 360 would have really been around then when they played.
I think,
And
he's
they had
close.
it on him. Oh, he's 3 blocks away.
yeah.
He'll
Well,
be here.
well, I think what he was maybe thinking about
Stopping and getting chicken. Okay.
was, I'm a rebounder. You know, I'm not going to be involved in the offense that much. There really is no strategy to get rebounds.
Yeah.
So I don't really need to hear our strategy for the game because my job is to get rebounds.
Just go get the ball, Dennis.
And I remember being in a situation where the position I played required me to read blocking schemes, and that was pretty much what I did every single game. So a lot of this other talk was kind of irrelevant to me because, well, I'm going to go to the ball based on what they're doing once I get out there. So I'd been taught. Now, the times I was being taught to read the defense, that's important. But once you learn to do that, the strategy is whatever this guard does. That I have a certain reaction to that guard in every single game, no matter what they line up in. So yeah. I mean, and maybe I'm not saying that's the right mindset. I'm
Right,
just saying,
yeah, I got you.
because of all the reasons we said,
Would you
you
have been
create
able to play
animosity.
Were you the Dennis Rodman of
Would
Oxford High School?
You show up with a plate of chicken?
I did not. Did I pay attention in all the skull meetings prior to the game about their offense and all that? Not like I probably should have, because I knew that whatever the guard did would determine what I did anyway.
I'm glad you didn't play with Shaq. That's all I can
Yeah, right. No, was that the right attitude? No, I didn't say it was right. I just said I understand that could have been some of it. But he was weird. You don't leave your team and go off and clear your head in Las Vegas while we're trying to win a championship. But I guess he was always more fun than he was crazy.
Yeah, you get in there and get after it.
Yeah, I mean,
you could get him there. Once you got him there, he'd play.
Did they bench him for all this? They didn't.
No. Look, I granted it's 5 minutes till tip off, and he just not got here, but we're putting him in anyway.
Right? Yeah.
You and I
Go
would've
get the
had-
ball, Dennis.
You and I would have had problems. Drew.
The man of 1,000 voices strikes again.
It's just like he just slips into their skin. isn't
Right.
it?
Right. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.